Ooh. That was on a manual iris adjustment, which would not have made for good video. Hello, hello. All right, we're running a little bit late this morning. As you can imagine, Jax, you can stay outside with your slobbery mouth. There's a lot to get going for something like this, and we are not 100% ready. I'm actually going into our chat room here. Chat wing.
Chat room said you were going to blame me for being late.
I already did. You just didn't hear it. All right, look at that. Lively chat room. So here's the deal, just sort of a technical note. Right? Am I talking, like, look, how do you pronounce it? Zoji Rushi? I was just telling Scott about this amazing travel mug. This thing is unbelievable. It's like a tiny, tiny little version of those awesome thermoses that can keep like soup or coffee hot for days on end. It's fantastic. Highly recommended. I think we'll put this on our Woodworkers Christmas gift list this year. So yeah, welcome everybody. Now here's the deal. There's a lot that's out of our control with the live feed. So if there are problems, please let us know about them. We'll try to make sure if anything is on our end is wrong, we will try to fix it, and bear with us as we do that, because this is always a little tricky. But we will try to broadcast straight through until we're done with this project, which will hopefully take us into the early evening here. We'll see. I may have done too much prep work, which means we may not have as much woodworking to do as I thought, but we'll see. We also have two chat rooms now. The woodwhisperer.com/live is the chat room on our website. That's the one I'm going to pay the most attention to. The reason for that is because it's easier for me to read and scroll through the chat and answer questions. We also have a chat room on the YouTube embed. So if you need to go to YouTube, there's a little chat room where you can talk to people there as well. And if Nicole has time today, she'll be looking there to answer some questions and send those questions to me. Now, every couple hours, I don't know exactly how long, but we're going to have about 6 breaks where we have a live Q&A, and that's an opportunity to ask me questions about anything and everything, including this project, the charity. You want some relationship advice, I'm here for you. Let's see, what else? Anything else I'm missing, Nicole? Just in general, like technical stuff? Someone's asking if this can be recorded. It is being recorded by YouTube, so I'm not sure how hey, it's Nicole. I'm not sure how the player works while we're recording, but it has a DVR functionality, so you can actually scroll back and watch previous stuff and work your way up to where we are live. But it will be captured and you'll be able to view it on YouTube. So this is Nicole.
We're going to have a little Zen moment. Deep breath in. Out. Okay.
It's a difficult morning.
We got 10 hours to kill here. Okay?
I know. Well, here's the thing. Mateo got sick 2 days ago. He's got a stomach bug. He's on the toilet all day long, and Nicole has to take him to the doctor this morning, so he's home from school, and that whole thing is a mess. So Nicole's involvement, she's taking care of sort of the back-end social side of things, but she's also taking the kid to the doctor, so it's me and Scott. And by the way, don't be shy, Scott. This is Scott. Scott is a fantastic woodworker, and I may have screwed up your camera angle there. He's basically like another one of me. He's pretty good at woodworking and pretty good with video, and he's just pretty good. You actually, Guild members probably have seen his hands in a few videos in the Rocker series. So he's going to be here with me all day, donating his time to help us with this live event. All right, so here we go. Why are we here? We're here because this is a Build-a-Thon. Yes. We decided this year with Woodworkers Fighting Cancer, we would try something completely different.
Marc I have a bright idea. Let's do this live.
I have the worst bright ideas. They're the worst. No, this one is fantastic. I'm really excited about it. It's kind of the first of its kind for us.
I don't think it's ever been done.
Well, because no one's that stupid. So the idea is we want to build the project, or at least make it look like we're building the project. You'll see what I mean by that. We've got a kids' table and chairs, which is this year's Woodworkers Fighting Cancer project. And it's something I wanted to build live and just spend the entire day doing it, encouraging people to donate to the cause, or to just build this project, because that's what Woodworkers, I can say this, Woodworkers Fighting Cancer is all about. We don't necessarily want people to have to donate. We want people to do what they're doing anyway. Build a project, and we will donate on your behalf. So for every person who builds one of these tables and chairs, we will donate $5 if you send us a picture. And it's at the woodwhisperer.com/WFC-submit, right? Anyway, everything is at woodworkersfightingcancer.com. You could find all that info there.
No video?
But if you, who said no video?
About 3 people.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I got audio and vid.
Okay.
I'm getting both.
Okay.
Yeah, refreshing is always helpful. Even trying a different browser is helpful. And going, click the video at the top left, click the words up there, that should take you right to YouTube. Some people have better luck streaming right from YouTube. I don't know why there would be a difference, but sometimes that happens. So if you build this project, and let's say, speaking of YouTube, let's say you are a YouTuber and you like filming your projects, we're going to donate $10 if you make a video of your build. Right? So that's how we try to get all this money and raise the $15,000 that we set as our goal each year.
And this is our, we've been doing this for 5 years.
Five or six.
No, it's 2010.
Yeah, something like that. Either way, over $60,000 we've raised so far for various cancer charities. Now this year, the money's going to Cancer Research Institute, same as last year. Great organization where a very large percentage of the donated funds go directly to the charity, not to administrative costs, not to putting the person at the top in a Mercedes-Benz.
Well, and I'm really excited about this charity too, because in just the last year alone, some of you know that my dad has lung cancer. They've made some amazing advances with stage 4 lung cancers with immunotherapy.
Yeah.
They've also made a lot of advances with skin cancer. And so there was a whole bunch of announcements that came out in the past year on immunotherapy, and that's the organization we're backing. So I'm really excited about it.
And this year has been rough. I lost 2 uncles this year due to complications with cancer. So my Uncle Tom and my Uncle Gary. So this year especially, I think, is hitting home for us and proving, why we do this, or reminding us why this is really important. Okay, so woodworkersfightingcancer.com is where you can get all that information. Nicole has a note here: when you submit your project or your video, there's a new little box there where you can give us your address, not because we're going to visit, but because we want to send you a free sticker. We have
stickers!
Yeah, Woodworkers Fighting Cancer stickers, and they're free. Yeah. So if you're submitting a project, just give us your address. We will shoot one out to you, and you'll have your sticker.
Yep.
Okay. I guess just quickly, I want to review how it's going to go today. Mm-hmm. If you need to go at any time, I don't know what your schedule is with
I have to wait till 8:30 till I can call the doctor.
So what we're going to do today is try to build the project. I have some things pre-made, but I want to walk you through each one of the steps, but I don't want you to have to see me do things 10 times. That's a little bit boring. So we'll walk through the project. We will take breaks periodically to have live Q&A, to give updates on the donations, to announce winners, because here's the thing: anyone who donates during the day, every hour, if you donate $25 or more directly to Cancer Research Institute, you're in the running for a guild project. So every hour we're going to select a winner. Now, if Nicole's not here, we'll pile them up. And when she gets back, we'll announce who the winners were.
Every hour.
Exactly. Otherwise, if she's here, she's going to run in with a Post-it note and be like, I have the winners! And we'll stop what we're doing.
Well, and this was one of the feedbacks we got last year was, because we're doing the auctions again, and we'll tell you more about that. But one of the feedback pieces we got was, we'll do a raffle, lower dollar. So we thought this would be a good way for people to participate and have a chance to win something. So
it's going to be fun, and it's just good encouragement to donate. And you can only enter once per hour.
Yes.
Is what it comes down to.
Your name
right?
will be
So if you want to donate every hour of the event, go ahead. It's just going to cost you $25 a pop.
Yeah.
But your chances should be pretty good at winning. Now, if you do want to donate, the woodwhisperer.com/donate is where you want to go. And in fact, we've got the lower third there on the screen for you to remind you to donate. This will be very much like a Jerry Lewis telethon.
Yes.
In fact, I have several dance numbers planned throughout the day.
No, you don't.
I'm wearing tap shoes right now. And actually, I'm wearing my sweet Chuck 2s. So I think that's really about it. Yeah. Other than one very important thing is to thank our sponsors.
Yes.
This is, it's really important to me to establish good relationships, and it's not always about money with these companies. And a lot of these companies we've been working with for a long time. So I like them on a personal level, and I like them on a professional level, and they're helping us out big time this year. Let me just list them off. We've got Powermatic. Oh, look at me, double today. Powermatic, Microjig, Eagle America, Bell Forest Products, Fuji Spray, and Rockler. And you'll hear a little bit more from our sponsors later on, and I will try to make it awesome. So it's not like, advertisement. But these companies are fantastic. You know, if it wasn't for them, we would not be able to hit the goals that we set.
They're the one giving us the tools to auction off, to raise the money, also giving cash donations. They're giving us the boost, and everybody's coming in it together.
They're giving us the juice, Nicole.
I said boost.
I know, but I wanted you to say juice.
Oh, okay.
They're giving us the juice. Okay, so let's see, what do we have? You have the summary. Oh, a couple more things. The auctions are going to be at thewoodwhisperer.com/auction, but we're still working on it, right?
I'm still working on it.
It may
Don't
not
go there right now.
It may not be live right now. Also, you can buy a Woodworkers Fighting Cancer t-shirt or mug. Proceeds go to the charity. That's at 100% of the proceeds. That's at twwstore.com. And they're actually kind of nice. They're orange. They're a little loud, but
I like
it's a toned down orange, like a umber, would you call it?
Yeah.
Like a pumpkin pie,
Pumpkin-y.
pumpkin spice.
We're going into fall.
Yeah.
They're great.
Let's see. I think that's really it. Oh, one more thing. It's a great list here. We do have at least one person who's building today while we're building. And I'll try to remind you of this. And if anyone else is doing this, somehow contact us and let us know so we could tell people about it. Tom V at handyhomestead.com/shop-cam. ShopCam, right? So handyhomestead.com/shop-cam. And Tom's on the East Coast, so he's probably already started by now, but he's actually building along live. And I told him there's no way he can keep up with me. He thought I was bragging, and the reality is it's because I cheated.
Well, you've been working on this for a couple weeks.
Well, Scott and I spent all of Tuesday prepping parts that you don't need to see the prep work on, so we can kind of fluidly roll through this process. All right?
All right. Are you ready?
No.
I feel like we should play the Rocky music.
I've had a quarter cup of coffee. Oh, and for those who are concerned about, that wasn't a fart, by the way, that was friction between my thermos and the table.
Like Taylor Swift?
Yes. Some people were concerned about safety issues and whether we're going to be rushing through the project or working really long hours. And I just, as a little bit of a heads up, don't worry about that. I typically work 10, sometimes 12 hours a day in my shop. Long hours are not the issue. And the work we did on Tuesday, the preliminary work, is what's saving me from rushing. I really do want this to be a fairly casual pace where I can teach, explain what I'm doing, make the cuts, but you're not sitting there watching me make the same cut 5 or 6 times, right? That was the goal. But I got this, don't worry. I still have all my fingers and I plan to have them by the end of the day.
Let me get you a towel and turn the Rocky music on for you.
Yeah. No, you know what? You do that.
That's the end.
But then YouTube is going to take the video down and prevent me from making money on it.
All right, well, I'm going to...
All right, hey, high five. Hey,
high five, Scott.
Good luck getting a stool sample from our son. Is that too much info? I feel so bad for that kid. He's in pain. There's just nothing worse, right? Okay. Oh, there will be, Mike, I don't want to disappoint you, my friend. There will be some plywood sheet good breakdown. In fact, that's where we're going to get this party started. So remember, it's thewoodwhisperer.com/donate if you want to donate directly to the cause. So I think we should probably, where's my plan set? I got one right here. We should probably head over to my fancy sheet good cutting zone. And Scott, I think if you want to position over there and point in that direction, we'll be good. All right. So the plans that we have available for this project, which by the way are available right now for free at woodworkersfightingcancer.com. You could find those there. We've got a PDF plan, a SketchUp plan, and you've got a cut list. And there's also a cut diagram that Scott made up for us. And it basically shows how you can get all of the material for this project, 2 chairs and the entire table, out of a single sheet of plywood. That's kind of amazing. In fact, Scott, pan around, show them the finished table. This is kind of stupid that I didn't think to do this. I gotta watch this thing here. Okay, this is the finished table. We're still working on it. Matteo is still working on it, as you can see by the Art Deco exotic design we've got going here. Yeah, but this all comes from one sheet of plywood. So we were very careful about material use to make sure that it's as efficient as possible. But check it out, that's a lot of material. And to make it out of one sheet of plywood, I think is pretty impressive. So we can thank Scott for making that happen. But either way, this is what we're building today, and we'll get as close as we can. We probably will not get to the finishing stages just because we're going to be waiting for filler to dry.
It might be dark by then.
It could even be dark by then. It could also be lunch by then. I don't know. Well, I might finish faster than we think.
The smell is really bad for me.
Yeah, well, and finishing is really kind of boring to watch. The actually in real time is really boring.
It's like watching paint dry.
Yeah, but this entire project, it's already been filmed, and we'll be doing the full edited version of this like we do with any project. So anything you missed today, you'll be able to catch it in the edited version. Furthermore, we'll be using some tools today that we might not use in the edited version just for the sake of expedience. So when you have your cut list, you will take this, and we actually have some numbers listed on the cut list that tell you how to break down that sheet of ply. Because you can't just like start cutting individual pieces out. You've got to break it down first, right? It's a 4x8 sheet. So you'll be splitting it into 4 sections and then splitting those sections into smaller sections. And now you've got smaller pieces that you could break down at the table saw or continue to use a circular saw to do the work. Right? So what I have here, just to give you a sample of how all this is going to go, is what in the plans I'm sort of looking at as the far right section 4, which is going to consist of our top, or tabletop, and then I've got some leg parts down here at the bottom. All right, so we'll cut these apart from one another, but the reason I'm doing this is because I want to show you my homemade track saw system, which I've been using quite a bit lately. I'll bring this down to the work. This is particle board shelving stock, 12-inch stock from Home Depot. It's got a bull nose edge on it because it's actually meant to be, I think we've got these like in our pantry. Builders use them for inside pantries and closets and whatnot. I've taken a little thin strip of MDF. This is something my local Home Depot calls bender board. I don't know if everyone has it, but it's perfect for this because it's nice and thin. And I basically attached it with glue and some brad nails and then ran my circular saw along the edge to create a true representation of where my blade's going to cut. So I can take my saw here, and any saw, doesn't really matter what saw you use, any circular saw will do the job, and run it along that edge. And I have the advantage of, one of these track systems because all I have to do is mark my lines, line up the cut, and go, and I'm good to go, which is pretty darn cool. Scott, didn't we determine that this was off yesterday, the bevel on this? I think I may have dropped the saw at some point. Oh, it looks close enough. Close enough for this guy. All right, so I will be using some protection here. Not the ideal amount, but I've got to be able to move around and talk. So here's how this is going to work. Everything's out of my reach. All right. This cut, to release the top, we have to cut it at about 30 inches, 30 and a half. Let's go 30 and a half. So here's how we do it. I'm going to measure to 30 and a half, strike a line, and I highly recommend you pick yourself up a good quality square. If you don't have one of these like precision woodworking squares like I've got from Woodpeckers, they have cheap framing squares available at the home center, and they work in a very similar fashion. Just if you can, bring one of your squares, like even if it's a smaller one, from your shop and bring them with you to see, and try to find one that's as square as possible right out of the gate. Because sometimes they're not perfect. It's meant for drywall, so it doesn't have to be dead on if you're doing drywall. But anyway, line this up. And I'm just giving myself a nice little guideline to work with here. And now I could line this dude up. Now, one of the disadvantages of this compared to like one of the like Festool or Makita or DeWalt track systems is that there isn't any friction on the bottom. So you could line the bottom with sandpaper or some type of foam padding or something to help it from sliding around. What we have to do for safety is clamp it in place. So I'm going to go right on my line here. And just clamp it on both sides. Should do the trick. Okay. And I do want to double check that measurement, because the top is what, 24 by 30, I think? So that's plenty. Okay. This circular saw, by the way, is really nothing special. It's a Porter cable, decent saw, nothing to write home about. I even have the Porter cable blade, 24 tooth blade in here. So if you really want to take this system to the next level, get yourself a nice Freud blade with a few more teeth, maybe a 40 tooth blade, and you'll get an even better cut than what we're going to get here. And this cut is not bad. You're going to head out, hon?
I'm going to go make an appointment.
Okay. I'm going to make a lot of noise right now, so.
Have fun.
Okay, so Scott, if you want to flip over to the internal mic. We're going to try and keep the mic quiet during cuts. Quieter. Good? Let's do this, yo. Power. Before I talk about that cut quality, you might notice that I'm cutting on these white foam sheets. This is just that insulation material you can get from the home center. I've been using the same ones for a couple of years now, and you can cut right into them, doesn't cause any problems, but lifts the work up off of the ground, and you can safely cut big pieces of plywood down to smaller, manageable pieces on foam like this. It works fantastic. So check this out. I don't know how much we're going to be able to make out on that edge. But I've got a little bit of fuzz, you know, enough that you would expect this kind of fuzz with a veneer plywood like that, but not enough to worry about. Sanding, that's going to be nice and crisp and clean, and I use the 24 tooth blade to do it. You know, so if you guide your saw properly with a good track like that, you're actually going to get pretty darn good results. Put a better blade in, you get even better results. All right, so let's head to the table saw. Pay attention to my Facebook and Twitter pages, you may have noticed a little bit of questioning about tools lately. I've been asking people if they're fans of things like drills and miter saws, just to kind of get something of an informal survey going. Because you might see some tool changes coming to the Woodworkers shop pretty soon. Should have probably asked Nicole to get me a water. Where's my eye protection? Okay. I'm going to ignore that. So once you have your stock cut down and you do that whole breakdown process on the entire sheet, you're probably going to want to go to the table saw if you have one. If you don't have a table saw, you can do all of these cuts with the circular saw using that system, and the chop saw as well would be handy. The table saw, you cut to 4. All right, so what I'm going to do here, take you through it off of the plans, but what we're going to do, I think we'll overthink it. of make it hurt a little bit. So my logic is to keep the blade above the work by about a tooth height. So the teeth are just kind of poking through. And if you're using a splitter, it's sort of belt and suspenders anyway, you should be fine. Okay, so let's make this cut. I'm going to dial in about 4 inches. And I don't think this is super critical that it be perfect. Okay. I also noticed that this piece has a little bit of a bow to it, a little bit of a cup, I should say. In that case, if you're cutting something like this at the table saw and there's a bit of a cup, which side do you want up, which do you want down? All right, well, if the cup is facing up, this becomes a little bit less stable than is ideal. So what I'm going to do, flip it around. Now the cup is down this way, and while it may be slightly raised in the center, it's at least stable, and that makes it a safer cut at the table saw. All right, let's do this. I have to go find out who's buzzing my phone. Here we go. Now, there's a very subtle thing. Scott, if you want to zoom in on the blade area a little bit, and this is something I don't usually have time or, frankly, inclination in most videos to talk about, but it's an important thing about table saw usage. When I'm pushing this piece through like this, a lot of people see me using both hands. All right, and they don't know just by looking at the pressure is being, that's super important for safety. What actually is balance happens is at a certain the left could push this piece and cause yourself some problem. Pressure. If these beginner tips are boring, let me know. I'll stop doing them. Or let me know. I'll do more of them. My goal is to annoy people. All right, so what we have now are 2 leg parts. Now, the legs for this project are going to be double thickness because I just wanted them to look more substantial, to be sturdier, and because the top has a storage compartment there, I wanted the legs to provide a little bit of vertical support for that structure because it's a little bit heavy. So with the legs, we're actually going to glue these 2 together and leave the bottom one offset. It's going to be a little bit shorter. And the top of this table, the box of the table, is going to sit on this ledge. And then we'll put some bolts through here that go through the casework and hold it all together. So it's going to be incredibly strong. Even without the bolts, it would be pretty darn strong. And if you use just glue, it's still going to be strong enough. All right, but this isn't just any table. It is, it's got a little bit of flair to it. So we have a 5-degree, I guess it would be, 85-degree angle on the legs out like this. So we've got some angles to cut, and we have a long piece and a short piece. All right, so we're going to head to the miter saw, we'll make an adjustment, and then we can make our cut. Okay. So I've got it set to 5 degrees, miter, not bevel. Let's get these out. And we'll do one at a time. But what I'm looking to do is take this square edge and cut it to that 5-degree angle, okay, on both sides, or one side of each piece. Remember, we're working on one leg right now. So now both of these pieces have our 5-degree angle. And if you set them on a flat surface, you can kind of see what we're going for, right? So we need to do a couple different things. We'll take our shorter piece, we'll put that on the side for now, the one we've designated as the shorter one. This one needs to be 22 inches in length, and we need to make that same angle cut parallel to the first one on the other side, and that's 22 inches away. Do we have a tape measure here handy? Yeah, on the MFT. Q. So what I'm going to do is measure from the furthest out point over this way to 22 inches. Mark a line. And actually, we would want that line, I kind of marked it in from the edge, but when you mark that 22-inch line, you really want it to be at the very edge of the work. Oh wait, do I have that wrong? That's backwards. 22 is the maximum, which means the 22 needs to be out to this edge. Basically, you want it from furthest point to furthest point, and that gets confusing if it's not actually right in front of you. I'm looking for a square, that's all. So just to reiterate, I measured out 22 inches in length. Now I'm going to use my square, extend the line across. So now I could easily line this up here and make sure that my 5-degree angle touches that 22-inch line. And a lot of times when you're doing these miters, it can get confusing because sometimes you have to flip things around. What I'm trying to do is trying not to have to reset my 5-degree angle on the saw, okay? So you may have to flip the work around one way or the other. So we'll make this cut real quick. Okay. Right, so these are now parallel. So if you, again, put it on a flat surface, even though the leg's now at an angle, this is still level with horizon, as is the foot. All right, so this is our longer piece. Now, let's go over to the assembly table for a minute. It's a little easier over here. Okay. I can get it closer than that. Just kind of focus in here. So this is our long piece of our leg. Now, when I told you about cutting everything up in our cut list, at this point you would have your apron stock. And when I say apron stock, I'm talking about this material that makes up the top box. That stuff is cut to 4 1/4 inches. Now we can measure down 4 1/4 inches, or we can use the workpiece itself to do that measurement, which to me is the smarter way to go. So I'm going to take this, make it flush with the top of that 5-degree angle cut. Just make sure it's nice and flush with my fingers. And line here. All right, now that's actually quite a bit more accurate than measuring, because I don't actually know for sure if I'm dead on 4 1/4, slightly lower, slightly wider. This makes sure that I know that that line is exactly where it needs to be. Now my second leg, the shorter leg, right up against that line. All right. The thing is, look at all that extra stock. How we're going to do this? We're going to set up. That's pretty good on that. So the pen clamp this guy in place. The reality is you're going to be cutting. Ow. My new shoes, Scott. I've got a scuff on them. Okay, stop block is engaged. Now, I would have 4 of these cuts to make if I were doing 4 legs, right? So that's why this is handy, because I could just go boom, boom, clamp it in place, and make the cut, which we will do right now. Oh, wait, what am I doing wrong? This is my long piece. This is for setup only. I actually need my short piece to be the one that I make the cut on. Get it together, Spagnola. Okay, here we go. And by the way, would you really want to see me do this 4 times over? No, that would get pretty damn boring. All right, back to the assembly table. This way. All right, so what I've got now is the long piece. You can see my pencil mark is still in place. My short piece will go like this. And when it's nice and even, we're right on that pencil line, which means now, if you want to double check yourself, grab one of your apron pieces, place it right on top here, and you're feeling for flush. Oh my gosh, dude. Almost like I know what I'm doing. That's pretty flush. Now, if it's not perfectly flush, you have a couple choices. You could take a little bit more off of this. You could skim a little bit more off of these pieces. Just make sure whatever you do to one of these apron pieces, you do to all 4 of your apron pieces. They can afford to be thinned down. They don't have to be this wide, but you just want to make sure it's flush with the top of the leg for best results. All right. So now we need to move into some leg construction. I'm going to get a finished leg here for you so you can see what we're aiming for. I'm also going to get a sip of coffee. So this is approximately what our leg is going to look like. Double thickness. Got some nice curvature cut into it, but we don't worry about the curves right now. We're just worried about this fairly square with a couple of angles on it structure. On the inside, you have this half lap, right? So this is what we're creating. We're getting these pieces lined up perfectly so that our angles are in place. If I showed you this leg and said, how do you make it? In this state, it's actually kind of confusing. That looks really complicated. But when you see that all I'm doing is gluing 2 pieces together with miter cuts on both ends, and one is a little shorter than the other, and then you cut your curves afterwards, suddenly the light bulb goes on and you realize it's not as difficult as it looks. But half of woodworking is that sort of thing. Stuff just looks way more complicated than it really is. So that's our goal. All right, so let's, I think at this point we can glue one of these up. I'm gonna get a little compressed air. We'll use some brad nails for this. Getting 2 pieces like this to come together without sliding around is pretty tricky. So I'm gonna grab my air line. You know what, after this point I should probably remember to shut off the compressor because it is bound to turn on while we're working, which always sucks. Hey, how's everybody doing today? Good, I hope. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to say thank you for anybody who is taking the time to actually watch this craziness. Something is not happy. There we go. I don't know, these might not fit right. All right, let's get a little glue, get a little roller. And I've got some extra, oh, that's an apron, I don't want to use that. And we'll get some clampy clamps. Dumpster diving over here. Okay. So I have a lot of scrap material that I like to use for calls because I want to clamp this guy together. So if you want, Scott, give us a nice close-up action of just this area right here. Okay, so I'll take the cawls off, got my clamps in place, and all we're going to do is glue this. Primarily concerned that we're flush at the bottom on the foot, even with our line at the top, even on the sides. The sides don't have to be perfect. Squeeze out isn't even that much of an issue because we're going to be cutting curves in this later. All right, so we're going to fold this open, throw on some glue. You guys ever use one of these glue bot things? I actually thought it was kind of stupid and a waste of money when I first saw it. And then I gave one a try, and I actually like it a lot as a good reusable bottle, especially when you use, it's a little clogged, it's going slow. When you use as much glue as I do, I'm buying it by the gallon, so I do need another container to put it in. And the way the cap comes off, it's very cleanable. Unlike, if you're trying to reuse one of the smaller Type Bond bottles, they tend to not last very long. I find the caps get mangled pretty easily. So I'm just spreading out this glue using a glue roller, or a ink brayer is what it would be called, 4-inch ink brayer. I link to this all the time in my videos. People always want to know what it is. Super simple. Glue up to that pencil line. It's a nice gauge so I don't have glue where I don't need it. Okay. And we will drop this in place. Now, a lot of times you can, this is always going to be very slippery, but you can kind of help alleviate some of that by putting pressure down and trying to get the air out of there. Make sure you have a very fine layer of liquid glue between the two pieces, and they will sort of suck down and stick to one another, making it a little bit less likely to move around on you. All right, so I'll get it as close to perfect as I can. I should have a protective eyewear on here. The eyewear I usually use these days is, what is it? Sound Vision Full Pro, fullpro.com. Again, another thing that seemed like a gimmick to me, but I use it all the time now and love it. It's Velcro, and the Velcro circles are attached to any ear protection that you use. So this way you don't have anything behind your ears, which when you use, regular protection like this, and you have this thing putting pressure, it can really start to hurt your temples and the area behind your ears. So this takes all that pressure off and just puts them on the outside of the the hearing protection. Actually, this thing works great. The problem is you can't use this without the hearing protection. So you still need to have these around for situations like this. All right, I'm going to drive a few brads. This really isn't, the glue is doing all the work. I'm just doing this to stop it from sliding around. Now, about 3 is all you really need, and I'm keeping them in the center, okay? Because I'm going to be cutting some curves out here, and if I have my brads at the outside edge, we're going to be in trouble. All right, so let's do a little bit of clamping. This doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. You just want to get some clamping pressure on there. By the way, if you're doing multiple legs at the same time, what's a smart thing to do? Put two of these together. You could probably put all of them together if you wanted to, but it's, to me, easier to do 2 while the glue's drying. Do 2 together, and then use your cauls like this and make a nice sandwich like so. You could save on the amount of clamps you have to use. Oh, but we're doing 1, so let's just do it this way. All right. Now the point of the cauls, obviously, is to distribute clamping pressure and to protect the surface of the work, so the clamps don't cause dents and all that good stuff. Get up there, dude. Okay, and you could add more clamps if you like. And that is a glued up leg. Now, we'll let that sit. I'm going to wash off my roller here. By the way, if you have one of these rollers, you do want to wash it off when you're done. Sometimes the glue will skin up and you can just kind of peel it right off. But if you want this thing to last long, it is rubber, so peeling it off, you can sometimes pull the rubber material with it, but it takes 2 seconds to rinse it. I know not everybody has a sink in their shop, but take it in the house. Your significant other won't get that mad if they see glue crap in the sink. All right, that's good. Everything looks happy. Okay, so this guy is going to sit in the clamps for at least a few hours. In my climate, it's really forgiving here in Arizona because it's so darn dry and hot that I could actually take this thing out of the clamps in a couple hours and start working with it. Most places you're probably going to wait. You may even want to wait overnight just to be safe. So get these legs done and glued up as early in the build process as possible because you can't do anything more with them until this process is done, right? Which is why we did it ahead of time. And I already have some legs that have gone through the entire process, but here's one that has been sitting since Tuesday that's ready for the next step. But we actually need to take a little break. We'll do a little live Q&A. We'll go over to the workbench and hang out for a couple of minutes, drink a little coffee. Told you, casual pace. It's Casual Friday. I knew I should have worn my Hawaiian shirt. Probably gonna need to charge up my laptop occasionally. Oh, I never checked who that text message was from. It's probably Nicole. Need you urgently. Shannon told me to flip back to my lav mic at 8:30. Or we have the lav mic on, right?
Yeah, there was one.
A point where we forgot. Oh, Scott. You suck.
Nobody would have caught that, right?
Oh, Shannon caught it. Shannon pays attention to these things. You know those hand tool guys. Okay, I have my chat room open. So feel free to shoot me a question here. But before I get started, can I see the frame real quick? We might want to bring it in a little bit. Just for the live webcast, all of this empty stuff tends to just annoy people because you can't. It's just harder to see the subject. There we go. Well done, sir. Well done. All right. First of all, donations. Remember, you can donate to the cause at thewoodwhisperer.com/donate. All the proceeds, well, if you go there, you're donating directly to the charity. You're bypassing us, which means you'll get your receipt if you want to use it for some sort of tax deduction write-off. And we try not to handle the money ourselves. We don't want to be the middleman. All we're doing is raising awareness and directing people's donations to the right place. So we don't hold anybody's money for any period of time other than our own. So if you go to thewoodwhisperer.com/donate, you'll be taken directly to the Cancer Research Institute page where you can make your donation. And again, remember, if you donate at least $25 in any given hour time slot, you're going to be entered to win during that hour a guild project. And one entry per person per hour. What else do we have to mention? Nicole, if you want to give me an update, I don't know if you're paying attention, but if you want to give me an update on the auctions, I'm not going to say much about the auctions other than they'll be available because I know we might not have everything in place just yet. Okay, so Powermatic. You guys know about Powermatic, right? Powermatic and I have a long-standing history together. Love these guys. I love the people there. Love the products. Frankly, Powermatic was, when I first started woodworking in Temecula, California, a buddy of mine who I met through woodworking stuff, he had the guy had some serious cash and he had a nice setup in his garage. Well, something happened, I think his wife got sick or something and he needed to get rid of all of his Powermatic tools and he had to sell everything off. I couldn't afford everything, but my family sort of got together and I had a Craftsman table saw at the time and he was really getting rid of the stuff cheap. Plus I was a friend, so he was giving us a really good deal. And we were able to get his table saw and his 20-inch planer. And it was a PM66 at the time, the table saw. And I had purchased on my own a Powermatic jointer. So I was all about the Powermatic at the time. And we're talking, 3-4 years before the Wood Whisperer was a twinkle in my eye. And so I was a big fan of the brand. And then when we started the show, Nicole said, hey, who's your dream team? Who would you want to sponsor this thing? And I'm like, right, like anyone's going to sponsor this. As it turns out, they were interested. And Powermatic was number one on my list because for me, it's all about, it's all about integrity. It's about saying, not only am I going to let this company sponsor our show, But it's going to be a company that I truly believe in their products. And the proof to that is that I had this stuff well before any money was coming in this direction, you know? So my love for Powermatic, much like my love for my wife, is pure. All right, so what I've got here that I want to show you, which is pretty cool, we'll be doing a little demo and review on this, not today, but in the future. Powermatic's new tenoning jig. Now, if you guys aren't familiar with tenoning jigs, at the table saw, there are some really great ways to cut tenons, dado stacks, things like that. But one of the best ways is to use a tenoning jig where the workpiece is vertical. And the reason it's one of the best is because if you can dial in that vertical piece, left to right, and as long as it's held safely in position, the blade makes its cleanest cut this way, right? When you're cutting your tenons like this, which I do all the time, the blade will always leave sort of a choppy surface on that tenon. So if you can cut vertically, the cheeks of that tenon will be as smooth as any cut right off the table saw. So if you can do that, it's a very good thing. Well, tenoning jigs are built to do that job. Now you can make your own. There's shop-made tenoning jigs, but there are also those big cast metal ones. They cost about $100 that have been around for a long time. In fact, it seems like they all come out of the same factory. Hey, somebody needs to, we need to get in on this action. Somebody Nicole, get my affiliate link for this mug and put that in the chat room. This seems to be what everyone wants to talk about. I'll put a Powermatic logo on it. Yeah, right? That's what Rob, same thing with me. I poured this hours ago and it's still a little bit too hot to take a full sip from. Anyway, not to distract from what I'm talking about here. So all of these tenoning jigs look like they came out of the same factory. So if you ever look at them, Grizzly's got one. Guess what color it is? Green. Shopfox has one. Guess what color it is? Pretty sure it's white. Powermatic had one, and it was yellow. So they're all the same. And it's high time that someone came along and said, enough is enough with these similar tenoning jigs. Let's do something different. This is the first time I'm opening this, so bear with me. This is the first official unboxing and viewing of this tool ever. You guys are actually a part of it. The only other people who have seen this were guild members who saw this in a video in a guild meeting recently, but this is the first time anybody is seeing it live. I should probably make sure I don't lose any of these parts. Now, I cannot say one way or the other. Let's get rid of that. I can't say one way or the other about how well it works and what it does. I haven't used it, so there's really nothing for me to say about it. But the design is new. There's some novel ideas in this. And this is why I tend to gravitate toward brands that innovate and try new and different things, because there's almost always a better way to do something. So when someone, with an engineering mindset can say, hey, let's do this, let's change that to make it that much better, it just excites me. So there's a lot of, peripheral things that need to go on this. But this is basically the unit. Now I know this slides on a linear bearing like this, and this is what helps you position, because we've got a little micro gauge here, and I'm sure this is going to come in very, very handy when it comes time to set this sucker up. Right, you see that in there? It's one of those double gauges. Hello, right? Looks pretty good. So you can get that dialed in really nicely. You've also got these little setup bars back here. Now, I watched the setup video, and it's pretty impressive. You basically lock one in place, then you get your workpiece, you put that in place. It's a systematic thing, but when it's done, you're using the workpiece to get this stuff set up for the perfect cut, instead of doing all this crazy measuring and stuff, right? So I'm excited about it. You will see this show up on a future Wood Whisper episode, either in review, maybe in a live session. Hey,
Did unboxing?
that's a Powermatic box you're kicking over there. It's worth more than regular boxes, Hi, Nicole.
Hi.
Welcome back.
It's the time of the hour.
Is it? You know what this is?
That is a tenoning jig.
See that? She's
I know how
trained.
to read.
Okay. So anyway, Powermatic tenoning jig. Did we hear from Joan when this is hitting the market? It's soon, right?
Yes, I think in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Did you see their new attachment for the lathe?
I did.
It's like
Scott was telling me about that on Tuesday.
robotic.
The
crazy.
tail stock, right, is you can rotate it out of the way.
Rotates.
It's pretty fancy schmancy.
It's crazy.
So anyway, this should be available soon. I'm going to let you know all the details, the nitty gritty, the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, whatever it is.
Shannon said he wants to bid on the bucket. You want to bid on Mateo's SpongeBob bucket?
You cannot have Mateo's bucket.
This is going to be.
What are you, crazy?
So I have some awesome news. You guys are outdoing yourself. Just calm down. This is only the first hour.
Who, me and Scott?
No.
Oh,
the-
I just
our
want to take credit for
viewers,
something.
Our viewers.
Well, you know what? I stopped in the middle of doing the legs over there and realized I haven't thanked everybody
Yeah.
for showing up for this. This is pretty amazing.
It's really crazy.
I have no idea how many people are
so
there, but
we've already raised over $1,100.
really?
Yes.
Did that come out of my checking account?
No.
Oh, okay.
People
Just
are
making sure.
watching. Donating.
I don't know. She's
so-
sneaky like that. So
So I figure we could thank everybody.
as long as they don't mind.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying we're not saying the amounts.
Shannon wants to know if the stool sample is already in the bucket.
We did get
The stool
his-
sample will cost you extra,
His
sir.
doctor's appointment is 11, so I'm gonna have to leave here
Ugh.
at 10:30.
I hate the fact that you have to wait a few hours to find out
Yeah.
what the hell's going on with this kid.
So your lunch will be just a little delayed.
Okay.
Okay.
We might have to ask Scott what he wants.
Yeah.
I've got 2 PB&Js, so.
Okay. Well, there you go.
He came prepared.
You got lunch.
He's like me. When I go get a tattoo, it's an all-day thing. I'm probably the only guy who brings a peanut butter and jelly to a tattoo session. Because I'm like, I don't want to go out when I'm getting tattooed. I want a PB&J, baby.
So let's thank everybody. We're gonna thank you guys. So if
Yeah.
you don't want to be thanked.
Let us know ahead of
thanking
time.
you anyway.
But you're good people.
And
So
you're going to be put into this bucket, and we're going to draw one randomly. And
should I be folding this or something?
Yeah, fold it.
Okay. Robert Kruger.
Thank you, Robert.
You know what? We will not specify the amount.
No, because I don't have the amount on here.
Okay. Yeah. So I can't cheat.
Well, don't. Yeah, just fold it normally.
Can I
Fold
just?
it- All right, whatever.
It's perfect. That's much more consistent. Charles McCralis.
Thank you,
McCralis.
Charles.
Thanks so much, Charles. Remember, it's thewoodwhisperer.com/donate if you want to contribute. And if you missed this hour, which you did, it's
Yep.
9 o'clock.
Now I'm starting.
We're starting the next hour, so at 10 we'll have another.
I think this might work.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hours to go.
Yeah.
You know what? And what if I finish early with the build? What do we do?
We'll just.
I'll start dancing.
Just keep
All right. Jason Willits. Thank you, Jason. Bob
There's
DeVries.
something I don't like about you just crumpling it up.
It's a little symbolically awful.
Yes. That's
So
what I mean.
you-
Fold it
you got-
nicely.
yeah, but this way they're all consistent, and we can mix them up.
all right.
Bob DeVries are my second favorite Michigan woodworker
Oh. Where's Matt Vanderlist?
in Michigan.
That's what I thought.
That's why I said that.
That's what-
Who else do I know in Michigan? Michael Ellery. Thank you, Michael. Joseph Mensch, my buddy.
Yeah, our friend Joseph. Thank you, Joseph.
He's the Milwaukee pusher. He's like a drug pusher who pushes Milwaukee
He likes
products on
Milwaukee.
me. Yes.
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. He scolded me for touching a Makita drill in my video. Thanks, Joseph. Appreciate that. Brendan Collins.
I got a lot.
You know, we haven't really said exactly what the freebie is going to be in the guild.
They get to pick
I know,
anything they want.
but we might be extra after a good feel-good day like this. We might be a little extra generous with these people who are donating.
Okay.
You may get. It's going to be worth your $25. Let's put it that way. James Sodam. Thank you, James.
At least any project in the guild you want.
It's all going to be rockers and workbenches. Telling you. Deer Park, that's good coffee. Stuart McGill. Thank you, Stuart. Matt Palambaro. Juan Ruiz. I didn't realize how many we had.
Yeah, and this is open to everyone. There's no limit on.
Scott,
where
get your
you
phone
live.
out. Make your donation. Tom Valeriano. And by the way, or Valeriano, he's the guy who's also broadcasting
Oh,
live.
awesome.
Yeah, handyhomestead.com/shop-cam. Check out what Tom's up to.
Our really good friend Jay.
Robert's going for number 1, he says. John saw my jazz hands. That's good. Okay, and Jay Talbot. Jay, you're the man. Thank you so much. All right, let's pick a lucky winner chicken dinner. Trying to look for something to cover
I
it.
think I might keep all of this in like a bigger bucket,
Oh,
then
and
we
do
can
like
do
a
like a grand
Big
prize.
giant. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good idea. We'll do that.
We're gonna
So
save
you
all.
have 2 chances to win something, right? Everybody will be in the pool for the second one.
Yes.
So we just need a bigger garbage can.
Dump out the brute.
Yeah, put it in a brute. Okay, ready? Here we go. Do you want to pick?
Yeah.
Pick a good one. I'm going to predict. It's Jay Talbot.
Charles McCreeless.
Charles McCreeless.
I will be contacting you to find out which project you would like.
Congratulations, Charles.
Congratulations. And everybody, don't worry. At the end of this, I'm saving everybody, and there's going to be a grand prize game.
Grand prize game.
Who watched Bozo when they were kids?
Nobody.
I did.
Just you.
It was awesome.
Just you and the rest of the people in Missouri.
And Chicago.
And Chicago.
That's where they filmed it. All right.
By the way, you do have a great chance. I mean, that was awesome. That was a great turnout. But ultimately, if you're looking at your chances of winning, that was what, 1 in 10?
Something like that?
Yeah. So who knows? This may, it depends on how many people donate. But ultimately, that's a pretty darn good possibility of winning. All right, so we are through the leg segment. We talked about our good friends at Powermatic. And by the way, powermatic.com is where you can find more information about that wonderful company. I've always tried to push people to support the companies that support your favorite podcasters and YouTubers. These are companies who believe that, they're a company, they're a business, they're in it to make money, so let's not make it out to be too much more than it is. But ultimately, I think it's great to support companies who support the little guys. We're not TV shows, people on YouTube just making videos in their garage.
I'm going to use this box.
There you go, the Powermatic box, sweet. They don't have, this massive amount of funding behind them, but when these companies come along and say, we're going to actually give you money to do what you do and to give our brand some exposure, of course, I think that's a really cool thing. So it's good to support them, and especially the companies we have working with us today are companies that, I looked at this list, every one of them is like near and dear to my heart. Mm-hmm. I like the people behind it, I like the way they do business, and I like their products.
I think it's really cool to see how the woodworking community over the last, we've been doing this for almost 10 years. Can you believe that?
What? I must explain all the gray hair. I also am going gray.
Yes. White.
You're going to go white. Yeah. 10 years is a long time.
But I think it's really cool to see how the evolution of the industry is alive and well still.
Well, even just in the past,
It's cool.
the past 5 years, just with smartphones becoming ubiquitous and YouTube channels becoming ubiquitous, it's like it's what blogging was initially. Where everybody had a blog. Now everybody's got a YouTube channel.
Yep. Oh,
Scott, when did you first hear about the Wood Whisperer stuff? Like, when did you find our website?
In 2011, when my wife and I moved into our house.
That late, 2011.
But I didn't start woodworking until 2011.
Okay, cool.
Getting back into woodworking.
So is your house purchase that kind of took you
Yeah.
his story too?
Yeah, so it sounds like Scott and I have a similar backstory. Okay, everything's still okay with the feed? Everything's looking solid?
I'll check. The auctions, all but
It's Deborah with Doorbusters. Ladies will be at your home on
Thank you, Debbie.
between 8 and 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
all of the auctions are live on the auction page except the Rockler ones. So I'll get those up in the next hour.
Okay.
So Powermatic.
Oh, so should I mention what the Powermatic auction is?
Yes, it's live.
Is it live and on?
live.
Okay. So it's thewoodwhisperer.com/auction.
Auction.
And each one of these sponsors is putting something up for the auction. Powermatic has a drill press. It's the same one I've got, right?
Yep. And we gave one away 2 months ago.
Okay. Hey, thanks guys for the feedback on the feed. Scott, you want to just rotate around real quick? This drill press, this is the drill press that's going to be given away in the auction. Now these auctions are going to run for a long time. What happens, and I'll be honest, they quickly get at or near their retail value, and then they creep up above the retail value, which sounds insane because people are paying more than the thing is actually worth, but it's because of the donation factor. They're not only getting that saw or that tool, they're not only getting that tool or those items, but they're donating to the charity. So people tend to be extremely generous. So if you were in the market for something like this and you have a few extra bucks to throw down on top of it, the auctions are a really great way to do it. And I'll warn you ahead of time, the auctions are not a place to save money. All right, some people may misunderstand the purpose of the auctions, and it's definitely not to save money. It will cost you more money. So now let me get my head back in the game. We're on legs part 2 and also templates. So let's talk a little bit about templates. Let's go right here, Scott. And I'm going to get my templates and my paper. The templates for this project consist of 2 very straightforward shapes. We've got one for our legs. It's going to look like this. I just make my templates out of 1/4-inch stock. The template stock is not included in the materials list because you can make this out of just about anything you have laying around. Thin stock I find to be the most convenient. So this is the leg, and then we have the chair sides, right? And this is all one-piece construction. So the entire chair will be coming out of one piece of ply with holes cut out and the shape cut around it. So how do you make these templates? It's actually pretty easy. We give you both a full template, so you have the entire thing full size that you could probably take to like FedEx, Kinko's, some printer. You'll be able to take it there and have them printed out on a full-size sheet. That's not convenient because you have to go get it printed, but it's more convenient in the shop because it's already together. If you are going to do it the way I do it, that is to use your inkjet printer, you can actually print out the 8.5 by 11 version. And I may not have had this print right. Something looks a little weird about this. Maybe it is right. Because this is different than the initial one you printed out for me, or that you sent me. So either way, the 8.5 by 11, when you print it out, you're going to see grid lines all over this thing. And at the corners, there's these little hash marks that tell you where to cut, because those are your joint points between these. So what you'll do is you'll lay out all the sheets, because it is one document just divided up into small sheets. Is this thing in the way? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking this orange cord's hanging in front of my face. How dare you, cord. Hold on, let's wait for it. There we go. All right, nothing like a shop full of gadgets. So you'll lay these out, and then you start to cut to those lines. You actually cut these pieces to those hash lines, and then tape them together. And once they're taped together, you can cut out the individual shapes, use a little bit of spray adhesive to attach them to your template stock, and then you cut around and make your templates. Now these templates are not only useful for drawing our shapes, but we're going to use them as routing templates as well. So we're not worried about the chair just yet, but we are concerned about our leg, right? So I've got this guy that I had just glued up, but we're going to assume we let this bad boy dry overnight, and here is a dried leg blank. I just saw ever see those little tiny spiders that they're so wispy and tiny and fast that like I feel bad killing it. But I just undid the clamps and I just saw this little spider scurry away. I didn't kill him. I feel bad. They look cute. So, after a full dry period, we got a nice, sturdy, beefy leg that just needs to be cut to shape. Now, first things first, squeeze out here. So zoom in a little bit. I'm going to grab a chisel. I generally don't use my you can get closer if it makes it easier. I generally don't use my nice chisels for things like scraping glue. So I've got a less expensive set of marbles here. Now, this is fully dry. Obviously, this is better to remove when it's not fully dry. There's a couple ways you could approach it. You could start to cut in like this. Now, mind you, this is not a supercritical joint, but I'm showing you techniques that I use when it is supercritical, just for good habit. So you can go this way, but sometimes I get a little bit nervous that I'm going to gouge in. So if I see little glue bubbles like this, I'll typically hit it from 2 directions. Once like this, you can hear it snap. And that releases it off of the back wall. And then I'll come along this way, and that pops it up off of the bottom. And what I'm trying to do is avoid that glue taking wood with it. And that's usually pretty effective. Again, overkill for what we're doing here. And now you can go along both walls like that. It's definitely overkill for this, but it's a good practice. Okay, nice and clean. Now that should have no problem when a piece sits in there and joins to that surface. Okay, so let's do a little bit of template layout. Oh, you know what? Let me charge my laptop while I'm not using it. Hi, chat room. I'm looking at you right now. And yeah, you know, a lot of people who watch the show or who have been, friends of ours for a long time know answers to questions that people are asking because you just know how I do things or products that I use. So please, by all means, feel free. If people ask in the chat room, be my helping hands in there and answer people's questions on my behalf. I would appreciate that. The reason I say that is because I saw people doing it already, so it's all good. Okay, one important thing that I should mention, probably should have mentioned it earlier, when you're gluing up these legs, you have to be careful because now you actually have, they're not all exactly the same because we changed that angle. So you have to have two of each type. If I can give you, we'll look at it later on. Just know that you have to orient these in a way. So what I like to do is if I'm doing two at a time, I want them to look like mirror images of one another. That's the easiest way for me to see it. So I'll have one leg here, I'll grab my other two leg part pieces, put them there, and then fold them open, apply my glue, and what I'm doing is making sure that if I had a mirror in the middle, that's what I would see. The orientation would be opposites of one another. And then I'll do my second set of legs and do the same thing. They're opposites. In the chemistry world, they would be enantiomers. Why would anyone care about that? Scott knows what I'm talking about. So just know that, all right? So for this piece, we have one left. My hope is that this one is properly oriented. You know what? It's totally worth it. Let me get the legs, and we'll double check. That's my organic chemistry coming back to haunt me. Okay, so this would be, as I'm facing the table, a right leg and a left leg. Do you see how they're not the same? Right? They're mirror images. This is a left leg, and this is a right leg with no curves. Okay? So if I had another one of these, they would be screwed up. I would actually have, I'm curious. I didn't pay attention on the one I did before. And since this one, this is just a dummy piece. No, I would have lucked out. Right? But you could see that if the orientation had gone the other way, I would have had two of the same leg, and that would not work. All right? So we're in good shape. It's good to double check. Okay. Bop, bop, doodly-doo-doo. So now the template goes on our legs, and there's really only one right way to do it, okay? So if you look at how I have this set up, something doesn't look right. I have to put a dramatic pause so that I could drink coffee. All right, something's not right. Well, that's because you need to flip it over, all right? Two of your legs will take the template this way. Two of your legs will take the template this way. Now, when you make your template, this is just the way we set it up. This is no particular math or science behind it. This is just the way the curves work out. We have a touch point right about here and a touch point at this bottom corner. So what that means is, how do you know how to orient this on the workpiece? That's what those two marks are there for, right? So since I have to flip it over, I won't have my grid, but I still have my pencil marks here showing me where my touch points are. Okay? So I want to make sure that this template hits the bottom corner and is also flush with the bottom, right? And then I rotate it toward myself until this area is nice and flush out here. That's how you know you're in the right spot. And if those points are touching, you're locked in. Right now I got a little bit of a cup to this template, so I'm going to have to push down. Marc. What? What? That's off. Trace with a pencil. This pencil line is not super critical. We're gearing up for a flush trim process at the router. So we're going to cut close to the line, but not on the line. So it's okay if there's a little extra material there. That's our leg shape. And all of this has to go. All that has to go. All that has to go. Okay? Now, let me talk about my little buddy, the jigsaw. All of the curve cuts in this project can be done with a jigsaw. Some we'll have to use the jigsaw on. For instance, how am I going to cut this center hole? I'm going to drill holes and use my jigsaw, right? So we're going to have to use it anyway. But just for the sake of expedience and convenience, I'm not going to use the jigsaw to make these cuts. I will use my bandsaw. Just know that with a longer blade on here, there's no reason why you can't cut this with a jigsaw. So if you're very limited in your tooling, so far, let's recap. We've used a circular saw. We've used the table saw, which is optional, but recommended. And you could be using your jigsaw for this, but we're going to depart from that and use the bandsaw. By the way, the finished video of this build will not feature the bandsaw. So I am going for the most limited tool version possible for the final release of this project. Let's head over to the bandsaw. Oh, you know what? I got an idea. Let's drink coffee first. Yeah, baby. Here's another thing. I'm one of those people who has a bad habit of drinking too much coffee. And if I drink coffee out of a mug, it's all over. Like, I will drink 5 cups of coffee and not think twice about it. Okay, just making sure the video's not playing over here. Ah, you turd. But with this thermos cup, because it keeps it so hot, and I usually use it while I'm in the shop, I don't drink nearly as much coffee because I'm drinking in small sips, and I find that that is better for my health. All right, saw plugged in. I just have a basic 14-inch Powermatic bandsaw here. 14-inch is probably your go-to. I mean, if you have to have a smaller saw in your shop, you do what you have to do. But I think ideally, if you could work up to a 14-inch, that's going to allow you to do some resawing activities, cutting curves. This is kind of the workhorse. Now, if you have a pro-level shop or you really get deep into the hobby, you may want to go with a bigger bandsaw like I've got over there, just for more power, for more capacity, things like that. But really, when it comes down to it, the 14-inch is your workhorse saw. So what I'm going to do is cut as close to this line as I dare. I don't want to go over the line. I want to leave just enough that I could use my router table to do the flush trimming operation. All right? Let me strap on my Velcro. Ready? Router table. You know what? Go back to the to the bandsaw real quick. I'll tell you what, Scott and I are pretty safety conscious guys, and most of the time when we work together in the shop, we can't talk because we've got respirators on the whole time, and this is killing me not having a respirator on right now, literally and figuratively. But yeah, normally I am fully decked out with dust collection going, as well as a respirator to protect myself from this crap. But I'm taking one for the team today. All right, so real quick at the bandsaw, this is just like when I talked about the table saw, the subtle nuances of working this tool, things that, you may wonder why my hands are where they are. I will push with my hands in the path of the blade like this, but I'm staying a good distance away. I really don't want forward motion with my hands near the blade. So if I'm doing anything like that, typically my palms are sort of planted. They're planted into the surface because that friction, that weight, means only my fingers are moving. So even if this piece just takes off, my hands aren't going to go with it because I'm not pushing like this. I'm pushing from a stable position, and if the workpiece flies away, okay, bye-bye. The other thing I'll do is a lot of times I will put my hand behind the blade to serve as a bit of a guide pin. So if I'm pushing forward, I don't want my hand guiding here. Again, I don't want it so close to the blade, but I can do quite a bit of guidance behind the blade like this and continuing to push. So now both of my hands are in a safe zone, right? Just a little bandsaw safety tip for you. All right, let's head to the router table. Man, I'm going to wear my respirator with this thing. It won't help me after we're done and the dust is in the air, but it'll help me while I'm routing. All right, now to do this routing operation, you will need a fairly sizable bit. And the reason is because it's almost 1.5 inches in thickness, excuse me, that we're playing with. Just proud of 1 3/8 when these two pieces of Baltic birch are together. So you need a cutter on your router table that has at least that capacity. So what I've got here, if you want to zoom in, Scott. Excuse me. If you don't know this about me, I have a public speaking problem, and that is my voice gets raspier, and I have to clear my throat, and if I talk too much, I actually will lose my voice. That's happened several times when I've done presentations over weekend periods, and yeah, it's brutal. Anyway, so I apologize for that. This is a regular flush trim bit. The bearing is at the top. Terminology-wise, flush trim bits are the ones with the bearing where you see this one. If the bearing is below, between the shank and the cutter heads, usually you see those referred to as pattern bits. And these flush trim bits come in all kinds of shapes and sizes. So the longer variety is what you're going to need because we need our bearing to ride on a template, and we need the cutter head to cut all this away. Now sometimes you can change things up using a pattern bit. You can kind of do half of the routing with the pattern on the bottom, bearing on the bottom, and then you could raise the bit for the second round of cuts if the cutter head isn't long enough to take it all in one shot. But I personally prefer, if I can, to get it all in one shot like this. All right, so let's back out and we'll get the template attached. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to make Bruce happy. Microjig is one of our sponsors today, so I'm going to use my grip blocks at the router table today. Double stick tape. This stuff, I buy it under the name of Turner's tape. A lot of people have different viewpoints about how to stick templates to your work, but this is just what works for me. I've got no problems with it. I enjoy using it. So I get this from either Amazon or Rockler, actually, is where I typically pick this stuff up. And a roll lasts a long time. All right, so I usually cut off one chunk, and I break that into 3 pieces. Okay. One at the bottom, one in the middle, and that should be enough to immobilize it. This stuff is pressure sensitive, right? So you push it down, it makes contact, but you really need to kind of lean into it. A lot of times I'll use my fingernail to really push it down into the wood fibers. Make sure you get a nice good grip, right? And then you just peel the backing off. Has it warmed up yet? It was pretty cool this morning, wasn't it? When I walked into the house, I was like,
Temperatures in general, I think, are
unseasonably cool. Because, you know, everyone loves the sweat on Halloween night, right? Like we did last year.
And it's funny how 100 degrees seems cool.
100 degrees yesterday. We went out to lunch. It was 100 degrees, and I'm like, this is nice. I could live with this when it's dry. Okay, so our job now is to line up the template. We've got our pencil lines, and I don't know if you saw how close I got, but I did get fairly close with that pencil line. Now this is up to how comfortable you are with your bandsaw. You don't always get this close, sometimes a little further, but the router bit can handle it just fine. You may have to just take a couple passes to get all the way back if there's too much material. But the more accurate, the better your aim is at the bandsaw, you're just going to save yourself time and effort during the routing and wood waste going into the air. All right, so let's plop this template on. I'm just going to make it flush at the bottom and use my pencil lines and my eye to make sure we're lined up here. Now I didn't do it here because I wasn't thinking, and there may already be some there, but I usually have packing tape. I use packing tape, wide tape, to hold my templates together. And then if I know I'm going to put double stick tape in that section, I'll put a piece of packing tape there as well, so that the double stick tape is on packing tape and not on the paper. If it's on the paper, when I pull this off, I'm going to pull paper away, and if for whatever reason, maybe there are special marks on it. Good example here. Look at this template. We had some paper rip. If this was a vital mark, or maybe I hadn't drilled my holes for our drill points yet, I can actually rip that paper right off of there, and there goes my reference marks. Okay, so keep that in mind. What I should have done, which again, we're in the heat of it, you forget about it. I should have put a clear piece of packing tape all the way across here instead of, well, I've got one right there. Put it here as well, and that will protect the paper. All right, so I usually just put my weight into it, lean up on it. Okay, throw on a little bit of 3M dust collection, dust protection. Best respirator in the world. This is, what was the 6500 series? 7500 is the one that I used for years. Then they came up with this quick release lever. I call this the coffee release. And this allows the thing to release, and I can actually get access to my mouth. Works kind of nice. Okay. Oh, by the way, am I still microphone? Yeah. In a lot of cases with something like this, you'd want to use a pin here. Router tables tend to come with these little safety indexing pins that allow you to contact the pin first, and it supports the work as you go into a spinning bit. When the bit is sharp, when there isn't that much material, you can usually just ease your way into the cut. Just be careful not to go right on the corner. In fact, I tend to stay 1/8 of an inch away from the corner because I don't want to press my luck. That little bit of material at the end, I could always sand or scrape or remove that by other means. So if you're seeing that I'm not using an index pin, don't worry. I am a professional. Not really. Just make this crap up as I go along. Okay. Here we go. I don't know if you guys saw that, but I noticed the base plate, the zero clearance plate, was not tight. This is why you cannot ever let your awareness down when you're in the shop. Now you notice I went for 2 rounds there. When you're cutting this much material, even a sharp bit is going to have trouble removing all of that easily. So you want to take it in light cuts. So as I'm pushing along, I'm not really putting a lot of force into that bearing. I don't want to skew the bit in any way. So I'm just kind of letting it cut what it wants to cut. And sometimes it just skims a little bit off, and then I have to go back for a second pass to make sure I'm right up to my edge. But if everything works out, we should have a nice consistent curve on both sides, nice and even. Right, so before we move this template, we've got something we need to do to prepare for future joinery here, and that involves the location of our holes. So let's head over to the workbench to do this. How's everybody doing? Check up on the chat room, see what's going on. Guest 184 says, I find drinking beer around power tools to be helpful. Well, I would say, hopefully I answered your question there, David, about why I went past the bit more than once. I would say the one advantage to drinking in the shop is you will definitely think you're a better woodworker than you are. That's got to be one of the results. I don't know if it's worth the risk, though. Okay, so now we've got our template still attached, and this is going to be key. And remember, you're going to have to do this 4 times, 4 different legs, right? So once again, I hope you appreciate us not showing you each one of those steps, because it's a little much. So we got a little bit of drilling to do. So how I like to handle this is to take the same drill bit that I use to drill these holes. Get a little hammer. Yeah, when the template is done, what's great about the template is you actually have your locations for your drill points right into the template. Right? So once that paper is on your template, it's all cut to shape. Go ahead and take a small 1/8 inch, roughly 1/8 inch or even smaller drill bit and drill a through hole through the template, because no matter what side is facing up, I don't need the drawing, I just need to know where those holes are. And we have 2 bolts that are going to go through this and through our tabletop to hold it all together, because it is knockdown joinery. Doesn't have to be. So I should mention that right now. This is an optional step. If you just want to glue these on, I think that would be perfectly strong. I don't see any reason why you couldn't just glue these to the top surface. You're just going to delay it because you have to wait for the glue to dry. I like the idea of knockdown, and I'll tell you why. Because back in 2011, we had absolutely no intention of having another child. So a lot of things were sold because we didn't have room for them. When Mateo grew out of something, we got rid of it. Everything down to bottles and play centers and things like that. So something like this is fantastic, because if you need to flat pack it and put it in the garage for a couple years until kid number 2, 3, 4, 5 comes along, you still have it available. Secondly, it can flat pack and ship. So if you want to build this and send it to a relative cross country, there's no reason why you can't do that, or another organization. So I really like the knockdown aspects. So all I'm going to do is transfer the marks, because I want to know where those holes are. I don't want to fully drill them just yet. I just want a reference point. So all I'm going to do is put that guy, it kind of finds its own center. It can still lean, so you have to make sure it's sitting vertical. I saw Shannon in the chat room. Is he causing trouble? Why isn't he working today? Now, of course, I'm using a brad point bit for this. So the brad point is really got that nice sharp center point. It's perfect for giving me an index mark so I know where to drill. Need a scrap piece of ply. Be good to go. Sorry, should have been a little more prepared. Keep getting up. Okay, now I'm going to show you this because I think it's really cool. There are some tools that either get sent to me by courtesy or hopes that I'll talk about them on the show, and sometimes they're really gimmicky things. I show a lot of them on TWW Live just because I want to support small companies, and I'll let you decide if you think it's a good thing to buy. This is a little pry bar that was sent to me with some router bits from 12V Tools. and I believe the website is 12vtools.com. Maybe double check on that. But he sells a lot of flush trim bits and pattern bits, and I got this in the package. I'm like, what is the deal with this thing? And then I started to use it, and I realized how much better this is than a putty knife. Typically with a putty knife, I tend to gouge my work as I'm prying off a template. And I'll be honest, guys, I don't know how much this costs. This could be ridiculously expensive. It could be a bargain. I don't know. Stuff like this can be tough for people to justify, certainly. But watch how easily it slides in and just pries the template up without damaging the work, because you've got this curved profile. And it's thin at the edge, but it's fairly blunt. It's not real sharp. So it's thin enough to go underneath, but it isn't going to scratch or dent anything. And just like that, it's off. So I thought I would show it to you because I actually think it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay, so we will take off our double stick tape now. Oh, it looks like my top point might have gone through my tape, but it's still there. So these holes in the leg that we're about to drill have to go and accommodate a 1/4-20 bolt, connector bolt. All right, and that connector bolt is going to meet up with one of these bad boys. So this will come from the inside of the case, and this is going to go through our leg, and when they meet, they will happily marry and have little baby connector bolts, right? So these guys go together. The lengths for this hardware are in the post that I just put up recently and when we do the final plan for this. But if I recall correctly, 1 1/8 will work across the board for these bolts. But if you want a little bit more purchase in the legs, you have the option to go up to 1.5 inches, if I'm not mistaken. So these you would want for the legs, you want those to be 1 1/8. If they're too long, it's just not going to work right. All right, because these have a fixed amount of space, amount of threads that it will accept. Okay, so 1 1/8 for the legs. And the 1/4-20 bolts, we need, what size bit do I have here? Where are my bits? I'm not going to answer you. All right, let's get a drill, and we will drill these holes. So I've got my 2 starter holes here. They might be tough for you to see from your vantage point, but they're there. Let's do this. How's that? Holes. Is that clear enough? I think that's good. So because plywood, well, really any wood, has a tendency to tear out when you drill through, you want to back it up, all right? Back it up with a piece of scrap material like this. And here's the great thing. This is why I love brad point bits so much. They've got that little spur in the middle. We now have that little teeny tiny hole, and it's very easy for us to find a location and drill through. So I'm going to hold the drill as straight and vertical as possible and drill straight through, and that material behind it should stop us from tearing out. There's one. There's 2. Hey, so who's excited for football? I am. I can't wait. By the way, that little bit of extra material that I was cautious about routing for safety reasons, you just need a sanding block or something to just continue the profile you started, sand it away. Okay. Scott, if you can you get the roundover bit set up in the router table for me? I would normally use, I can use the handheld router, but I really feel more comfortable just using the router table, and just keep the camera up here so I can chat away. Got my face? All right, so we've got our holes drilled here, and you can see this bolt will pop right through there. Now you want a fairly tight fit, and I'm pretty sure we've got a, what do we got? Yeah, that is a full quarter inch bit, and that bolt slides through, just has enough room, little tiny bit of wiggle room, but you don't want much. You want it to be a fairly nice tight fit, okay? So that's looking good. Now, what we're gonna do is finish this leg off with some roundovers. The roundovers on this project are admittedly a little bit excessive, and that's for a reason. This is for a kid, so I don't want any sharp corners, sharp edges. The roundness just gives it, I think it adds to its sort of playful, whimsical look by having those heavy roundovers. It's something that you might not typically put on a regular piece of furniture. Okay, so while Scott is getting our roundover bit ready to go in the router table, just know that this roundover can be done with a handheld router. And I think this is, shoot, half-inch roundover? I have to look at my bit collection and see which one's missing. Oh, quarter. I was way off. It's a quarter-inch roundover throughout the project. So again, this is one of those cases where I'm going to use my router table, but there's no reason why you can't use a handheld router. The thing you want to be careful of with a handheld router, though, is that your work is stable. So you're going to want to clamp this guy, probably clamp it to a bench and overhang it, and do maybe half of it in the first round as you work your way around. Flip it over, do the other half, and go this way. So that just takes a little bit too long. So I am going to use the router table today for the live demo, but know that there's no reason you can't use a regular router for this in the future. And let's see what's going on in the chat room. Tree Frog, what is up? Brad Ferguson, old friend of mine, good guy. Hey, did you get your bits back? Hope they arrived okay. Brad and I, this is what's amazing about the woodworking community, is how you can sort of hone in on, this all starts with this sort of like virtual friendship with people, right? You meet some of these people, you have stuff in common because you're woodworkers, and then you meet maybe once or twice at a live event, and Brad is one of those guys who, why is the chat locked at 10 minutes ago? That doesn't make sense. Let me refresh this page. Yeah, so Brad is one of the guys that I first became really good friends with, and we've gone to woodworking classes together, which have been fun. That was always a blast. Although the two of us on the same, partnered up is never a good thing. Anyways. That particular set of bits, David, was not an Eagle America bit. That was a, what the heck is the brand? If it's yellow, it's probably that Yonico? But yeah, I don't remember the exact brand name. Eagle America, we'll talk a little bit more about them later, but I have a significant number of, is it? Okay, Yonico. I've got a significant number of Eagle America bits in the shop. Here's the problem. Once a bit is out of its packaging and into the rotation, especially if it's one of those silver metal looking bits, they all kind of look the same, right? MLCS bits, Amana, Eagle America, all these companies, Whiteside, they all look the same. So it's hard for me to tell sometimes, especially if any branding marks have worn off. It's very difficult to tell. Too bad. What measurements are in metric? Gary? Oh, the plywood I'm using, Stephen, is from Spellman Hardwoods. They have 4x8 sheets of Baltic birch, so it's not just 5x5. They got the 4x8s. Unfortunately, Tracy, I'm not going to be able to help you with the donation stuff. I hope Nicole, I'm not sure, again, she's got to take the kid to the doctor, so we may not hear from her, but hopefully you'll be able to get that worked out. Try a different browser. Their site, Cancer Research Institute's site, seemed a little bit wonky to me, so you might want to try a different browser. Maybe that will resolve your problem. All right, we're actually not on a break right now. I'm just killing time. Is the bit about where we want it?
Yep.
Cool, thank you, sir. So back to the router table. We're just going to provide a nice round over on all sides, including the bottom surface. Right, this is going to be important down here because if this table gets dragged and you don't relieve that material, you're just going to pop off layers and cause them to split, right, and tear them out. So you definitely want to make sure that this is rounded over on the bottom. We will manually round over some of these narrow corners, including these up here, just because that's kind of dangerous and a little tricky to do with the router table. So let's go ahead and do a little rounding over. Okay, ready? Okay. Now you may have noticed something. Folks with some shop experience might have noticed what I did there that may look a little bit odd. If you are sort of new to the rules of router tables, you saw me do something that, well, basically we're going along like this, right? Router motion, if you're in front of the bit, you want to be from right to left. So this is all looking normal, looking normal. What I like to do when I hit a corner, I want to make sure my workpiece is always in contact with the bearing. If I do that, I can just go right around that corner just like this, and it'll be just fine. Here's where things start to look a little funny. I continue going. Now I'm actually behind the bit, right? This is perfectly safe, all right, in this particular operation because this is a circle singular point, and the bit's going in the same direction no matter where I'm standing, as long as I'm going what would eventually, I guess you can call it clockwise, around the bit this way. It doesn't matter. I could be standing over here and it would work the same way. So all I'm doing is keeping my body position where it is and I'm working my way around the bit like this. All right, so it's a little bit disconcerting if you know that routers have a directionality safety concern and you suddenly see me going like this, you might think it looks crazy. But if I'm trying to get this routing done, fairly efficiently, it's all one fluid motion for me. If that makes you nervous, you could certainly go do one, stop what you're doing, reposition, do the other, stop what you're doing, reposition, do the other, if that makes you more comfortable, okay? All right, so we've got our roundovers in place. Let's just add a couple more on the bottom here. We'll use a rasp to do that over at the workbench. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a, let's see, take that off. Let's do a periscope. I guess I'll just call all these Build-a-Thon live. And I'll give them numbers. So Periscope is just a quick live application thing, social sharing type thing. What's up, people on Periscope? we're doing our live thing, by the way. If you're on Periscope and you want to watch this whole project live, go to thewoodwhisperer.com/live, and we've got a YouTube stream going there. But I did say that I would try to do some Periscope stuff, so here we go. I'm not going to be able to do it for very long, but I do have to put my phone down. And what we're doing right now is adding a round over to this corner. I've rounded everything else over on my legs. And, you have pink hearts. Like a girl. And I'm going to actually round these over manually. I guess I could have used the bit, but I get a little bit nervous when we have a narrow edge like this to try to get that shape on there. All right, so all I'm going to do is grab a nice little file like this and try to copy roughly the round over that's already in place from the router bit. This is actually a very fine rasp. Let me go with something a little bit more aggressive. This one's fine too, but it should work. And remember, this is just kids' furniture. We don't have to get nuts with this. How's that view of my arm, guys? You like that? Let's try it this way. 2 live things at once. I got a pair. Someone said less lag on Periscope. You guys getting a lot of lag on the YouTube feed? I can tell you, we sort of have a view of our performance on this end, and it seems like we're okay from anything I've got control over. Oh, 30-second lag, so you're basically talking about it's not real time. Yeah, that can't be helped. I don't know why they're so aggressive about that, but they are. I wish they didn't have so much delay. All right, that's probably good enough. We just want to blunt them and kind of copy that 1/4 inch round over. Dull the sharp points. I'll use a little bit of sandpaper here to do that. Round everything over. That's probably close enough. I also want to do this on the top. Now the top, remember, it's going to join up to another piece. The top section is going to sit in just like this. So where do we want to round over on something like this? You want to round over on this edge, and you want to round over up here. You don't want to round over on the inside, right? That's joining up to something else. So you want those to remain nice and sharp. So we can quickly introduce a little bit of a round over here. Like it is. Once again, on Periscope, if you want to watch us all day long, thewoodwhisperer.com/live. You can check us out. I'll be doing a Periscope thing now and then, but I can't do it all day. Okay, that's not too bad. Again, blunt the edges. Just imagine a kid's face coming in contact with it, and let that be your guide to how much you round it over. The way I have it now, it might only take out a tooth. I'm okay with that. The good thing is he's got another set coming in, so he can screw these up. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I'm happy with that. Nice. All right, so this leg is done. Hey, Periscope people, I'm going to turn this off now. We'll check in again a little bit later. All right, thanks. Where's the stop button? Yeah, the Periscope thing is going to be difficult for me to do just because our mobile minutes and all that fun stuff. And I don't want to do anything to jeopardize the primary feed, so I'm not using my Wi-Fi. to do it. Okay, so that is the leg, part 2. This leg now, before you finish it, you definitely want to sand it, right? So we have freshly rounded edges, and this is all plywood. So these edges, normally we do not leave plywood edges just kind of hanging out like this. There's a reason why I'm using Baltic birch. Baltic birch tends to be much more stable, tends to have these fine little layers, so it's a nice stable sheet good, but I find that the layers have fewer voids. So when you route the corner like this, you actually have a corner that will sustain some damage without delaminating and falling apart. This chest back here is made all with Baltic birch and all exposed edges, which a lot of people like the way that looks. I think it's kind of cool. But normally with plywood, you want to protect it with solid wood on the edge to make sure it doesn't get damaged and delaminate. But Baltic birch tends to withstand that stuff pretty well. It still could be problematic depending on the situation, but I feel confident just going into it like this, sanding it nice and smooth, and then putting on my finish, be it paint or a clear coat or something like that. Speaking of the finish, I should mention that the reason we were able to get so efficient with the single plywood aspect of this project is because we didn't worry about grain direction. So there are some parts in that layout that are the opposite grain direction you would want if you're clear coating this project. So you may have parts where the grain is just not going the right way. Be aware of that. You'll need a second sheet of plywood if you're going to do a clear finish on this piece. All right, so this guy can now join his little friends, and I think we could take a little, we'll take a little break, Scott. Round over. Mark the holes, and we are now at stopping point 2. Go hang out with your friends, little leg. You deserve it. You've worked hard today. With a poor quality ply, what would be best to fill the voids? Personally, I would fill it with epoxy. It's going to take a while because now you're going to have to set all your pieces up so that you can let the epoxy drip into the voids and the edges and then let that dry for a few hours and then come back and sand it and flush it up. So it can be a little time consuming, which is why if possible, go for that higher grade of ply or the Baltic birch stuff where you know you have fewer voids just because it's easier to deal with. The other thing to consider, if the void is small, filler. Any wood putty will work. In this case, a wood putty is perfectly fine, especially if you're going to paint over it. I used wood putty on this project, especially when there were just those little tiny holes, and I'm not worrying about epoxy for this. It's not a structural issue, it's just purely visual. Bondo is a good option. If you want something even cheaper, pick up a big vat of plumber's putty. It's basically like dry powder that you mix with water, and you can make a sandable filler out of that stuff too, and it lasts forever.
Hello, everyone.
Guest 587 says, I think what you're doing with Woodworkers Fighting Cancer, hi hon, is fantastic. My father's an avid woodworker. Sadly, he died of lung cancer, so sorry to hear that. What you're doing to bring awareness to cancer and promote funding cancer research is wonderful. Thank you also for this great video instruction. Well, thanks for showing up, we appreciate it, and so sorry to hear about your father. That is tough. If I missed your questions, guys, throw them back in there.
Okay.
We got to keep rolling.
And I got a doctor's appointment. I'm going to have to go.
Okay.
And I got...
What's this?
This is everybody that
Donations.
donated.
Oh my gosh.
This hour. I'm freaking out. Do we have like a whiteboard that we can keep a tally of you don't have a whiteboard at all? A piece of paper? Something?
No.
We got a piece of cardboard right here.
What do you want me to do with that?
We got a bunch of markers right here.
I'm just trying to not be helpful.
Yeah, you're not. So what did I say? Last hour, the first hour, we were at $1,100 for donations.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. What was the last hour? 9 o'clock?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So 10 o'clock, $3,150.
Whoa.
Yes. Whoa.
So you mean this whole idea is working?
I guess. I'm blown away. And Joseph, you almost made me cry by your email. Joseph, our good friend Joseph Munch, he, for the grand...
I think it's Mensch.
Mensch, sorry. Oh,
I'm probably wrong. I'm just guessing.
Anyway,
I just like to correct Nicole when possible.
he is going to, for the grand prize giveaway, he will be donating, in addition to what we donate,
Wait, a Milwaukee tool?
a Milwaukee set.
I knew it! I told you, he's a
tool
pusher.
set. So this is what he's donating.
Are you serious?
Yes.
That's awesome, Joseph. Thank you so much, man.
So Joseph, really, that was awesome. Also, Shannon Rogers, who's
I don't even know who that is. Hey, we're on Periscope, so.
he was watching, and he said there's a lot of confusion about the plans.
Okay.
I think
What's confusing?
he said you might want to reword it so it's obvious there are 2 links.
I was lazy about that. I know.
Everyone thinks only metric is available.
Right, okay. I'll fix it right now. I will fix it right now.
So that's from Shannon.
Thanks for the tip, Shannon.
All right.
I thought Shannon was going to offer something for the grand prize.
No, but he did donate.
I guess that's all right.
We gotta do this.
Just harder on my friends than other people.
I got 20 minutes.
Okay. I'm just busting Shannon's you-know-whats. Shannon Rogers, by the way, handtoolschool.net. If you're sick of all this power tool talk, go see my buddy Shannon at the Hand Tool School.
That's a hand tool.
Oh, I use hand tools. I even wrote a book that has a few in it.
Yeah. Oh, baby.
Pregnant, huh?
Yeah.
Is that rough?
I can punch you on camera. I
Yes.
don't care at this point.
Yes, you can.
Okay, here we go. Make sure that, these, because all of them are timestamped, so this is.
Yeah. Brian
this is
Clan?
between the 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock hour.
Brian Clan.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Should I not edit my website live on video here? Wade Westwood. Thank you, Wade. I'm going to make that correction afterwards. Travis Odegaard.
I feel like he has a brother named
Thor. I'm sure he's gotten that before. Adam Comfort.
Who would it be if his middle name was Thor?
How cool would it be to be a R&B or jazz musician and your name is Adam Comfort? It just sounds appropriate. Kelly Steer. And just for people who haven't seen me do this, I'm not.
No.
I'm doing this so I can select a winner, not because
trying
I'm
to make
saying.
it equal when we.
Not because I'm saying your donation is trash. Joshua Mann. Thank you, Joshua. Thomas Doe. Thanks, Thomas. Ryan Houlihan. John McGrath. See names I recognize in here. Austin Greenway. Oh my goodness. Ben Minshall. Sinclair Chi. Bradley Frey. This is crazy. You guys are awesome.
I got in and I looked at my email, I'm like, oh my gosh! I hope I have enough
Jason Darevensky.
paper. I have plenty of paper. But
Matthew Simons. I know, think of the trees. Think of the trees, guys.
I'm going for ease.
Jared Kuntz. Yeah, I think this is more about convenience than trees.
And when you do win, I'm actually in contact with the folks at Charity Research because I don't get the emails.
Okay.
So if you really want to get your project today and you do win, you can email me at nicole@thewoodwhisperer.com and I can get you your prize. Otherwise, I'll be sending out all the emails to the winners at the end of the day and asking you what you want.
Okay. Mitch Bailey, Ken Fitzpatrick, Matt Barclay, Dan Kallenberg, Matthew Kress,
You're one ahead of me.
Tim Muncie. Yeah, I'm reading what's in your hand. I'm that fast, Nicole. Daniel Bartz, sorry. William Valentine. Joseph Van Deventer.
Is he a mentor?
Sean Rubino. I don't think we can do this every time. If we have this many, we probably have to do something different.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this.
Travis Radcliffe, because this is not fun to watch, I don't think.
I think they want to hear their names.
But they don't want to watch me crumble papers over and over. Brian Grubal, Chris Kibler. We'll improve on this next time, guys. Sorry.
Hey, we're flying by the seat of our pants here.
Bet they leave the air on over the weekend, idiots. Hey, you know what you can do, buddy? You can go stick this piece of paper where,
Who
never
leaves
mind.
the air on?
I don't know, some douche in the chat room.
Are we talking about this air?
Yeah,
We live in Arizona.
we leave it on all the time, so it's just that's just what happens. Tim Adamek, I just called somebody a douche live. Sorry. Bob DeVries again. Welcome back, Bob. Let's see. Thomas Evans. Justin Counterman. James Davis. We're almost done here, people. Sorry.
2 more.
It's a bit satisfying when we crumble the paper. James Davis. Here, how's this? Oh, yeah. Nice. And Miguel Estrada and Sochit Su. I bet you I nailed that one. All right, Nicole's going to pick a winner out of all these. We'll try something different next time to pick the winners because that's a little silly to do all of that.
Because we don't.
Put them in a box. All right, pick a winner, Nicole.
The winner for hour 2.
Jason Derevensky. Congratulations, Jason, and Nicole's going to be in touch, right?
Yes.
To find out what you want. You're going to get a guild project, and
Anyone you want. And everybody that donated this hour is automatically entered in for the grand prize at the end of our live build.
right.
Which, how's it going timing wise?
I don't know. I have no idea. We'll see where we end up. I don't
Why
know.
are you confused?
What's confusing? Let us help you. We're here to help. Tell us what you're confused about. Well, the thing is, on Periscope, I'm not explaining things as much. They haven't been here the whole time. I'm just
yes.
kind of turning it on every couple of minutes. We're in the middle of a Build-a-Thon for Woodworkers Fighting Cancer. If you go to thewoodswhisperer.com/live, you could watch the entire thing. We're trying to go, for the most part, all day long, building a project and encouraging people to donate at thewoodswhisperer.com/donate. Where they can enter to win something every hour. So on Periscope, I'm just kind of logging in and broadcasting because a few folks asked me to. Though if people complain about how much we use paper, I might not go back there.
Or leaving the air on?
Or leaving the air on, okay. But anyway, so that's what we're doing. And I'm just showing up on Periscope now and again to just to let people see what's going on. But again,
Woodworkersfightingcancer.com.
yeah, woodworkersfightingcancer.com. You can find out all the information about the charity if you're interested. All right, so hey, thanks for watching, folks, on Periscope. And I'm going to click stop now. Peace out. Seriously, what a jerk. That just bugs me.
Stop.
Sorry. See, normally you guys don't get to see raw emotion when we do stuff. But when we're doing something like this and somebody gives me crap, I'm going to give them crap back. Okay, I tried to fix the links on the page where the plans are posted. It still needs to be fixed up perfectly. It's not all hyperlinked properly, but now it says SketchUp Imperial, SketchUp Metric, and hopefully people will see the difference.
Okay, so I will be gone. I probably won't come in for the 11 o'clock hour because I'll be at the doctor's office with Mateo.
Okay,
And so at the 12 o'clock hour.
so we'll skip an hour
We'll skip an hour. So at the 12 o'clock hour,
when we do lunch.
we'll do the drawing for the 11 o'clock.
catch up.
And then we'll do the catch up.
Okay,
So
that sounds
keep
good.
donating.
Yeah, thewoodwhisperer.com/donate if you want to enter. Again, one donation per person per hour gets you in the running for a chance to win something. I was just before, I know I confused the issue with Periscope, I'm sorry. I was reading things on Periscope. The chat I'm paying attention to answer questions directly is at thewoodwhisperer.com/live. I don't want to exclude YouTube, but the problem is it's a lot easier to manage my own chat room and read what people are writing. So my apologies for that. Okay, goodbye, good luck. Text me, let me know what the doctor says.
Okay.
Did you guys get a sample?
Yes.
Oh, oh sweet. I don't want to get that mixed up with my dessert tonight. Okay, I don't know about verifying payment. Maybe someone else who's donated might be able to tell you. So let's do just a little bit of Q&A, and then we'll be able to hear a little bit from one of our sponsors real quick. Yeah, keep in mind, if you've never made a donation to this company, or credit card companies are very cautious about this stuff. So if this is your first time doing something like this and it doesn't fit your profile, your credit card company may flag it to have you verify it just for fraud protection. The current bids for the auctions, if I'm not mistaken, everything should start to be populated on thewoodwhisperer.com/auction, and you'll be able to see them there. I haven't looked at it myself. Nicole's setting that up now, but the auctions themselves, the widget should show the current donation level. People are having trouble donating. That sucks. My apologies, guys. You know what? This is like a 3-month effort. So if we have problems today, just keep in mind this is day one of a three-month long charity drive. So if you can't get in today, I know it's for the sake of a prize, but if you can't get in today, you'll be able to, I'm sure, at some point in the future. Is Lorna working? My mom is going with Nicole to the doctor. She's helping Nicole out with Mateo. Do we need lunch delivery? I think we do, actually. I think Nicole and my mom are going to take care of that for us. All right. Braxton, what's up, dude? What the hell am I doing? Oh, all right. So each of the Q&As is going to be sponsored by one of our Woodworkers Fighting Cancer sponsors. And this one is Fuji Spray. You guys have probably seen me use Fuji quite a bit. They are my preferred brand of HVLP products. But Fuji has a little message they want you to hear. It says, Fuji Spray is a leading North American manufacturer of HVLP spray finishing equipment with headquarters located in Toronto, Canada. I didn't know that. That's news to me. Since 1986, Fuji has designed and built high-volume, low-pressure systems that have set the standard for the industry. HVLP is clean technology. Through experience and innovation plus improved technology, Fuji Spray has continued to stay market leaders in their field. They offer a wide range of turbine spray systems to meet the needs of the professional and serious DIYer. Products are designed with Canadian technology and are Canadian made. I wonder if you open them up, every one of them goes, hey, like that. That offers you a little slice of Canadian bacon. All of this supported by exceptional customer service each and every time. That's at fujispray.com. They are also doing an auction for the new Q5. If you're not familiar with their labeling terminology, that 5 means it's a 5-stage turbine. I've never touched such a thing, and hopefully I will have the opportunity to in the future. But what I do have here that I could show you, I'll bring up on the bench, is, should have done that first. This is my Q4. There you go. This is the Fuji Q4. And I've, since probably 2004, 2005, I bought my first Fuji turbine. It was a Q3, and it made a huge difference in my business and what I could actually do. I took that thing on job sites. We did a refinishing job on an entire bar in Scottsdale and sprayed inside. Of course, the place was closed at the time. But we did a whole refinishing job inside with lacquer, top to bottom, and my Fuji was terrific. It was just a great tool for the job. Since then, I've upgraded to a Q4. It's a 4-stage. By the way, the stage is simply, it means it's a more powerful machine, okay? And it's able to atomize thicker finishes, all right? So if you're going to do things like latex paint, you may want something that's 3, 4, and even potentially one of these new 5-stage units, all right? But that's the Q4. And here's one of the spray guns that come with it. And what I really like about systems like this is you don't need a compressor. It's all self-contained, right? So you have your air pressure coming from here. You've got a hose that connects directly to the gun. And it's, this is a siphon-fed system, but they also have gravity feed guns you could use as well. I've got nothing but good things to say about Fuji, and I can't thank them enough for sponsoring this event. So in the future, you will likely see the Q5 show its face because it's kind of hard to not have more power when it's available to you. So thank you very much, Fuji, for helping us out today. Fujispray.com. And also, let's see, fujispray.com/introducing-the-Q5. So if you go there, you can find out about the new Q5 system. And look, I mean, it's got a little weight to it, but this is clearly portable. I don't know if you guys have ever seen how I handle the turbine here. This might be interesting to look at. I've got a mobile cart. Certainly build your own. but I bought this one as one of those Rubbermaid or U-line deals because I keep this in the back of the shop, and when it comes time to spray, I don't have a spray booth, so this bad boy gets rolled out into the driveway, and I can spray outside. All right, so it's very portable. I keep it at the bottom here, and I've got this top zone for whatever things I need to stage for finishing. I usually don't spray right on this though. You can see sometimes I do, obviously. You want to keep the spray away from the turbine if you can, but that's why you've got that big, long, giant hose. Oh, by the way, speaking of the hose, heavy duty, right? This is an area where you look at cheaper turbine systems, you'll find that they skimp, right? This is a very heavy duty hose and actually has the little, the little connector on the end. What do they call this? A whip? Where it's a lot more flexible and light duty so that the last 4, 5, 6 feet of hose are lightweight and they're not sort of bearing down and pulling your spray gun down on you. So these are really convenient. But really high grade stuff. And in the past few years, Fuji has started to get way more involved in the home hobbyist and semi-pro sort of market. So in addition to the Q4 and the Q3 and now the Q5, they've got their hobby pro, semi-pro. I haven't had hands-on with those tools, but they are made to be a little bit more competitive in a market where people are just looking for more cost-effective solutions to spray. So they're really trying to cover the whole range of products there. But Fuji spray, good stuff. If you're in the market for a turbine, you will be best served by checking them out. All right, we got time for a couple more questions. My puppy is entranced by Marc. I entertain dogs. I'm not too proud to admit it. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Next up, we're going to be working on the chair. So I think we can, we'll do the layout, the cutting with the jigsaw. And we got, our chair blank board is over there. Any ideas on a site dust extractor? You might need to be a little more specific than that. Like you mean like a portable dust extractor, full dust collection system? I've talked about this stuff on the website a couple times. Just do a couple searches on the Wood Whisperer site. You should find at least what I use. That'd be my opinion on it. Let's see. Going back to the flush trim. Oh, hold on. I got to go into my setup and tell it to stop scrolling. No scroll, please. Oh, what's with the paper over the Powermatic sign? Well, it's not meant to be paper over Powermatic. It's our scoreboard, our thermometer, if you will, of our dollar donation amounts that we've had each hour. So, but good point. Let's put it down here. Using cedar in a Danish oil finish, is there a limit to how much oil it can take before it will no longer absorb anymore and causes it to pool on the surface? Yes, Jared. And it's not so much the oil or the wood itself, it's kind of the fact that Danish oil has some polyurethane varnish in it. So the more coats you apply, the more you're layering coats of that film. So even with the Danish oil that has raw oil in it as well, it can still build to a film. And eventually that film is going to seal off the surface and it's not going to build anymore. It's not going to absorb anymore. And instead it's going to continue to build layers, right? So there absolutely will be a point where it's going to pool. If you're looking for something that doesn't do that, you're going to want to go with boiled linseed oil or something like a tried and true oil, something that doesn't have a varnish component to it. And that's going to actually give you a finish that will continually absorb pretty much as you want to apply. The joinery I'm using, Patrick, for this project is going to be knockdown hardware and dowels, and that's it. Tim has a question about the HVLP. Says, how's the quality of the HVLP compared to a brushed-on finish? Well, it's almost night and day difference. Brushed-on finishes tend to leave brush strokes, right? They take a lot longer to apply on the surface. There's no contest when it comes to speed and general quality, right? Because the spray atomizes the finish, puts a nice even coat down, and it looks good right off the bat, and then it dries. Paint, you gotta hope that it levels out. Some of those brush strokes will disappear. It's not that painting is bad, but it takes longer, requires a little bit more, manual dexterity to get good results. And it's just slower, So for me, HVLP all the way if you can. Alex, I am in the Phoenix area. We're in the Southwest. Oh, Jeff, sorry to hear that, man. I wish you the best of luck with your treatments. Thanks for showing up today. Okay, so L pronounced Ailey. Ailey? That's an interesting spelling for Ailey. Well, hello, Ailey. How are you? Where'd you get the black on white Chuck Taylors without the black stripe? Well, it's a very important question. I got these from the Converse website. So I don't know if this is something that's specific to the Chuck 2 series, the new ones they just came out with, and maybe that's one of the things that defines them visually from the other types, the traditional Chuck Taylors. What's the benefit of a self-contained HVLP over using a compressor? Couple things. First of all, if you have a compressor, you need one that's got enough capacity and is able to move enough air to power a spray gun in the first place. Okay? If you don't have that, you could have issues. Secondly, there's a few more concerns with a compressor-driven HVLP because you have to make sure that the air is filtered. And to be honest, I don't really do that very much, so I only know mostly theoretical knowledge about it. But you have to make sure that the air is filtered, there's no moisture in the line, and you got to get the proper gun that can convert that really high pressure coming off of the compressor into something the gun knows what to do with. So you usually use like a conversion gun, it's called, to get good results from that. It's a perfectly fine way to go, so don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But for the average home woodworker weekender, a lot of times it's just better to buy this self-contained unit. If I do have a big compressor, those are very large and heavy. So if I want to go spray outside, I've got a lot more work to take that plus my gun outside or on a job site than I would if I just used my turbine, which is totally portable. You can throw it in the back of a truck, go to a job site, show up, and your whole spray system is there and ready to roll. So for me, those are the advantages. I just like having a self-contained system, and I don't have to rely on my compressed air. Hello from Texas. Hello from California. What's up, guys? Any chance of getting a scroll saw stencil of your right arm tattoo? I don't know if I have a way of doing that. I have the original drawing, and the artist is going to do a painting of it that I'll build a nice little frame for. So I'll have some stuff. I might be able to like photocopy and send you a copy. I don't plan on doing any scroll art of it, but I could probably give you what you would need to do it if you wanted to, if you were really interested in it. Do I ever use pressure pots for your finish? Patrick, I don't, because I don't use my compressor. If you don't know, pressure pots are what they sound like. They're pots that are under pressure where you put a large amount of finish into the pot, and then you don't actually have to have your gun with the finish on it. The line is drawn up to the gun, so it's kind of, you got a lot of mobility there. But the pressure pot sits in between the compressor and the gun and allows you to have a ton of finish. We used to use one in a refinishing shop that I worked in, and you had this like double pressure pot setup where you just put gallons of material in there so you could spray for a long time without having to refill, which is a huge advantage if you're in a high production environment. Here, I'm good refilling my can if I need to, you know. Oh, Scottish Gaelic. She came running. Awesome. Would like your take on this. I've read mixed opinions. Purple Heart will turn milk chocolate brown and age even if it's finished. It can and it will to some extent. Scott, you want to turn the camera? I could show you some Purple Heart that's a few years old. Now this gets sanded quite often on the top, so that's not really a fair representation. But you can see right here, that's pretty dark, but it is still noticeably purple, right? But not like garishly purple like it is when it's freshly cut or freshly worked. So the top is a little bit more purple. So it will maintain it. What's going to turn it into the the brownish family is a lot of sun exposure. Okay, so if you have it near a window or something like that, you'll tend to get this to be a much more not so fun brown color. Mine's right in the middle of my shop. I don't know if you guys ever noticed, but I keep the blinds closed in here, partly because I live in Arizona and it's more efficient, but also because I film in here. So bright light through the windows is just horrible for video, right? So it actually doesn't get a whole lot of natural light. So mine does stay a little bit more purple. But ultimately, I feel like the color change is inevitable, and it's something that you're going to have trouble stopping. All right, I'll take one more question, and we will get back to work. Hey, Michael, thank you, and give your wife my best. Good luck with the treatments. Rockwell tools. I don't have any experience with Rockwell tools, do you? I know nothing about Rockwell. There's just some brands that haven't come across my radar, and I haven't had an opportunity to work with them, so I apologize. I don't know anything about it. Archie, is price a good guide for the quality of the spray unit? To some extent, I never recommend shopping by price. That's always a bad idea. But in some small categories in tools in the woodworking world, you can use that to some extent as a guide, at least for a period of time until a company decides to start gouging because they have a good reputation. And I have found that to be a fairly okay way to start to classify your stuff. The Fuji spray units will be a little bit more expensive, like the Hobby Pro and Semi Pro are probably just a little bit more expensive than some of the Erlex units. And then when you look at the two, you can start to see why. Some of the components are made of better quality metals. The hose might be made of a better quality material that isn't likely to crush under pressure. Little details like that make one unit more expensive than the other. So from my experience so far, you kind of at least can use that as a starting point, but don't be blind to all the feature sets and the reasons for those numbers. There are always premiums that might be paid from one company versus another. Keep it in mind, but use it as a starting point, and I think it actually might push you in the right direction. Terry, I don't know the cost on the Powermatic tenoning jig yet. We'll have to get back to you on that. I do still use my very super cool tools table saw fence, so I don't have to answer the second part of your question, which is, if not, why. I like it. Aluminum extrusion, dead straight, dead flat. I'll tell you, I don't use it as much as I should in terms of like the things you can add to it, just because I haven't had time to like accessorize it. But it's a great fence. I love it. Alrighty. You know what? Austin makes a good point. He said, I just picked up an HVLP gun from Woodcraft for $43.50. Works well. Still tuning it in though for my first gun. He brings up an excellent point. There are low price, and I've done reviews on them, like the Erlex. There are low price turbines out there that for the average weekend hobbyist will absolutely do the job. You don't necessarily need a hose that can get run over by a car and survive. I might need that. Well, these days not so much, but when I was going to job sites, I needed more durability. So that's not to say that spending more is going to get you something dramatically better. It may get you better quality, but as always, you have to ask yourself, is that quality going to make a difference in your shop? Based on the way that you work and how much you use it. So I don't want to throw out all of the $99, the sub $200 units out there, because some of them may be perfectly fine for what folks like you are doing in your shops. All right, last question, and I'm going to get to work here. Best way to sharpen joiner blades? All right, here's what you do. Take them out of your joiner. You put them in a cardboard box. You put a label on it that says Forest Manufacturing in New Jersey, and you send it to them to sharpen. In a couple weeks, you'll have your joiner blades back, perfectly sharpened. And I'm joking, but I'm actually serious. I don't sharpen my own joiner blades. I don't even have straight knife joiner blades now anyway, but there are some blades that I feel like I am not good enough to sharpen accurately. And the jointer blades were always in that category, so I would send them out to be professionally sharpened to make sure that it's done properly. That's just me. Alrighty, I think we're good. Marvin wants to know if enclosed dust collection is bad for a router, for airflow and things like that. You know what? I've heard that. I don't know if that's true. I've never had the opportunity to have good enclosed dust collection on my router table to put it to the test, but there is some logic to that if you don't have enough airflow, or kind of like a computer. Sometimes with a computer, if you do things that screw up the airflow, like leave the side of the case off, it can actually cause parts to get warmer than if the case is together and the airflow is designed, is running in the direction that it was engineered to go. So I know there is some logic to that, but I have no facts to back that up and support it or refute it one way or the other. All right, I'm going to bring this over here since we're in this position. Let's get moving on to the chair. I'm going to need my drill, which I've got right there. And when I do the actual sawing, I'll focus in front of the bench. So you can kind of stay where you are. Okay. Okay, now I should mention, just so you know, we're working on the chair sides right now. All of the chair remaining parts are right here. These are very boring for you to watch me make. Okay, our bottom stretchers on the bottom side of the chair, and you know what, let's go over to the actual chair. Okay. These are the parts that are just milled according to the sizes in the plans. There's really nothing fancy about it. They're just squares. The joinery that's in here, the dowels and the insert, we'll work on that later on. But at this point, what you would want is all these pieces cut to size. Now the cool thing is, we're smart about it, the stretcher at the bottom is the exact same 4x12 dimension as the backrest piece right here. So you just cut a bunch of those to size, and I've got them pre-cut, ready to roll. The seat is what, 8.5 by 12, I think? Something like that, right? The seat parts the same way. You're just cutting them to size and then rounding over both of the edges. Okay, this edge doesn't get rounded over because that receives our joinery, and we need that to be nice and sharp and tight. All right, so assume that all of this has already been done and cut to size, because now we're going to work on what would be the more complicated aspect, and that is this one-piece side construction. And I'll tell you what, you got a CNC? This project was made for you. Can you imagine how fast you could batch this thing out on a CNC machine? Just get my buddy Ron. You know what I should have done? I should have given Ron the plans and had him start this morning too, and let me know when he's done. And I'll race the CNC machine. Think that would go well for me? Probably not. All right, so just like for the leg, we've got the layout to do. Now, if you look at the part diagram layout that we laid out in the plans, the first section is dedicated to the chairs, and the best way to get the most yield is to nest them within one another. So you would have this piece would be here, and then you would have another cutout right here. So how nice is that, right? That's super efficient. Becomes a little bit tricky to cut because you're going to have to use your jigsaw to release these two from one another. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of hairy in there. But it can work, and all four pieces for two chairs will come out of this one section of the plywood. Not this one, but if you look at the plans, you'll see they all come out of 1/4 of the plywood sheet. Okay, so right now I'm only going to be focusing on one of these chair sides, but just know that you do want to be very strategic about how you lay it all out. So if you can, when you can, make your bottom legs flush with the piece of plywood, because this way we don't have to worry about ever cutting the bottom of our chair feet. They'll already be nice and straight. All right, so once that's nice and flush, I will trace around with my pencil. Oh, by the way, shout out to DIY Tyler as seen on YouTube, according to what it says on my pencil. He sent me a sticker and some pencils, which I appreciate. Trace all the way around. I remember not that long ago on Wood Talk, I confessed that I don't really watch a whole lot of woodworking videos, and it's not due to, taste preferences or anything other than time. It's very difficult for me to find the time to do this stuff, and I've been trying to remedy that. I've been trying to find ways, via like the YouTube app, find ways to interact and connect with all these great people doing, pretty great content on YouTube, and as a result, my sticker collection is now vast. And I actually have some in the office that need to be put up still. But stickers are a thing now, so my collection is growing. I have an extensive collection of name tags and hairnets. Who can name that movie? You get bonus points if you can name the movie. I'm waiting to see if anyone can name it. All right, taking too long. Anyway, so bunch of great stickers. You guys want to send me a sticker? I'll put it up on the thing, and we'll send you one back. All right, I think we're ready to roll. So template locked in place. This is going to be very much like the leg. We have the basic shape here. We want to cut out as close as we can to our lines. We're just going to have to do it a little bit differently this time. Even though I'm using my bandsaw to make things faster, this center section has got to be done with a jigsaw. There's just really no other good way to do it. So I'm going to flip this bad boy around. I'm going to get my drill first, and then I've got a jigsaw. Okay, this will work. Now, it doesn't really matter what size the bit is. It just has to be able to accommodate the jigsaw blade, and I'll just use this 1/4 inch bit. That'll be fine. Normally, you could just do one hole, and if the blade you use in your jigsaw is tight enough or small enough, you can make these turns and go all the way around. I find it to be a little bit safer to simply drill in each corner, and that gives me a relief zone, just in case things don't go the way I want them to. One. Okay, so this way, as I'm working my way around, if I don't feel like I can make that turn, I've got a exit strategy if I need it. Most likely I won't need it, but if I do, it's there. So this is going to get noisy. We'll try to bring the sound down for you. Make some cuts. Oh, somebody did get Wayne's World. Well done, sir. Well done. John, you know what's going to happen if you send me a Packer sticker, right? Jason wants to know what I made the templates out of. The templates are made from 1/4 inch plywood. It's basically just MDF core veneered plywood, nothing special. And I find that stuff works really well, easy to shape. A gun rack? I don't even own a gun, let alone many guns that would necessitate an entire rack. What am I going to do with a gun rack? Now I'm going to have to watch that movie later. All right, so one word about the blade here. Cutting plywood with a jigsaw can be risky business because it tends to splinter a lot, right? So you really got to be careful what kind of blade you use. The blade I'm using here is very small with a lot of teeth, okay? So it's going to allow me to make tight turns, and it's also going to leave me with a fairly clean cut. Unfortunately, it also means I'm going to have to go a little bit slow, but you do want to take your time with it because these blades at this size can break. So we will be cautious about that, and if it breaks, I have another one that I can use. All right, here we go. Next one. Okay. So you can see, if you have the right kind of blade, I'm going to switch the mic around. So if you've got the right kind of blade, you can actually get a pretty decent cut on plywood. Look at the backside too. Right? That is not bad. So same thing with circular saws, any of these tools, regardless of the manufacturer, it's all about the blade. You put the right blade in it, use it the right way, you can actually get some pretty stellar results. So what we're going to do now is run over to the bandsaw once again and cut the rest of this shape out. And you'll notice at the bandsaw I'll be doing some interesting cutting on areas like this where I feel like my blade might bind. I will probably pre-cut in some areas to offer myself some relief zones that will allow me to make the turns. All right, so it's a little, you'll see me do some interesting things. Let's just move over there, we'll be good to go. dusty. Okay, so you'll notice there, it's a cool thing about doing this stuff live, anytime you cut really far into a board and then you try to back out at the bandsaw, you could very well have problems because it starts to pinch the blade a little bit. So what I had to do was use my hand to keep the two pieces apart from one another so I could safely back out of the cut. The reason, this really comes down to planning. You have to plan your cuts properly on a piece this large. Now normally, when I cut this down, I would have my two pieces cut apart from one another, either using the bandsaw, or not the bandsaw, like the jigsaw, which doesn't have this table size restriction. That's the reason for the problems, because I can't maneuver all the way around this because the table's fairly small. So if this piece were already, this chunk were already cut out, all of that would have been circumvented. It wouldn't have been a problem at all. But because we were doing this out of this one big blank of material, I had a big chunk that I had to pull away and to get out of here. So I had to make one cut this way and another cut this way to be able to do that. But again, even when I went to do this cut, I can only go so far because the material would hit against the post. So I started the cut so I knew exactly where I needed to be. Then I flipped it over to the zone where I don't have a pencil line anymore, but I do have a mark up here and a mark back here to get to. And that allowed me to go all the way in and release that large piece. So that's where I got hung up. But the cut strategy on this stuff is pretty crucial. Otherwise you find yourself in a bind where you can't, well, literally in a bind where the blade is stuck or you just can't get the workpiece past the pole properly. So now we're gonna go flush trim this much like we did for the leg. So Scott, take me back to the workbench, and if you can get the flush trim bit back into the router table, I'll chat with people for a little bit while we're getting the template in place. All right. There we go. Nice. Alrighty. I'm moving to the end of my list. Hey, Matt Vanderlist is here. When did you get here, dude? Good to see you. Yeah. What is this? Planning. Hey, Shannon. At least my super expensive tools have motors. Yours are just made of metal, and you have to supply the power. That's lame. All right. The cordless over the corded, jigsaw, it's nice, but like any cordless tool, you got a battery to worry about, a little heavier in hand. But it's portable, so you can kind of get it anywhere and do the work anywhere you need to. I like it overall, and the battery seems to last quite a long time, but I haven't used the heck out of it, so I can't really give a more long-term determination. Alrighty, so now what we're going to do is attach that template, which is behind me. Yeah, trust me, this doesn't happen every day. They're saying, I would love to be able to delegate my tool setup and then go drink coffee. Trust me, that's not usually how it works. It does work that way sometimes. Not all the time, though. All right, and on this one, we wanted... See, this is another area where you have to be careful of your left and your rights. Your chair parts are in pairs, and the drilling happens on the inside. That's a set, okay? So this is going to be the mating second half of the pair. So if this side, you see I've already got holes drilled in this one, so I have to be careful which side gets the holes on this one. If I drill my holes on this side, I've just made the same chair side, right? I need to drill on this side. So I'm going to mark this one, because I know my drilling takes place on the inside. I'm going to mark inside, and I'm going to make sure when I put my template on here, the template tells me where to drill my holes. So I want to make sure those little hole locations are on the inside face as well. So that's just a little double check so I don't screw up. Yeah, Matt showed his face, so he can leave now. I have to be careful not to get too distracted here. Okay, here we go. Let's just get this thing on there. 4, 5 pieces on this one should be good. You can cut the little pieces of tape fairly small, and they do a good job. They do a good job, man. Near the extremities is usually one of the bigger concerning areas.
I got 30 minutes of battery time.
Okay. Why did I make 2 templates? I didn't. There's only one template. I mean, I have a second template, but it's for the legs. I don't have 2 of the same templates. Okay, same deal as before. Peel off the tape. It's nice to have a little fingernail to be able to do that. Once again, another example of something that would not be fun to watch 4 times, doing 4 different chair sides. Yeah, the session is being captured on YouTube. I was under the impression that even the current version that's embedded right now, that you can scroll back DVR style and watch from the beginning, but I could be wrong about that. I don't know if that, maybe it's something that they can only do on the website, or if it's the embedded version, it might not work. I don't know, but I know that that's supposed to be a feature. Someone let me know if that's the case. Oh yeah. Going to make this flush with the bottom. Make sure close where I need to be up top, and apply the weight. Hey! Hebbe, hebbe! Whew. Okay. OF 1400, great router, but why 2? Because they sent me to, is the honest answer. They changed something with the collet and wanted me to have the newest version, so they sent it to me. I said, okay. Because ultimately, I mean, if we're being honest, yes, there's a certain point of excess, but who wouldn't want 2 routers, like if you had your choice? You can keep one with a round over bit at all times, or a flush trim bit, or something that you do a lot, and make the other one the one that you swap out. Plus, there are times where you have repeated setups, and how nice is it? Certain mortising setups, certain joinery setups, you need 2 different setups, right? So you could lock one in with one bit, lock the other in with another bit, and you don't have to touch them. So it's a throughput sort of thing. So not necessary, but I think anyone would, if you've got the room and budget for that, multiple routers, it's a cool idea. There you go. Yeah, YouTube allowed them to go back to the beginning. There you go. Chickens keep pooping in my shop. Well, you know what that sounds like to me. Chicken dinner tonight. All right, by the way, before I mask up here, we're going to go back to the router table with the flush trim bit again, and we're going to get this chair side to perfect shape. Okay, ready? Here we go. Looking good. Okay. You guys are talking about the double stick tape. This is the Turner's tape that I believe Rockler still sells. It's very thin, works perfect for templates like this, but it is sold as Turner's tape, double-sided tape. And it works well. I've been using it for what seems like forever. Okay. We are going to now drill a little bit because we do have holes. There are 3 important hole locations for each one of the adjoining pieces, the back, the stretcher, and the seat. And each one of them has the same structure. It's got 2 dowels on the outside. We'll have 2 dowels on the outside, and then we have a hole for a bolt to go through because the cross piece has a threaded insert on it. Okay, so we have to prepare properly for those. Now, when we drill into this piece, the dowel holes cannot go all the way through, right? Because if the dowel holes go all the way through, when you join this piece in here, then they're going to poke out from this side. But the center hole for the knockdown hardware, this one, this will go all the way through. So there, when it's all said and done, I'll show you a finished chair side. When it's all said and done, the outside will look like this, where you have 1 hole down here, 1 hole here, and 1 hole up at the top. But on the inside face, it's very different. We've got our through hole in the middle, and on either side of the through hole, you've got your 3/8 hole. That goes about 1/2 of an inch, roughly 1/2 inch, into, or 3/8 of an inch maybe, into this piece of plywood, but not all the way through. Okay? So this is what we're replicating now. Let's see where we're at on the schedule here, just to make sure I'm not doing something stupid. Okay, so flush trim, drill holes. Okay, after the hole drilling, we're going to have another little break. I love breaks. So, template we know is on the inside face, so we go back to our handy little bit that we used before. And okay, so same bit we used before. I'm just going to put it in the pre-drilled holes, keep it vertical, a couple little taps. All 3 hole locations get this treatment. Scott, if you want to do just a more close-up shot so we can show the drilling and all that good stuff. And then I think we can go to the roundover bit in the router table. I hope I got all 3 of these. I kind of let my attention drift for a minute, which I shouldn't have done. Yee. Should be good. Takes you a while to find the switch, huh? I'm seeing questions about the directionality for that routing process. Do you guys want me to go back to the router table real quick and show you and sort of justify the reason I took the direction that I did with routing? Because that is a important, yes, that is the compressor we forgot to shut off. It's an important detail, safety-wise, to know what's the safe direction to route, inside perimeter, outside perimeter, that type of thing. I'd be more than happy to show you. I just don't want to bore anybody. Give you a couple seconds to hear it since there's a delay on YouTube. Swing and a miss. All right. Yeah, sometimes at night when the windows are open, when it's a little bit cooler, I'll be laying in bed and I hear, it's like, oh boy, I got a leak. Okay, let's head back to the router table to talk a little bit about router directionality. Okay, what's interesting about this is when you start to think about clockwise and counterclockwise, or anti-clockwise, as weird people say, you have to know what the right directionality is. Now, on the outside surfaces, and we'll call this, the perimeter of this shape, it's fairly straightforward. If you know the rule that you're always going to go from user's right to user's left in front of the bit, then you just simply follow this rule all the way around like this. You do your trimming. Doesn't matter what side you're working on, as long as where the work meets the bit, you're going right to left, right? I think most people are pretty comfortable with that. Where things get a little confusing is in here. Now what do we do? Well, it's really the same rule. The difference is it's the orientation of the work. But all you should really look at is where the workpiece edge meets the bit. So if I follow the same rule of right to left in front of the bit, I'm going to go like this. Right? This is no different than me working on an outside edge this way. I'm just in the middle of this shape here. Right? So you can continue to go that way. Now, where it gets confusing is if you start to think too hard about counterclockwise and or clockwise and counterclockwise. Technically, as I'm doing this, what am I doing? I'm actually going clockwise around the bit, okay, like this. So I'm moving from right to left, that's clockwise. When I'm on the inside and I'm doing this same motion, the work is actually seeming like the workpiece is going in a counterclockwise direction, the actual workpiece itself as I move around this whole thing. So that's why the counterclockwise, clockwise terminology thing makes me confused. It makes sparks come out of my head. But I always have the rule of what's happening where the work is meeting the bit. And if I'm in front of the bit, I'm going to go with the workpiece from right to left. So I'm going right to left, right to left. Out here, right to left. Now, examples of what we don't want to do. We don't want to go this way, which is taking my workpiece from the left to the right. That's with the direction of the bit, which means this then becomes a missile. Same thing can happen in here. If I'm sending the workpiece left to right, it's going to shoot this across the room. In fact, that would be pretty disastrous because it's going to push the workpiece right into the bit, and then who the heck knows what's going to happen at that point. That's really dangerous. All right, so that's how I rationalize it. There are certainly rules of thumb, counterclockwise, clockwise, but again, I find that terminology just confuses me. So hopefully that's clear to people. Yeah, he's right, Brad. When I lined up my template, you won't be able to do it for all of your pieces when you cut out all 4 of these, but at least 2 of them can go right to the edge of the plywood. So if you go right to the edge with your template, the bottom of your feet are already flat, or flat enough for the sake of this project. So there's no reason to touch the bottom. Now the piece that would have been nested here, those feet would definitely have needed to have been trimmed and cut according to the template. In this case, we didn't have to worry about that. Yeah, Tim, if you start looking at other things, it gets really confusing. You have to look at where the wood meets the bit, and that tells you everything. If you're watching the workpiece directionality and worrying about counterclockwise and clockwise, that's when things get really confusing. So yeah, for me, it's all about how the work is interacting with the bit and the direction you're sending that surface, that edge, which direction it's going. Game plan for grain direction on non-plywood stock. Well, obviously going against the grain is always problematic, and depending on the species of wood and the depth of cut, you go against the grain, you could have the piece split apart on you. I've had that happen. I had it happen in a show at one point. I can't remember which episode it was a long time ago, but I showed it happen and then described why it occurred. So when you're going around different shapes, and if this were solid wood, obviously, if grain is going this way, and I'm trying to route along this edge, I could very well split that off, or this way, I should say. So it could be problematic. So you do have to be very careful. A couple things you can do. Number one, instead of using a straight knife bit like I've got in there, you can actually use a spiral bit. The spiral pattern cuts at a shear angle, and it makes it much, much more forgiving when you're dealing with grain direction changes. So that stacks the cards in your favor, but ultimately you still need to be careful. Okay, and a lot of times it does come down to a game day decision kind of judgment call on how prone to splintering this particular piece of wood is, and then you kind of test the water a little bit, and hopefully you get away with it. But stack the cards in your favor with a spiral bit, and you'll probably be able to take most woods through most, even against the grain curves. But you have to be smart about it, and you really do want to test the water a little bit. If you have any warning signs that tell you that this thing is going to tear out on you and split, back off, and what you usually have to do is take your template, put it on the other side of your workpiece, and then route on the pieces of grain that weren't cooperating with you before. They'll now be in the right orientation. So get everything you can with the template on one side, then put the template on the other side and resume your routing. Would have made sense to me, at least, to trim all the pieces with the same template to make them all identical. That's what we're doing. I'm not sure maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, but that's exactly what we're doing. The same template made all 4 of these pieces. I also should mention, for people who are kind of doing this as a one and done, you don't necessarily have to make this template. It will complicate things a little bit, but if you wanted to, you could take your template material, your paper, put it directly on one of your project pieces and cut this out. And then you can use this, once it's at this stage, you could actually use this as your template for the remaining pieces if you wanted to. But you do have issues with the transfer of the hole locations. There's other concerns to doing it that way, but it's certainly possible. If you don't think you're ever going to build another one of these again, you don't really need a permanent template. All right. We're good. Okay, let's drill some holes. I need 3/8 and quarter through. So I got the quarter here, 3/8 here. And let's get some close-up, some hot close-up action. And we'll start with the seat. Okay, now, 1/4-inch bit. Nope, that's not a 1/4 inch. 1/4-inch bit for the bolt, and that goes all the way through, located at the center of each one of these junction points here, right there. And then I've got a 3/8 bit. Now, the dowels I'm going to use are just standard 3/8 fluted dowels, 1.5 inch long. So the goal here is to go approximately a 1/2 inch deep into our seat side, and then a full inch deep into the cross piece, one of these do-jobbies. So a full inch here with a 1/2 inch exposed. And that should cover the full 1.5 inch of this dowel. Okay. So on my 3/8 bit, I don't know if you could see there, if you want to zoom in maybe a little bit more. I've got 2 marker lines as you go around there. One is marked at 1 inch, that's the lower one, and this one is a 1/2 inch. All right, now you can use blue tape on your bits if you want to do the same thing, kind of put a little flag around it as a depth stop. But I find the black line works quite well. I could see it pretty easily, and I don't have to worry about sawdust getting caught into the blue tape, which is kind of what happens all the time. All right, so these 2 marks are my vital marks that I need to pay attention to here. So let's start though with the 1/4-inch bit, since that's already chucked up. And we're going to drill our seat holes, which are now precisely located thanks to the template. I'll mark all these ahead of time for visibility. We just got in. It's taking forever. All right. Not sure this has been covered before, but what's your opinion on different router bit companies out there, quality-wise? Suggestions for the hobbyist? You know what, guys? There's a lot of router bits out there. A lot of companies. There's your premiums. There's your budgets. Let's talk about router bits a little bit later on. It's kind of a big topic. But I believe, personally, that if you are buying a set where you're not really sure what you need, and you just want a nice mix of profiles, buy one of the cheaply made ones. And especially if you're new, you buy those cheap ones and you start to realize which bits you go to time and time again. When you find the bits you use all the time, that's when you go back to your Eagle Americas, your Amanas, your other, I can't remember all the names of the different router bit companies, Whiteside. You go to those higher quality companies and you buy the bits that you know you're going to use a lot. But I recommend buying cheap first to learn more about the bits and what they do, and then hone in on the top quality brands once you're comfortable with exactly what you need. And it makes it a little cheaper in the long run because you're only spending the big bucks on the ones that you're going to use a lot. Okay, so I've got my holes located here. We're going to start with a through hole. Of course, a through hole is going to tear out unless I have some backing material. Once again, we're trying to drill as clean and straight as possible. This will come in handy later. I'll use it now. I don't really need it right now, but we'll use it. If you're having trouble drilling straight, take a square and put it near the work as long as everything is flat and on the same level. You can even have it down here. You need some sort of visual reference. That's where people have a lot of trouble with this. Now, with some experience, it doesn't matter. You can usually find a good straight orientation. But if you are having trouble, get a square, put it somewhere near your work, and use it for reference. And it's going, even if you don't think it's working, it will do something. It's going to let you know when you're straight up and down, just as a general guide. Okay, so we're going to go all the way through from the inside face to the outside. Boom, baby. Just like that. Now I'll do all of the center holes this way. Put that brad point right in that little tiny pinhole. Dose. Oh, Millie wants to come in. Can you let her in? Millie, get in here. Welcome to the party, girl. Okay, so there's the center hole. Now let's work on what might be a little bit more complicated because we can't go all the way through, and that's the 3/8. Same deal, if you need the square, go ahead and use it, but we can line up right on those holes. And again, 1/2 inch line is where I'm going. I don't know if you guys are able to see that when the bit spins, how easy it is to see that black line, which is a little tough to see this way, but easy to see when it's spinning. Cool, huh? Jeez, already passed out over there. Lazy dog. If you have a drill press, good option there, because then you have a fixed depth. All you got to do is get it right once and everything is set, right? So if you have a drill press, certainly feel free to use it. Someone said, let me get this last hole. Someone asked the question when they first saw the project, what if I don't have a doweling jig? Because they saw that it was dowel construction. And well, obviously you don't need a doweling jig. All you need is precisely located holes, and the depth has to be right, and you can have dowel construction. Now, yeah, dowel jigs can make things easier, no doubt about it, but this is by no means a project that requires a doweling jig. We're just using drills, bits, and dowels. Can't beat that. All right, so holes are drilled. At this point, let's go ahead and run back to the router table, and we need to move into roundover territory again. I guess we can use that same bit as we used before. I'll talk to people while we're doing this.
There's about 7 minutes left on the battery.
7 on the battery? All right, you know what? It's a good time for me to try a battery change. Let's just hope that things don't self-destruct. You will see the screen go black for a couple of seconds, no more than a minute, and hopefully we'll be back in action. Okay, I think we're back. So we made it from like what, 8 to 11:30 with that battery? 3.5 hours on a charge. And that's plenty, 3.5 hours is plenty of time for that battery to charge up. So we should be all right.
And what about your lab?
Yeah, let's check the lav mics. This looks good. Charge on my one there. I think we're still okay on the sound. Okay. Yeah, you know, lag is difficult. We have no control over delay, and if we get like sync lag issues, bleh, I wish there was something we could do about it, but I don't know what to do. I think part of the problem is doing a presentation for this long can certainly be problematic. Dale is doing a tabletop that he's coating with epoxy. Will that also slow down expansion and contraction? Yeah, any finish for the most part is going to slow that down because the finish stops the humidity and moisture for going in and out of the wood fibers, which is what causes expansion. So it certainly can slow that process down. It isn't going to prevent it completely, but you know, when a table is in a house or in a building, we're already sort of insulated from environmental conditions. So if it's really humid outside, it takes a little while before the interior feels that same way. And then with conditioning and heat, the interior conditions change anyway. And we try to keep it at a fairly constant level. So if you apply a finish to that on top of it, that slows that process down even more. You know, so sometimes, like for instance here, we have monsoon season. The humidity really picks up around this time toward the end of summer. If you have a air-conditioned home and a good quality film finish on top of a piece of furniture, you may actually slow that intake of humidity that's in our environment right now. You may prevent that from happening to such a great extent because by the time it starts to pull in some of that moisture, the season is gone and now we're into fall and everything's dry again. You know, so there is some benefit to doing that. It will slow it down, but it doesn't prevent the exchange of humidity and moisture completely. What make is the lav mic? These are Sony's, and this one is a UTX B2. Yep, UTX B2. Speaking of a drill press, what do you think of the really cheap ones? Well, I'd have to use the really cheap ones to really offer a good opinion. I had a Delta benchtop model for a few years, and then I went to a Powermatic floor standing, and even the benchtop model was fine. It was less expensive than others, but I wouldn't necessarily call it cheap. You know, so I guess it depends on what we call cheap tools. But generally speaking, any cheap tools that any of us would call cheap are probably not a great investment. Just they're probably cheap for a reason. There's always the exception. You know, there's a couple Harbor Freight gems out there, and there are certainly bargains to be had. But speaking in generalities, if it's cheap, there's probably a good reason for it. Okay, let's do a roundover real quick. Because once this roundover is done, we're going to be on an official stopping point break. Okay, ready? I'm going to use my bare hands on this one. We're good? We're back on regular audio. Mike wants to know if you don't want to break it down, would you still need the bolts? No. You can get away with using dowel construction. I would probably go with just, instead of 2 dowels, I'd go with 3 dowels across here, kill the bolt in the middle, just use a dowel instead. So these plans can be adapted to one that is not knockdown. For the legs, when the legs attach to the tabletop, those, you can just glue those on. There's enough face grain glue surface that I don't see any reason why you wouldn't just want to glue those right to the side and call it done. You could reinforce it with some screws. That's not a bad idea. You know, throw a few screws in there and backfill those screws. The countersunk holes with some filler or a wooden dowel would be good. So there, again, we had the same sort of routing situation we had before, where we're working on the inside of this workpiece, but again, same rules apply as the flush trimming operation. But that's looking pretty good. So right now, we will want to do a little bit of additional rounding over, and we can talk a little bit, have ourselves a little break. Nicole said when she texted me earlier, that they had just sat down and they're running really late at the doctor's office. So, okay, so any sharp corners, we really just want to get rid of these, okay? Certainly the back of a chair is a great place for a kid to smack their head. So let's ease that edge in that corner, blunt it. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, some folks are talking about some lag issues, and a refresh apparently, refreshing the page took care of it, so just FYI. Okay, do this back end now. Well, we could probably skip it for now, but we would also do this on the feet. So anybody, YouTuber-wise, anybody who plans on building this and going for that $10 pledge spot, feel free to put your channel into the chat room and promote your channel so people know to look for it. Of course, then a bunch of people will just put in their channel anyway. That's okay. There's plenty of love to go around. All right, that's looking good. Beauty. For now, I'm just going to very quickly dull those edges so the sandpaper has really seen a better day. Good enough for now. All right. Okay, can't keep up with all the questions. Deadline on the videos is November 30th. It's the same deadline that we have for the pictures. So we've got quite a bit of time. Anyone who wants to do it, you've got 3 months basically. All right. So let's have a little bit of a live Q&A here. Hey, thanks everybody for sticking with us. I'll be curious how many people make it through the whole thing. This is going to be quite the day. But thanks for stopping by. If you're just checking in now, this is our Woodworkers Fighting Cancer Build-a-Thon, where we are building a project together. Well, I'm building it, you're watching. And I will be releasing a concise edited video of this build that you'll be able to watch later on, probably next week sometime when we're finished with the video. So if you really want to build it, stay tuned. You got 3 months to get this thing done. And if you want to build along, you can do that. Just go to woodworkersfightingcancer.com to download the free plans and just have this thing built by November 30th. get us a picture of it, and we will give $5 to the charity on your behalf. And as I mentioned before, if you're a YouTuber, we'll give $10 on your behalf to the charity, because obviously there's a little bit more work involved in making a video, and you're also helping us to promote the event, which we appreciate. And today we're just going as quick as we can to kind of get this build together, and I'm technically building my second one of these table and chair sets, which is pretty fun, pretty cool. So yeah, we'll be going as long as it takes us to get this stuff done today. If you want to donate directly, you can do that. Just go to thewoodwhisperer.com/donate. You should probably still see that on the bottom of the screen. That's going to take you to the Cancer Research Institute page, where you can learn more about what they do, but you can also donate directly to our team there, and that adds to our $15,000 goal. We've got a little list that we're running back here with our totals. 9 a.m. we had $1,100, 10 a.m. $3,150. Now here's the deal. We mentioned it before, but every hour, if you donate $25 or more to CRI, Cancer Research Institute, you're entered to win a guild project and some other cool stuff. So one entry per person per hour, but each hour that we do this, so we have, let's see, we did 10 o'clock, so we have the 11 o'clock to go. We're going to have the 12 o'clock pretty soon. So it's happening on schedule. Nicole's not here because she's with our son at the doctor's office. He's having some issues. But when she gets back, we're going to catch up, select the winners from each one of those hours, and then at the very end, everybody who's donated that $25 or more will be put into a mass grand prize pool, which so far contains a Milwaukee tool pack from our buddy Joseph Mensch, who is a really good guy, donated that, and that's fantastic. And you know what? It's one of those things that as the day goes on, we'll probably become like a little more punch drunk and a little more generous. So who knows what this grand prize is going to contain when it's all said and done, but it'll be a good thing, trust me. All right. And you know what? We couldn't do any of this stuff without some very important sponsors. We have great relationships with some of the companies out there, woodworking suppliers, and they are very generous with their help in events like this. So we're going to talk a little bit about Eagle America. Somebody mentioned recently, what bits do I recommend? What's a good company to invest in good quality bits? And Eagle America is definitely at the top of that list. They make fantastic, made in the USA router bits, and I've got them all over the shop. I've got 2 or 3 boxes of various router bits that I use throughout the years, and I've always been happy with the quality that I've gotten from Eagle America. They also sell a couple of other cool fun stuff. Like you guys have seen those router templates, the clear plastic router templates. I made a Halloween bowl for like a serving tray for Halloween candy. They sell those for not just Halloween, but Christmas, and Halloween's coming up fast. So those bowls are a great gift. Little message here directly from Eagle America. Eagle America has been making the highest quality router bits for over 30 years right here in the USA. With such a large selection, there is a bit for every part of every project. They're not kidding about that. They have everything there. Eagle America supplies everything you'll need for your shop, including many of the nationally known brands. Sign up for their email newsletter and receive special offers, how-to videos, and project plans. So do that. You know what? If you go there and sign up for that newsletter, that really lets them know that people are paying attention to this thing, and they will appreciate that. So go to eagleamerica.com, sign up for that newsletter, and see what they've got for sale. They are actually doing an auction for us as well. Each one of our sponsors is doing a charity auction that you can bid on. Let's see what they have for sale or for auction here. It looks like there are 3 things. Holy crap, you guys. All right, they have an Eagle complete router table package, list price $489. It includes a router table top, a phenolic router plate with insert rings, X1 router table fence, pro router table stand, as pictured on the router top plate, insert plate plus, and you could see more. Here's a link. I'm not going to say this link because it's ridiculously long, but go to their website. You'll find it, Eagle Complete Router Table Package. The second auction is a made in the USA 12-piece general purpose router bit, 1/2-inch shank set. Now, remember I mentioned before, get a bit set to determine which bits you like, but get a cheap one. Well, this is not that. This is a high quality set, but it's only 12-piece. So in likelihood, the bits that are in this are going to be the bits that you will use a lot. Basically, I'm guessing there's going to be a couple of straight bits in there. There's going to be a roundover bit, maybe a chamfer bit, maybe a flush trim bit, All right, these are the things you're going to use the most, and that's probably what's in this set. I haven't looked it up, I don't know. But that's a list price of $313. High quality set right there. And then the third thing, this is pretty awesome. A Triton 3¼ horsepower dual mode plunge router, list price $289. 3 massive auctions. So if you want to go bid on those, Nicole hasn't given me an update on the auction, so I'm not 100% sure what the situation is, but the woodwhisperer.com/auction should give you information if you're interested in those things. The auctions are not going to end today. So if you want to bid, you don't necessarily have to bid and jump in right this moment. We're going to have some time for you guys to work those out. But thank you so much, Eagle America. It's been great working with you guys throughout the years, and thank you for your support of Woodworkers Fighting Cancer. These companies really went all out this year, not only with monetary support, but product support for the auctions, and just really helping us out this year. It's been a great experience. Remember, if you want to donate directly and get into the drawings, thewoodwhisperer.com/donate. All right. Let's see. What's the latest? Someone wants to know if I'm going to make a YouTube playlist of all the videos submitted. Absolutely. That is a important thing for us to do. So anyone who makes a build video will not only get that $10 donation, but we're going to give you, as much promotion as we can. So your video will be set up in a playlist promoted on the Wood Whisperer channel, so we can hopefully drive some traffic your way and share in some of the love. Show our appreciation for what you're doing to help out. Let's see. I'm going to read a couple of questions here. Let's do a little Q&A. I got my chat room open. Once again, there's a chat room on YouTube, but I'm not looking at that for questions because my brain can only focus on one thing at a time. So if you do want to ask a question, go to thewoodwhisperer.com/live. We've got a pretty basic chat room there. You could log in using Google+, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. Log right in and ask a question. And there's a lot of people there hanging out. 274 people, in fact, which is pretty darn good. Auctions available to those of us not in the USA. I'm in Canada. Graham, to my knowledge, Nicole said that the auctions are available to people outside the US, but we may have to work out something on the shipping fees because I don't think these companies are going to cover the shipping costs. So to my knowledge, yes, they are available to anyone outside the US. I do not use the Eagle router table. What I have is a JESM setup. I've had that for years. It just works well, and I've never really needed to look beyond it. So I don't know too much about their router tables. Aaron says, I'm building a raised panel maple toy box for my daughter. I want the look of an oil but the strength of a poly. Should I use tried and true oil with the oil armor seal poly over it, or would a mix work better? Aaron, it sounds to me like you might be happy with a Danish oil. That's a 1-can finish. It's got both oil and poly in there, and the more you apply, the more you build up a film. So it sounds like you're looking for a little bit of a balance. You don't want that real thick film finish that you get from a pure poly, but you also don't necessarily want that matte, very natural, zero sheen look that you would get from tried and true oil. If you use tried and true and then go with Armor Seal, it feels a little bit like a waste of materials and time. A lot of times you can get that very same look by simply using a coat of Armor Seal as the only thing that you put on there and then building up from there. If you wanted to do that and you really wanted to use some kind of an oil, just get a cheap can of boiled linseed oil. Put that on first, then go with your Armor Seal if you insist on going that route. But from what you're describing, simplifying as much as possible, a Danish oil I think is going to be a good choice for what you're looking for. And you've got control of how much sheen goes on the surface, super easy to apply, and a really nice finish that offers a little bit of protection. Do I get a crumpled piece of paper? I donated earlier this week. You know what, guest 482? I don't know who you are because you are now guest 482. That's a little generic. If there is a way that we can verify who you are, and hopefully when Nicole comes back I could get her on this thing, we can have you email her, let us know who you are so she can look up your donation, and what we'll do is include you in one of these hour donations. We'll just push you in because I do think it's more fair, certainly, to let people who donated before the event have their donation included in at least one of these drawings. So you know what? Email Nicole Nicole at thewoodwhisperer.com, and she'll hopefully when she gets back, she'll be able to look into it, but I will remind her to take a look at that and include you on one of those. Hey, thanks, Eric. Take care. I appreciate you stopping by. My preference in finish, satin gloss or high gloss, it really depends on the project because some projects call for one more than the other. We did a humidor in the Guild not too long ago. It called for a high gloss finish, and that's what it got. Most of my personal projects and house furniture, let's say, that's kind of what I build the most of. Those projects, typically I like to be somewhere between satin and semi-gloss. Semi-gloss can be a little bit too intense. Some satins, depending on what brand you're using, can be a little bit too dull. But I like a little bit of sheen in there. I like to see some reflection. I think that I know a lot of people like the natural look, but I like to have the wood have some iridescence to it. And the only way I can really get that is with a film to help reflect the light, and I think it really brings out the beauty. Now, too much of a good thing can be bad, and that's where, too glossy of a finish I don't think looks great unless it's on a very specific type of project. So for me, satin to semi-gloss in that range, depending on how I feel. Where do I purchase? Where do I purchase my wood? I purchase my wood locally mostly, just because convenience-wise, why would I do anything else? It's, I like to support local businesses, and I get to go there and look at the wood and buy what I need. So I go to Spellman Hardwoods and Woodworkers Source locally. When I do buy my wood online, there are times that's happened. Certain specialty things I can get online, or somebody has some special boards that they think I'd like. I do most of my business with Bell Forest products. Bell Forest is actually one of the sponsors of the event today. We'll talk about them a little bit later. They've got a great selection. They ship anywhere, and we use them as our sole supplier for Guild projects. So when we do a Guild project, people can buy a kit that contains all the wood that they're going to need for that project. Bell Forest supplies them all. I've never heard a complaint about them. And if there was a complaint, it was something that they quickly remedied, sent replacement material. Even if the wood moved, they would send replacement material. And that's going to happen, right? Because I think they're in Michigan. So they're going to send something to Southern California. Guess what? That wood's going to move. But they are really good in terms of customer service, and that's what you need from an online vendor. So I can't recommend them enough. Bell Forest Products is a great company. And listen to people in the chat room, anybody who's worked with them, let me know if you're happy with the service and the material you got. I've never heard anybody complain about them. What's wrong with my SpongeBob bucket? That's my son's. Brady says, Mark, I'm building along. All the chair parts are cut and ready. Was planning to use the domino versus dowels. Any ideas on finding good reference points? I'm going off the feet, but it seems to be a little iffy for repeat setup. Oh boy, that's a little bit of a challenge. What you may want to do is you're going to have to strike a horizontal line, because when you're working on your sides like this, you're going to need to reference your domino in these locations. Now, these holes and the template itself easily gives you a vertical location, but you'll also notice there's a horizontal crosshair. As part of the crosshair is that horizontal line. If you can strike that line all the way across and somehow get that line transferred to your workpiece from the template, that's going to be your main reference point, so you know where to balance it. When I do this stuff, a lot of times I will just grab a piece of scrap, run that across the workpiece, clamp it in place, and make sure it's perfectly aligned so that my domino is plowing on the center of these lines, right? And at least that gives me consistency for the 2 or 3 dominoes I'm going to place right here. The difficulty is getting that to work on all of the pieces you have to do this to. So you may want to make your piece a very specific width, okay, that little clamped in piece, and reference from the bottom of the feet. So if that's consistent, then every time you move that reference piece, you can move it from piece to piece, and as long as you make it flush with the bottom, you know that you're going to be where you need to be up here. So it's going to take a little bit of planning. Not the easiest thing in the world to do, because the domino really does rely on good reference marks and support. So I'm unprepared to give you a full explanation, because I would have to think through it to get a really good solid strategy, but it's totally doable. I just don't have it in the top of my head. Tom wants to know if I'm doing anything special to the exposed edges of the plywood other than sanding. No. And the reason I use Baltic birch, Tom, is because it tends to hold up better. I mentioned this earlier, so this might be repeat for folks who've been here the whole time. But like my cabinet on the wall here is exposed Baltic birch edging, holding up just fine. Baltic birch is really durable stuff. So when I route the edge and sand it, smooth it out, paint it, it's going to hold up just fine. Now, if you have a cheaper plywood that may have more incidents of like voids, the top veneer layer may have a tendency to delaminate. That could cause you problems, and you may want to think about how you handle that and filling those voids and making it stable. But I do recommend going with like Baltic birch or a higher quality grade plywood that has fewer voids to ensure that this thing is going to hold up. That said, fill the holes with filler if you have any. Put a coat of paint on top of it. It's a kid's piece of furniture. It'll be fine. Hey, thanks, Stephen. Thanks for stopping by. Can you use water-based, Derek wants to know, can you use water-based poly over latex paint? I believe you can. It's not something I do very often. I have done it in the past. I guess there certainly may be some water-based finishes that aren't quite so happy on top of latex, but ultimately, once the latex paint is cured, I don't see any reason why you couldn't. I might be tempted to scuff up the surface if there's any sheen in that latex. I might be tempted to scuff it up a little bit with sandpaper prior to applying the top coat, just to level it out, even it out, and give you a nice, that whole mechanical tooth thing that we talk about. Give it a nice little texture to the surface that will ensure that that top coat binds better. But I don't see any reason why you can't do it. But to be honest, it's not something that I do very often, so I don't have a lot of experience for the gotchas that might be included with something like that. There are a couple other vendors, other than Spellman and Woodworkers Source, Scott, locally, who else do we have?
Timber.
Okay, Timber, Woodworking and Machinery, that's in Mesa. Isn't there another just Spellman-like supplier?
There's one, it's
American something, or?
I'm going to forget the name, I've never been there.
I haven't either. I know Ron goes there all the time, CNC Ron. There's another place. I'll see if I can remember.
Hardwoods used to be right by Woodworkers Source. I still think they have a facility somewhere here in Phoenix
Okay.
that you can go to. And then there's another place south of I-10 down in like Tolleson or somewhere down in there.
Yeah, there's a couple other ones. I'll see if I can find it for you. But I have good luck at Spellman. They seem to be really cool people there.
But yeah, for the West Valley, Spellman for sure, and for the East Valley folks, I think Timber.
Timber.
Really good prices and pretty good selection.
Wow, there's a big delay. People are just now talking about Bell Forest. Guest 432 wants me to give a shout out to Idaho. I had a potato last night for dinner. Does that count as a shout out? I don't know if it was an Idaho potato though. Shout out to Idaho. Idaho, Idaho. You know what? I'm going to have to zip to the bottom of the list here just so I don't miss anything. Richard in Florida wants to know if I have any experience with Catalox and Zalam, T-Z-A-L-A-M. The wife gave me some pieces she got at Woodcraft as a gift. I mostly work with pine. So, well, here you go, Richard. I've never heard of either of those. Catalox and Zalam. I don't even know what those are. Maybe Shannon would know. Tim's got a good point when we were talking about putting poly over latex. Is that wouldn't you be better off just using like an enamel paint? And I agree. I think there's some really heavy-duty paints out there that are going to give you kind of that durable surface in one step, and you don't necessarily need to top coat it with something else. But there are also times where you've got a can of latex paint that you need to use, and you're trying to add some more protection. For instance, this second table is the one that's going to go to my mom's house. While I'm all about letting my kid have fun and draw all over this table and then, encapsulate that with lacquer, my mom wants something that doesn't look horrible in her living room and the place where the kid will be using it. So she has leftover paint from her house. So this is just standard wall latex paint. So in all likelihood, I'm going to have to look into ways that I could just utilize that paint and top coat it with something water-based to give it a little bit more durability. So I can see why someone might need to look into that. If I want to make the project as a miniature doll size, would that count? The only way that's going to count is if you send me a cute picture of a kid with the dollhouse table and chairs, and it's adorable, then you will get credit for it. How's that? That's the deal. Peterman is another one. That's another place here locally, Peterman Lumber. But no, when we were talking, we mentioned Woodworkers Source. They have 2 locations here, but then also Peterman is another like Spellman-like generic hardwood dealer, focusing mostly on domestics. Spellman buys some stuff from Shannon, so support them when you can. Well, it looks like I'm going to Peterman. Prince Edward Island grows good potatoes too. Isn't that in Canada? I think that's in Canada. How do I, Aaron is asking, how do you calculate the rough board feet you need to use for a project? Usually what I do, Aaron, is I've got my cut list. My cut list contains finished widths, lengths, thicknesses. So what I'll do is I'll do the math there because I'm going to add a percentage just to add on extra, like 20% roughly. So what I'll do is figure out for each one of my parts how many board feet, like 4 table legs would take, for instance. But when the difference here is when it comes to thickness, the thickness has to be in the format that the lumberyard is going to use. So because I'm milling my stock to 3/4 of an inch, if I use that as part of my board foot calculation, I'm actually being unrealistic about it. They're not going to charge me for 3/4 of an inch. They're going to charge me for 1 inch. It's sold as 4/4 stock. So if it's a 4-inch wide by 12-inch long piece, it's going to be 4 times 12 times 1. Right? Or you ignore the 1 because it kind of doesn't make any difference. So it's 4 times 12, then you divide that by 144, that's your board feet. So keep in mind, any thickness, your finished thickness is irrelevant in your rough board foot calculation. So keep your thicknesses at 8/4, 4/4, use your finished dimensions, run all those calculations out on your cut list, add it all together, and then tack on 20% on top of that. That's a fairly decent rough estimate for materials. I also have an article on this on the website. So just go to the Wood Whisperer, type in the search, board feet or calculating lumber, something like that. And I've got an article that specifically talks about my methodology for that. Guest 395, what happened to your Festool CMS? Have you used it beyond the demo video you did a while back? I have not. There are times where in the line of work that I'm in, relationships are everything. And you have to be careful. And as much as people want to act like there isn't favoritism for brands, we're only human, So if I get good help and customer service, and in some cases money, financial support from a company, it is very difficult as a human being to just crap on their products, right? It's just a natural reaction. So I've taken a policy where number one, I never lie. So if someone asks me what I think about something directly, they get a 100% honest answer. That's the only way that we can do this. On the show, if someone sends me a tool hoping that I will review it, and the tool is absolute garbage, there's a good chance I'm not going to talk about it at all. So some people may not like that. They may feel that that's somehow dishonest, but to me, I feel bad. I feel bad crapping all over somebody's product. So I would rather say nothing about it than to say something really bad about it. So in the case of the CMS, not that it's a bad system, but it's not the system for me. It's the same thing with the Incra table saw fence, which has been that review has been like the bane of my existence since I wrote it, because so many people love the Incra table saw fence and I didn't like it. It just didn't work for me. I posted a bad review, and to this day, I get horrible negative feedback from like Amazon, where I left my review, and on my thing, just people contesting my opinion on the fence system. So I really don't like to do it if I can avoid it. The CMS has issues. It was great concept-wise. It was pretty neat. The feature set is what it is. It's exactly as I presented it in the video. But the proof of the pudding is it didn't show up in any other videos because I wasn't inclined to use it. I kept it around for a while thinking, well, maybe I'll grow to love it. You know, some of the shortcomings things I don't like with the fence, I'll get around that. I'll eventually learn to like it. I didn't. You know what works for me? A classic Woodworkers router table. Has all the things I need of it. The CMS, I can't do above the table bit changes. That one thing is enough for me to not want to use a router table, because who wants to unscrew something, lift it up, flip it upside down, do the bit change, flip it back? That's ridiculous. There are better ways to do it, and it's very disappointing that that unit did not have a feature to allow for above the table bit changes. So for me, I just didn't have enough good things to say about it to because if you remember, the video I did on it wasn't so much an opinionated review as, hey, here's this new product, it's pretty cool, it's from Festool, we know they do cool stuff, let's take a look at it, right? But I said that the jury is still out on whether or not this is going to be something I'll use in the shop all the time. So jury is not still out, it's clearly not something that I'm going to use. Scott, you remember the drill press. Do you remember the electronic drill press? I can't remember the name of the company. Nova, is it? Yeah, that's right. The people who make the lathes, right? The Nova lathe. They came out with this amazing drill press. Like technologically, the computer on it is super advanced. It has like, it detects the material you're using and how much, it sort of has a controlled motor that detects the load and can make adjustments on the fly. You could dial everything in depending on the type of material you're using, the speed you want it. It was so amazing technologically, but it was fundamentally flawed in a number of ways. And they sent me one. We went through the trouble of setting it up. I had all intentions of doing a review, and then I let them know what I didn't like about it. And I had a pre-production unit. So I encapsulated all my thoughts, sent it to them, and told them that I wasn't comfortable doing a review. I felt that it would be unfair at this point since they still had an opportunity to make some changes to the product. But my ultimate advice was that the product isn't going to work in the market because I don't think it's solving a lot of problems that don't actually exist. And it made the unit cumbersome and difficult. But you never heard me talk about it. And why? Because I just didn't want to crap all over somebody's product that wasn't, just because it wasn't right for me. But you ask me about it, you're gonna get the details, because I'm not going to hold anything back when it comes to talking to my fellow woodworkers. So that's a really long answer to the question, what happened to my Festool CMS? Is there a clear product that will fill the grain tear out on a tabletop that is to be stained and varnished? I have tried aqua and even clear varnish, but they shrink too much and fill to a significant depth. You might try CA glue. CA glue is a pretty good option. The problem is CA glue is not really going to take a stain very well, so you may want to try this on scraps. But CA glue can be dripped into the surface, let it cure, sand it nice and flush, and then as long as you're putting a clear coat of a clear layer of finish on top of that, it should look fairly disguised at that point. The problem though with stain is stain won't penetrate the CA glue very much. So you may have a slightly obvious light spot wherever those glue points are. You could possibly try to put a little bit of stain into the tear out, but that's getting a little bit sketchy because it may turn extra dark. So a little bit of experimentation is in order, but I usually use CA for that. So Catalox is Mexican ebony. You learn something new every day.
Is it as expensive?
Yeah, I don't know. The funny thing is I'm seeing some people who are like 30 seconds behind in what I say, and then I see people who are like 5 minutes behind. Someone just heard me say Idaho. So that was like 5 minutes ago. I think the lag or the delay gets worse depending on where you are or how long you've had the feed up. Okay, so we're at 12:15. if you want to eat something, you're behind the camera, you could do what you need to do.
You want a cracker?
No, I'm good, thanks. What I do need to do actually is go get a drink of water. Let's see, what's that behind you on your tool cabinet? Stickers? Or on top? On top, there is a bag of wax, like solidified wax, and a level, and then an air conditioner, and then a saw, and then the ceiling. Okay, plans for this project can be found at woodworkersfightingcancer.com. You know what? That's part of the problem. I updated the link to be more clear on the post where I put the video up. I didn't update it on the Woodworkers Fighting Cancer page. So I'm going to have to do that before the day is up. Woodworkersfightingcancer.com, you'll see the SketchUp plans both in imperial and metric, and we have PDF plans as well, all downloadable for free. Shannon, if you could, when you give them the link, try linking to the video that I posted recently instead of the Woodworkers Fighting Cancer page, because that's where I corrected my links so they look a little bit better there, if you don't mind. That way at least people see the corrected version. Peter wants to know, Peter Matthew, if I just do rails and stuff on my lathe, or if I've ever turned a bowl or vessel. I've done a couple of bowls here and there just for fun, but I do use my lathe primarily for furniture parts, just because that's the way I do things. But yeah, I have used it for bowls in the past. We used to sell walnut bowl blanks before the Wood Whisperer started. We had a little side business with David Marks where we recover bowl, great blanks from a firewood pile from a company that actually would process burl for gun stocks. And the firewood pile would contain some sizable burl blanks, and we would just go out there and hunt on this pile for great stock, load up our firewood for like $5, and then I would cart the stuff back to Arizona, coat it with anchor seal, and sell the blanks from our website. Obviously, the business did very well because we stopped doing it. So, but yeah, I used to use that to turn some stuff here and there. You know what, Scott, you bring up a good point. Did you ever try out the Lee dovetail jig that you use with the router table? Yeah, I did, and in fact, hey, thanks, Braxton, you too. I love your avatar, by the way. Every time it comes up, it scares me. I gave it to Scott to test out and review, and to this day, I have Scott's written evaluation of that dovetail jig sitting on my desktop, waiting for me to process it and post it to the website. So we have used it. I don't remember what we thought of it. Lee makes great tools, you know, bar none, as far as dovetail jigs go. There's nothing wrong with it. The question really comes in, is it better, more useful, more versatile than their other dovetail jigs that they have? And I think that's probably where our shortcomings would come with it, because I think you get a lot more versatility out of the ones where you take the router to the jig as opposed to the other way around. But if it seems like something that would work for you, it's Lee. They make top shelf products. Okay. Justin wants to know if I have any upcoming collaborations with other YouTubers. We're talking with Cremona about possibly doing something. You know, a lot of times the free site content is really difficult for me to fit in, and that's one of my big challenges in life these days, is to balance the thing that puts the food on the table with you know, the thing that's more community friendly. So we're trying to be better about producing a lot of content in the off time, and part of that will be trying to collaborate with people if time permits. But at this point, I'm just focused on, hey, let's just get into the habit of making great video between these guild projects to keep everything alive and well and everybody happy. And once I feel like that's more under control, I probably will be reaching out a little bit more. But there is something, I can't say anything about it because nothing is firm or finally decided, but we are going to be working with Matt Cremona, hopefully, if everything goes through. All right, guys, we'll do more. Oh, someone wants to know about this on my left. That's the Powermatic the new Powermatic tenoning jig that isn't even on the market yet. I talked about it earlier, so you may want to scroll back in the video to take a look at that. Okay, so we are going to be able to move to the table. Aaron, it's confusing on the Woodworkers Fighting Cancer page. The metric version is there. The way I put it, it makes it look like it's just the metric, but they're two different links. Imperial on the left, metric version on the right. So I'm going to fix that. I know it's confusing, but the Imperial version is definitely there. Do I have any interesting David Marks stories? Sure, Alex. I'll do this real quick. A lot of my stories with David Marks are personal stories, and he's a friend, so I probably, it's probably best that I don't talk about certain things. But, I mean, it's not like it's anything crazy. But I recall one fantastic night when I was out there working with David on something. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think I actually went out to help him with learning how to edit video and shoot some video in his shop. And I was staying with David and Victoria. Awesome people, by the way, just great people. I wish I lived closer to them. But I was able to stay with them. And one night, I think after dinner, David and I are both drummers. So one night after dinner, he pulled out his drum table and a set of congas that he had sitting in his living room. And we just had a little drum jam in the middle of his living room after dinner one night. And it was hilarious because Victoria was getting into it, and it was a very hippie moment. So that was a very fun night. But David's a great guy, man. What a down-to-earth, totally relatable, and inspiring person to be around. The way his mind works, I only wish I could tap into that level of creativity. Great bunch of people. djmarks.com if you want to go check out David. Okay. Seeing a lot of questions that other people might be able to answer for me, so concerning auctions and stuff that I've talked about already. So if you could, just dive right on in and answer those questions for me to help people out, that'd be great. All right, so now we've got our chair sides done. We've got our legs done. And I told you about the cross pieces, right? By the way, people are wondering, I'm sure, about the joinery on here. We will do this, all right? These have been done ahead of time. I've reserved one of the seats to run through this process, so you absolutely will see it before we are finished here. And actually, almost like I knew what I was about to do. That's what we're going to do next, is drilling. Let me mention one more time, the woodwhisperer.com/donate is where you can go to help out. $25 gets you in the running for a guild project and a little extra something, and also in the running for the grand prize at the end of the day. And we don't know exactly what that's going to be, but I promise you it will be awesome. And you have to donate $25 or more, and one entry per person per hour as we go throughout the day. Alrighty, table time, baby. Oh no, it isn't drilling. I'm skipping ahead. It's table time, not drilling. So now the table. Let's take a look at this over here real quick. We cut the bottom to size, right? Already?
Yes.
You did that for me. Okay, so here's our table again. Let's get some of these markers out of here. What we need to work on is what is essentially our top. The top is nothing more than a box. Now, if you want to, you're encouraged to put some dividers in here so you could store a bunch of different things. For now, I'm just leaving mine open because I want to see how my son uses it and what we put in it. What I put in it might dictate how I divide the space up. But basically, the plans do give you enough material to do one cross section in the middle. You basically notch each piece so they fit together. You have enough material to do that. But we do list it as optional because you don't have to do it. But great storage space for arts and crafts, coloring books, paper, boogers, whatever. This is what we need to build now. Simple construction. I just have screws that go through. It's a butt joint. I'm not getting fancy with this at all, just pre-drilled countersunk screws. And then on the inner perimeter here, we've got a 1/4 inch groove to allow for our 3/4 inch bottom panel, okay? So that 1/4 inch groove would be located, what, a 1/2 inch up from the bottom. So 1/2 inch up from the bottom, we'll cut that groove all the way around, and then we're gonna take our bottom panel and create a rabbet. So it fits into that groove and then sits usually just a little under flush on the bottom here. But 3/4 inch plywood means this is very, very sturdy, right? It's gonna support a lot of weight if you needed it to. So yeah, let's do that. Now we've got these pieces pre-cut already to the size listed in the plans, and now we need to go to the table saw to create the groove, the through grooves that correspond to this top. And it'll be a 1/4 inch wide. All right, where is my apron stock? You know what? I do need to get a drink of water. So I'm going to run and do that real quick if you want to just get... Come on, Mel. You can't see it, but I'm outside right now. I'm walking past my grill. Ooh, it's warm. I'm going in the house. Oh, hey. You always sleeping? Okay. I'm live right now, by the way. I need water. I haven't had it today. So, I don't want to talk about the kid while I'm...
Good, I'm gonna want to talk about the kid while you're alive either.
Do we have medicine for him?
No, we're gonna have to go to the ER to get it.
Really?
Yeah, they can't do cultures until Tuesday.
So we need immediate and at least at the ER, but to do it right away.
Okay. Hey, text me to let me know. Okay. Sorry. The kid's really sick. We're trying to find out what's up with him. Hey, Millie. Enjoying the sun? I'm back. All right, let me just double check this. 1/4 inch. All right. I'm back. Depth. What's my depth on this groove? 3/8? Let's get a piece of scrap here. Always test with scrap. So 3/8 deep, 1/2 inch up from the bottom edge. I think we can make that happen. Okay. So anytime I do one of these grooves or really anything at the table saw, I do try to do a test run with scrap first, just to determine that the placement is correct, the size of the groove is correct, the depth of the groove is correct. You could use your workpiece if you wanted to, but I find it to be a little bit better to do that with scrap. I'm going to set the blade a 1/2 inch away from the fence, or more accurately, set the fence a 1/2 inch away from the blade. Okay. Now this is not a special blade in here. Just my regular combination blade. And what we're going to do is a 2-stage cut. We're going to run all the pieces through one time, and it's an 1/8 inch kerf, correct? So we'll run through one time, and then once all of them are done, we'll adjust the fence a little bit this way, and we'll do a couple of test runs, but we're looking for the groove to be about 1/4 inch wide. So this way we'll do a second pass with all the pieces, and each one of them will have the appropriate groove. The key thing being to get that spacing just right. Also notice that in most box making situations, you want to do a stopped groove on some of your pieces. Otherwise, you have a hole. Okay, if you go all the way through this workpiece, you expose a hole. We're okay with that on this project. It's just a kid's thing. We're trying to make this as simple as possible. So these holes will go all the way through, and we will fill them with, putty or something later. So I'm going to lower the blade now, try to get it somewhere close to 3/8. And I'm going to dial that in using my test piece. So we're going to make one cut, take a couple measurements, and then we can do the real thing. Ready? A little bit higher. Okay, almost there. Just dialing it in. Okay, so we got the 3/8 depth that we're looking for, and we are a 1/2 inch from the bottom. Now we can cut our real pieces. Okay, and you know what? It's a good opportunity to show off some gripper action. I'm sure you guys have seen this before. Micro J gripper. Very handy. This one's brand new too. Ooh, fancy. But when you're doing a workpiece like this, you just need good support all the way through the cut, because ply has a tendency to sometimes lift up as you're working across the table. So you know what, this might be a good occasion for two-fisting it. Right, so we don't necessarily need to like use the support arm on here. We could, I just don't really think it's all that necessary. There's so much support on the work surface itself. And these grippers have they're just lined with this wonderfully sticky rubber material that gives you the ultimate control. So let's go ahead and use it. They are one of the sponsors of the show today, and the event today, so they deserve our love. So we are going to do the inside edges of each of these pieces. And you can see, kind of cheated a little bit. I pre-drilled some of my holes ahead of time, so you have to forgive me for trying to save time. But that's why those are there. Okay, everything in line. Actually, I'm going to pull these guys on this side so they're there for me. And Scott, after each run, if you could, just yank the piece off the table for me, or move it out of my way so I can just kind of continuously move through. All right, here we go. I may have just put that groove on the wrong side. Nope, doesn't matter. No screw holes. Never mind. I didn't see the holes facing up. Thank you. All right, so each one now has that single width kerf cut. So we don't want to move the fence this way to increase the kerf. We want to go this way because we already have that measurement dialed in for a 1/2 inch here. So we want to cut further out that way. So to do that, I'm just going to line it up really by eye. I just want to get close. It doesn't have to be perfect. I just want another full kerf cut. And that should get us pretty close. All right, let's run this test one. If the test looks good, and if it cleans out the material evenly, I'll just run right into my regular material. Pretty good. A lot of people wonder why you would want 2 grippers, not just because they look cool and you can impress your friends, but the long pieces you can see are a little bit too long to just kind of keep your hands, to keep your hands in one position, right? So if you only had one, yeah, you could make it through, but you're going to have to let go of your downward pressure to reposition to go through the final thing. So what's nice about having 2 push blocks like this is that you can actually start out in a fixed position, completely controlling the workpiece. And once you get to this point, you can go hand over hand and reposition. Now the entire time you have the pressure exactly where you need it. It's a much safer way to do it. But that's one of the reasons why, you know, it might look funny to have 2 of these little contraptions, but if you're doing longer pieces like that, there's a lot of occasions where those are going to save you quite a bit of headache and make things safer. Something to think about. Just going to double check, make sure I didn't screw anything up. That's a little close. A little close. So now let's take a look at our bottom panel. Let's we'll stay at the assembly table. Do. How we doing on microphone? Battery. Let me check mine. These are those rechargeable ones too. Yeah, they actually have a really substantial battery life. And these are the ones that I've been using for years now. Thank you. Rechargeable battery technology has gotten good enough I can rely on it. I'm going to double size. Again, just one of the things that was pre-cut to save time from the 4x8 sheet. Howdy, m'lady. This guy's cut to roughly, what, 19 3/4 by 27 1/4? Let me check. Oh, thanks. Yeah, 19 3/4 by 27 1/4. Do we need to do an update?
Yes, because
We're overdue. Were you able to pick the winners without a paper method?
No, we're doing it.
I mean, can we read the winners instead of crumbling all the paper?
No, we can't. I got a lot on my mind right now. This is the 10 to 11, so if you don't,
If we're trying to get our son's example,
yeah, so, okay.
we're a little tight on that Thunderbolt. If you can give that a little slack. Thank you, sir. Okay, here we go.
Thank you to everyone that donated.
Yeah, so again, thewoodwhisperer.com/donate will give you an opportunity to enter into this contest. And these are, yeah, we got in trouble last time. This is wasting paper, but we want to read who donated, and we want to put you in the bucket to pick a winner.
It's not
Okay?
wasting paper because we're using it.
Okay. Exactly. David McFarland. People are going to dream tonight and hear this sound in their heads. Wood Whisperer.
Wood Whisperer. I'll be able, if you do.
Win something today, man.
If not, I'll make sure.
Bates, what's happening, dude? James Sodom. Michael Caruso, done in a way that thank you, Craig. Eric Schmidt. Thanks, Eric.
I also got an email from Keith. He was our very first donor. He didn't realize we were going to do this.
I was going to tell you, someone asked me if they
Yeah.
count, and
So-
I said yes, we could do that.
Keith, you're in.
Here it is, Keith. Hey, Jeffrey Gladwell. That's my cousin, and he actually does
all the shirts.
all of our, well, this is a Powermatic shirt, but he does all the t-shirts. Really high quality work. Thanks, Jeff. Cody Fawcett.
Or this could be another Jeffrey Gladwell.
I guess it could be. Brian Unruh. Is it Brian? Name sticking in my mind. We're gonna have to show this over here when we get a chance. I believe he was the dude that made me the New York Giants bottle opener. So I'll have to show that off today. Don't let me forget. James Sodom.
So did a, yeah, but it's
Exactly. No, other than the Milwaukee tool set.
Yep.
What's going to be in there? But I promise you,
it's going to be awesome.
it will be awesome.
So this is for the
Here,
10 to 11 hours.
save this piece of
I
paper.
will reuse it.
Put that back in the printer. We need to recycle around here.
So this is for the 10 and 11 hour. I'm going to go back in, print from the 11,
11
to
to
12. I'll also get you an update on our total.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not getting your texts. You said you texted me about Mateo. I got nothing.
Well, I said we were there.
Else. What's going on with his?
I can go get some food. I can make you a peanut butter sandwich.
That's fine. I'm not picky about the food.
Peanut butter,
It just needs to be
jelly,
in my
and
stomach.
Okay. How about I do that? Because I can't leave. Your mom's not here yet.
Where'd she go?
She went to go eat.
What? Mom,
All right.
you need to eat?
All right. I'll be back.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Boxes. I have a giant collection of Festool saw blades behind me? No, I don't. Do I? I have a couple. What the heck were we doing? We were doing the table bottom, right? For a break and a Q&A in a little bit after this, we'll be okay. So I just checked the measurements on here. First order of business is to create that rabbet. Now, how do we do that? You could certainly use the table saw and a dado stack. That's a great way. If you have like a sacrificial fence on there, you can just buzz along each dimension. And Andy's your uncle. That's what I like to say, because Bob is definitely not my uncle. But I do have an Uncle Andy. And wondering if we could, are we going to get away with a little dust collection on this one? I don't know, we'll see. So what we need to do is set up this rabbeting bit to yield a 1/4 inch piece on there. That 1/4 inch piece has to fit into this groove, right? So that's why I wasn't overly concerned about the exact dimension of this. I wanted it to be around a 1/4 inch. And all I'm going to do now is make sure that the rabbet bit that I use now is going to be at the right location to create something that fits into here. What that exact number is, not really too concerned about. So I'm going to take a couple of test passes in one spot and see if we can't get the fit dialed in. And we'll do the best we can. And if it's a hair loose, it's fine. It'll all be captured in the end. You just don't want it to be too tight. So I am going to for the calibration, yeah, I'll take all that. For the calibration part of this process, I'm going to mask up so I don't have to breathe this crap. Just know that what I'll be doing is trying to get that joint to fit perfectly into the groove. So I probably will make a test cut, test the fit, lower the bit, make another cut, lower the bit until we sneak up on the fit. What I'm doing right now is marking on my edge here about 1/4 inch, and that's going to give me a nice starting reference point for where to set my bit. And I'll probably go proud of that line just to be safe, And here's the thing, if I go too far and I make the little lip too thin, it's not the end of the world because it's only going to be one small section. I'm not going to do the whole thing like this. I'm just going to do one part. Okay. You know what else? Scott, if you can grab me a couple of quick clamps over there, I'm going to clamp this guy down to the assembly table. Just 2 should do the trick. Thanks, Daddy-O. Put one over here. One over here. All right, so using my eyeballs, my peepers. Well, here's the funny thing. This was set up for the last operation I did, so my turret stop is already there. Plunge routers have these turret stops to preset your depth and control your depth. So I've got those in place, and it's pretty darn close. It's actually a little above my line. I'm going to start there. I see no reason not to. And I do think we can do some dust collection. Okay. Let's rock and roll. So don't turn the regular mic back up until I've got this sized properly, and then I'll talk a little more. Just going to make a little adjustment to make a deeper cut. A little on the loose side. But in a case like this, sometimes I'm okay with that. I'm going to back it off just a bit. That's a hair too tight. So just trying to find that, dial in that happy medium here. Happy with that. So I'm going to continue around. Actually, let's talk for a second. I hate trying to talk through that. Okay, so you see what happened there. We basically have to kind of go a little bit below, a little bit above, and depending on the settings on your router, how easy it is to dial that stuff in. Some routers are better at it than others. And sometimes it's user error. You go a little too far, whatever. But it's not the end of the world if a small portion of this is a looser fit or a tighter fit than another area. So you just keep going until you dial it in. When you find a good setting, then you roll with it and continue on the rest of the panel. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do two sides, or at least as much of it as I can, turn my piece around, clamp it back down again, and continue routing the other two sides. Now, you might be wondering why, with something like a Festool that's supposedly the cream of the crop when it comes to dust collection, produces so much dust. It's just the physics of the situation. When your bit is protruding that far from your base and you've got that much open air spread out, the action is under the base plate. It's really difficult to collect the dust from above. It's just a physical difficulty. So They have attachments that you can use with the base plate that have a cup that rotates around. So if I use that, it probably would be a lot better. But I don't like it because it makes it's very difficult to see what the heck is going on. So even Festool will spew dust. And right now I'm just going to sand a little bit on this panel to get rid of some of those fuzzies that are on the edge from that rabbiting bit. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So let's do a little test fit here. See if our apron pieces cooperate with us. And put one on each end first. Oh, by the way, I've got this upside down. The bottom panel is going to be on the other side. Maybe I should just do it right. It's just for test purposes, but if it all works out, I could probably just leave everything where it is. So I may as well do it as intended. The reason we're flipping it around is because there will be a little bit of a gap around the perimeter. I used a rabbiting bit that made so I want to even them out just to get us started on the right foot, you know. Put on the long pieces. It's looking pretty good. Definitely a little bit of wiggle room to play with, but I think that's good for now. I'm going to go, try to look at the schedule here. I want to go double check and see what's going on. It's a good time for us to refresh our batteries. We can probably eat something and we'll come back and get this bad boy assembled, if that works for everybody. So while we're on break, we're going to turn this microphone off. We can keep that microphone on temporarily. We'll keep the feed going, but we'll take like maybe a 10-15 minute break if that's okay. If everybody's cool with that. All right, so stay tuned and we'll be back in a little bit. I really want to find out what the hell's going on with my kid. On the project or something for a moment, turn those mics down. I'll be back in a minute, Scott. I don't have an intermission image pulled up, unfortunately.
Is it still live?
It is.
All right. You know if they can hear me?
Probably, yeah. The onboard mic is on.
Okay. Let's see here. As while Mark is getting himself a break, I'm catching up with everything.
You're saying you have to go to the emergency room?
We have to go to the ER just to get tests done because of the holiday weekend. They can't do anything at the doctor's office. So as soon as he's taking a nap right now because his fever went up and he's really tired. So just gonna let him sleep a little bit, recharge, and then we'll go back out.
Yeah. It's always a scary thing to have to go through.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna dance, you crazy people. I'm gonna give away some guild projects. All right. So, do you mind?
Yeah, no.
Because I don't know, is the mic?
I don't know if it's going to be able to pick you up. Here, well.
It's just me.
I don't know if I want to mess with his volumes.
Because he has the microphone right here, but I don't know how he has that set up.
Oh, yeah, if you put that on, I can flip it on.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? You think it worked?
Yep. You can see the green bars on the side.
Ah, yes. All right. So while Mark is taking a small break, I thought I would get caught up on our hourly drawings. So I have our total for the, we did 9, 10, and now we're going to jump to 1 p.m. So at 1 p.m., we are at $4,695.
Wow.
That's awesome. You guys are amazing. It's amazing. All right, so I have 2 stacks here. I have the 11 to 12 donations, people that gave between 11 and 12. And this is a Pacific Standard Time that I'm doing the time zones. And then I have from 12 until 1. And so it's 1 to 2 right now. So if you want to be in the drawing for 1 to 2, you can head on over to thewoodwhisperer.com/donate and donate at least $25 to Cancer Care Research. Not Cancer Research Institute, sorry, getting my organizations mixed up. And if you are picked for the hourly winner, you will get your choice of any guild project, and I'll be contacting you to get all that set up and all that wonderful stuff. And anybody that donates throughout the day will be entered in for the grand prize, which we have one thing to find because a good friend of the show, Joseph, donated a Makita set, tool set. And it's a drill, and it looks like a reciprocating saw, a couple drills, cool package. So that's going to be part of it. And then Mark and I will talk about what we're putting in there, which it'll be something awesome, I promise. And yeah, here we go. So while Mark is taking a little break and Scott's eating, I think Mark's probably grabbing a sandwich too. I would like to thank, oh gosh, this is like my worst nightmare, reading off people's names. If you know me, you know I butcher names all the time. So big thanks to a lot of people, including Robert Bedell. This is going to be entertaining. Watch the pregnant lady stumble over her names. Oh, thank you, William Bruce. That's 2 first names. Adam Anderson. Oh, I should be crumpling these up. I'm trying to say names and it's horrible. So when I have like a two first name, I'm like, oh, thank you. So that's Adam Anderson, thank you. Jay Human. Nelson Hires. Bob DeVries. Bob, you are on it. James Saddam.
Sure.
Michael Berry. Is it Michael Berry? Is that an author?
Not that I know of.
Does it sound like? It does sound very familiar. Common name, I guess.
It's your cousin, Michael Berry.
Marvin Berry.
Listen to this.
Kurt Johnson, thank you. David Alexander. William Childress. John. How you? Sherrard. John, thank you very much. Our good friend Jonathan May.
John May. Love that guy.
We miss you.
Oh, we all.
Didn't he give us sausages one time?
Yes, he did. We love your sausage, John. It was bratwurst.
Michael Driscoll. I know that name. David Bennett. Thank you. Andrew Principe. And Philip C., who contacted me, who said that he had donated, but he didn't hear his name in the last hour. So I looked, and he definitely donated. So if you are not hearing your name for a specific hour, email me, Nicole@thewoodswhisperer.com.
Please no.
I'll verify it, because I get notifications each time you do donations, and that's how I'm handling all of this. So Philip, your name's going in. All right. So that was the 11 to 12 o'clock hour. Would you like to? Don't make the pregnant lady bend over.
Got it.
All right. You can dump it on the ground.
Dump it on the floor again.
You can dump it in the toy or the table.
Here we go. Last time I took a tightly wound one. I'm going to take a looser one today, or right now. William Bruce.
Awesome. And then the box of everybody is over there.
Okay.
So just dump.
Including William?
No. I need the William one because I need to mark it. And all the winners will actually go back into the final drawing as well. I'm just pulling them out so I can get their names and grab their information. So that was our 4 winner. 11 to 12. You good? Mm-hmm. All right, now we will do the 5th hour, which was 12 to 1.
Wow.
Can I get the SpongeBob bucket? Can people hear me okay?
Yep. See that green line going up and down?
Yep.
That's you.
That's me. All right, so big thanks to Stephen McKelvey. Kelvey. Stephen McKelvey. Thanks. Cass White. Oh, she sounds like, maybe it's a guy, but sounds like somebody would be in the Wild West. Cass. No?
Cass, maybe.
Cass. I know Cass. Thank you, Cass. John Sexton. Neil Dobler? Yeah. I'm going to go with that. That's what I'm going to stick with.
Sounds good.
Ezekiel Stiles? Stice? Ezekiel, thank you. Donald Ondove?
Ondove.
Ondove.
Yep. You're asking me like I know
I-
how
well,
to pronounce last names.
The other thing is
I'm only marginally better at it than you are.
the other thing is people trying to pronounce our last name is just as.
Uh-huh.
I honestly couldn't pronounce Spagnolo for like a month when I first met him. Andy Dykstra. Thank you, Andy. Freeman Pascal. Or maybe it's Pascal Freeman. Could go either way. Thank you. Cliff Mason. Tracy Reeves. Richard Rowe. I'm on a roll now. Katie Kallenberg. Is that right, Katie? Mm-hmm. Yeah. You didn't even look.
Yeah.
Roger Dowling. All right. There we go. And did you see Dowling? Mm-hmm. Where we're at?
Well, hello.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a start.
I know, right? I feel like it needs to be big and
Well, you covered the Powermatic sign
Well-
before. People were all upset about it.
I'm trying to get it somewhere. Here, maybe put it right here.
It won't stay. I got it.
All right. You want to dump these out and do? You should probably dump the table.
Nope. I don't want to.
Here's our winner for
Winner,
hour
winner,
5.
Chicken dinner.
Gosh, you've been doing this for 5 hours.
Richard Rowe.
Richard Rowe.
We're doing it for 5 hours.
Yep.
Doesn't feel a minute over 6.
All right, 12. And I am officially caught up.
Sweet.
So, again,
Until you go to the hospital.
yeah, thewoodwhisperer.com/donate. Donate $25 or more. You'll be entered into that hour's drawing. And then you'll also be entered in for the big giveaway at the very end. We need to decide what we're going to give away
Yep.
for that. So be thinking of that. So yeah. You want to take over?
Nope.
Just going to hang out.
Just they want to see you anyway.
You see how
Fine.
big the belly is getting? Oof.
It's looking good. It suits you.
Yeah.
Did you tell them about how we nested last weekend?
We nested.
I painted like a
Yeah,
madman.
Marc
and
painted, and we got the room started at least.
Got the furniture in place.
To be honest with you, most of you know that I've been super, super sick, and it has only been in the last week that I've started to feel more like myself. Still on medication because I still get sick, but
Shannon wants you to do a drum solo.
so I'm
So
super thankful that I'm starting to feel. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I was going to be able to help as much as I was able to with
Yeah.
this.
Close call.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, they don't need details, but want to know how Mateo's doing. We don't know yet. He's sleeping.
Yeah, he's sleeping right
And we
now.
have to go to they have to take him to the hospital to get tested on. Hey,
Oh, okay, gotta go.
what was that?
Bye. Here, he's awake.
Okay. All right. Good luck. Text me.
I will.
Don't just say you text me and not. Okay. Like you did She's like, yeah. Duh, I texted you. And the last text from her was like, we're at the doctor's office. Like, okay, I kind of wanted more information than that. Well, we're back, and I am adequately full of peanut butter and jelly. Which I don't know about you, but if I just eat just a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch, I'm usually ravenous by 5 o'clock. Just the peanut butter and jelly doesn't always cut it for me, but I'll survive. This is the sacrifice I make for the sake of charity. It's just a lunch break. So I think what I'm going to do I'm going to finish that assembly, then we will have another live Q&A break. So let's jump right back to the assembly table. We can continue where we left off. You know what? I need my countersink bit, my drill, and some screws. Someone asked, I saw earlier, they were asking about why I didn't go with 3/8 of an inch and only went with 1/4 inch on the rabbet, which is a really good question. And I will tell you why. It really all comes down to just convenience. 3/8 would be better. The reason I did 1/4 is because 1/4 only requires 2 passes from a standard 1/8 inch kerf table saw blade, and a 3/8 cut would have required 3. So I figured for the sake of expedience and just getting the job done, I would just make it 1/4 inch, and it's a non-critical, sort of thing with this project. It's not that big of a deal if it's 1/4 versus 3/8, but I do believe 3/8 would be better. So with this, we've got a little bit of play here. You can add glue if you wanted to. You don't have to, because everything's kind of captured, and if there's 2 screws into each one of these joints, you should be fine. So what I'm going to do is get a clamp on here and make sure, whoopsie, that was a little too far. I'm really only going to focus on one corner at a time. And you can probably see which one is undone. There we go. So we'll focus on that one. I get one of my F-style clamps over here. Oh yeah, okay, now I see the stack of Festool saw blades. Yeah, they sent me a bunch of them a long time ago for cutting various materials. I tend to only cut like 2 kinds of materials, so they never really got used as much as they should have, but you never kind of, you always want to keep that stuff around just in case, you never know. All right, so little clamping pressure on here is going to allow me to line everything up. Now the screws that I'm going to drive here, or the holes I'm going to make for the screws, those holes aren't really, that's not really critical where they're located. Just somewhere along here, avoid the groove at the bottom and have them evenly spaced. I marked about 1 inch in, and that pretty much covers me. And then of course you want to go, just a little under 3/8 in from this edge, because you want the screw to be somewhere in the middle of this side piece. And I'm looking for, I know I saw it here before, my countersink bit. I know it's here somewhere. See, this is realistic, folks. How many of you spend 5 minutes looking for a stupid bit you just saw? Yes, we all do it. Come on now. If I have to, I've got I didn't want to use these because I don't want people to think they have to use them. I've got a couple of Festool countersinks that I could use if needed. And it looks like it's needed because I don't see it anywhere. Okay, so I've got a countersink bit. What this is going to do is drill my pilot hole at the same time as creating a little bit of a countersink. Now this one is sold by Festool, really, really expensive. It does a pretty good job. There's other types out there, so we'll just use this one because it's the only one I could find. But this little plastic doohickey is there as a stop so that the countersink doesn't go too deep. All right, so I'm just gonna drill in on my lines here, and the key is I'm clamped in place, I'm flush here, and I should probably check this first. I'm making sure that I'm square. Okay, that's good. First corner is not going to be that critical. If it was slightly out, anything is fixable at this point. So I'll start with one screw. Oops. Right here. Okay. I've got my impact driver. Boom, baby. Okay. So now just use this for a little bit of extra support and pressure. You don't really necessarily need it, but it can help. So I'm gonna pull back over the edge so I could safely drill that low. Move out of my way, stuff. Stuff always in my way. All right, we'll drill at the second location. Get another screw. Pardon my body in the way. Okay, so that's one corner. Now, the rest of these corners I've already pre-drilled, so we should be able to just throw on the clamp. Oops. Make sure it's square. And drive a couple screws. Though I did the pre-drilling countersink, I did not necessarily pre-drill right into the adjoining piece, which could be a mistake. As you drive that screw in there, you could cause it to swell or split if you don't pre-drill. So I might just grab a small bit and do that real quick. But I didn't swap out my audio. I should have done that. My batteries. This might be a little overkill. I think the ply could probably take it, but just in case. Let's do this. Okay, so again, looking for nice, good alignment, even and square. That looks good. Ooh, nice. Sweet. So I'm taking that smaller 1/8" bit. Just a little bit of a pilot hole in there. Should prevent any major problems. 1.5" screws right now, in case you were wondering. Okay. And we'll just keep working around this way. This little turd keeps coming off. Sorry, I know I'm putting stuff right in your field of vision, but mention again that if you want to build this project, go to woodworkersfightingcancer.com. You can download the plans and get your hands on the SketchUp, the PDF, whatever you need. And you can build one. Build by November 30th. Send me a picture. And we will donate $5 on your behalf. And $10 if you are a YouTuber and you want to make a nice little video. We appreciate that. And we will donate $10 on your behalf. Okay, I'm going to do that pilot hole again real quick. You guys use impact drivers a lot? I love these things. Fantastic for driving screws. Sometimes they can get away from you though, because they're pretty powerful. But if you get used to it, you know when to back off before it becomes a problem. Okay, and the final corner. And if 3 corners were square up to this point, it should only make sense that the 4th is going to be pretty close to square, right? Okay. One more round of pre-drilling and driving, and we're good. Now, of course, there are countless other ways we could have joined these pieces that would be better than this. Pocket screws would have been fine. Dowel joinery, drill through, peg it with a dowel, or rabbet it, thinking like cabinetry. You could have done a rabbet on there and then pegged. There's so many different ways you could have gone about it, but this seemed very practical, very fast. Okay. That is a box. That is our chop. So just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 screws, and nice and sturdy. Now on the underside, because my bit cut a little bit deeper than, what did we cut? I think my bit cut at about a 1/2 inch, and the plans call for a 3/8 rabbet. You got this little gap all the way around. Who cares? It's at the bottom, it's on the underside. This gap just means I had a little bit of extra room to move things around if needed. If this bothers you, backfill it with epoxy. It's fine. But ultimately, this just made the project a little bit easier to assemble because I didn't have to worry about contacting any of this stuff. But if you go for a perfect 3/8 rabbet and a perfect 3/8 groove, and you size all your parts correctly, you should still have no problem. But that doesn't really detract from anything, at least not in my book. So there's our box. And let me see what's next. Assemble body, table screws. Let's do we got a little bit of a commercial here. And we have some time for Q&A. So we asked any of the sponsors of the event, we asked them if there's anything they wanted us to talk about or announce. And it's kind of funny. So Mike, not get behind. Thing they're the most famous for, but they've got aftermarket splitters that you can add to your zero clearance insert. They've got what they call their zero play guide bars that you can use for jigs and things for table saws with that 3/4 inch miter slot. And they have these fairly new products, the grip block. So if you like push blocks, this is kind of a souped up version of it that you can use at the jointer. It's a good problem solving push stick that keeps your hands safe, keeps it a good distance from the blade. But because you're really planning out this cut from beginning to end, some people are concerned that your hand actually travels over the blade. Reasonable concern. But the whole idea is you have so much control over this workpiece, and it fits in a way that's very natural as you're pushing it through, that it actually turns it into an incredibly safe, controlled cut. And that's really what it's all about, is control. So the rubber grippy material on the bottom is perfect. You can move this little bridge piece here, and also the thing is adaptable. You could do a lot of different things with it. But take this off, and now you can get really close to the blade. So the blade is right up against the fence, and you can cut thin strips with this that would be pretty tricky to do without something like this. All right, so great products, really great people too. Bruce and his family, it's a very small family-run business. The kind of people I like to support when we can. So thanks very much, Bruce and everybody at Microjig. We appreciate you. Of course, always giving us great product to use on the show, but also supporting Woodworkers Fighting Cancer. Now they are offering up a couple of things for auction. So the woodwhisperer.com/auction, you should be able to find information about these auctions. They're doing a multi-pack with 2 grippers, 2 1/8 inch legs, Remember I told you you could run it up against the fence? Well, this is about a 1/4 inch wide, meaning that the smallest strip you can cut is a 1/4 inch. They have another leg you could attach to this to replace it that's 1/8 of an inch. So you can cut strips as thin as 1/8 of an inch with that, which is awesome. Handle bridge kits, gravity heel kits, microdial tapering jig. I've got one of those bad boys on the wall. MJ splitter, I told you they make aftermarket splitters. And they have a thin kerf version of it as well, and the zero. So basically, you're kind of getting one of everything they make, which is pretty damn impressive. And I think there are 2 auctions where we're doing that. Let me show you the tapering jig. Now, I'll admit I haven't used this a lot yet. I sometimes get these things and don't have the opportunity to really dig into them until it's the right time. But this is their tapering jig, incorporates with the other tooling that they have, and pretty nicely engineered. It's good stuff. All right, so you definitely want to check them out. Great company, great people, really good products. So thank you, Microjig, and definitely pay attention to that auction because it's a total retail value of $568.30. That's pretty good. All right, if you want to donate, just to remind you, the woodwhisperer.com/donate is where you can go to donate directly to the Cancer Research Institute. And this way, we like it that way because then we don't have to handle the money and you get a receipt directly from the charity. And this way you could use that for tax purposes or whatever floats your boat. And we really appreciate everybody who's hanging out with us today, helping us out and helping us support the cause. Honestly, we never really thought this idea would grow to what it is today. There were times where we just get busy in the fall, and it's like, we're going to do Woodworkers Fighting Cancer again this year? I don't know. Are we going to have time to do it? It's not like that anymore now. This is something we plan for way ahead of time. It's not an optional thing. This is just something we do. We are very happy to do it, very proud to do it. And the fact that we're able to, repeatedly raise $10,000 to $15,000 each time we do it is mind-boggling to me. And so far, our total, I believe, is over final total when this is done. Grand for various cancer. And just a little bit more about the charity, Cancer Research Institute, we found, just because a lot of charities, you got to look into this stuff when you donate money. Really high operating costs. So when you donate, every dollar you donate, in some cases, depending on the company, 50, 60, 70% of that may go to those numbers to be too high. It depends greatly. But a lot of times things organization that exists as the charity. But some organizations manage to keep their overhead low, and a very high percentage of the funds that you donate, like compared to other comparable institutions, theirs is very, very high. And we really like what their science is about, what they're into, and that's immunotherapy as a cancer treatment, which we find very compelling, and hopefully will sort of bring about some amazing cures and therapies, at least, to help us deal with some of these horrible cancers that are out there. Complaining about the buffering, I just want to gotta always double check and make sure we're not the source. Connection looks good. Everything looks okay. So if there are problems with the stream, my apologies. Refreshing is always a good idea just in case. I find that the chat room seems to lock up on me. Like lock up as in not refresh consistently. Okay. All right, so you know what? We got a few minutes for a Q&A. What time are we looking at here? 1:43. After this, we've got some very careful drilling to do, some more round over and sanding, and then we're going to work on the top dowel pin. So it's actually, it sounds like a lot, but it's actually not that bad. And if we finish a little early, I'm fine with that. Today was a very awesome experience. I haven't used the domino yet. There's got to be some place to add one. Well, you could use them in place of the dowels, or we can just, punch random domino holes all over this thing. That's an option. That might make us feel better. Nick wants to know, Nick Ferry, who has a good YouTube channel, by the way, Q&A, boxers or briefs? You didn't allow for the option that is mine. How about both? I actually wear boxer briefs. Not both boxers and briefs, but boxer briefs. I like a little additional support, but I do like I enjoy the comfort of a partial thigh coverage to give my whole precious area security during the day. How's that? Okay, yeah, Dr. Drake, I saw your question, and I have to wonder if the thing cut off your name. Are you Dr. Drake Ramore? Wasn't that from Friends?
Yeah. It was Joey.
Right. If that's the case, hilarious, well done, great 90s joke. He's asking about his Unisol with moisture and rust issues that he had on it. I live in Arizona, so I don't really have a whole lot of difficulty with rust, so I may not be the best person to ask. That said, go to the website, you're probably already on it, just search for rust or search for rust prevention. I've got 2 or 3 videos or even an article, I think, that shows the methodology that I use for getting rid of rust and dealing with it, which may not be enough for your situation, but at least you'll see the methods and the products that I use to get the job done. I usually use T9 Bow Shield and then a wax on top of that. That seems to work okay for me. But again, I'm in Arizona, so the rules for you are probably different than mine. But I do have a significant amount of information on the website already for you to check that out. Preferred method for trimming 1/4-inch solid banding flush with a plywood face. Darren Rash. Good question. You know what? Honestly, if it's a small project, my preferred method is a block plane. I'll make it just a little bit proud, hit it with a block plane, get it down pretty close, and then use a scraper and or sanding from that point to get it to the final flush surface that we like. 2 other methods that I'll use if the situation calls for it, if I have a lot of them to do. I like to use a table saw with a sacrificial fence where you run the workpiece vertically. Again, it depends on the shape of these pieces. That might be a little unruly. But you can kind of accomplish a similar thing using the router table. You could use a flush trim bit with the router table, or add a little bit of extra support and do a handheld router method going along the edge. Maybe butt 2 of your pieces together and trim the edge that way with a flush trim bit. Those are good methods if I have a lot to do. But if I only have a couple of edge pieces to do for a couple of shelves or something, I will routinely use a block plane for that. Yeah, someone did ask about my son. We don't know yet. Nicole took him to our doctor, and I guess they don't take culture samples until Wednesday, and he needs something today. So they were waiting for him to wake up from a nap and are going to take him over to the ER, because I guess that's the only place we can actually get the tests run ASAP. So he's all right. I mean, aside from the fact that he has to run to the toilet every 5 minutes, he's okay. So I'm waiting to hear myself once we have some information. But thank you very much for asking. That kind of threw us for a loop today because we were both expecting to okay, Grandma's going to watch him all day. Nicole and I are focused on this stuff, and we had it all planned out. And 2 days ago, there was a different plan put in place. Incra makes very nice miter gauges. Can they replace a crosscut sled effectively? Zach wants to know. They can do a lot of the same things that crosscut sleds can do, and actually they can do them perhaps better, because many times a crosscut sled locks you in to a particular 90-degree or 45-degree orientation, unless you really do like a tricked out sled. But there are still some things that the miter sled can do better. The nature of a crosscut sled. The nature of a crosscut sled that I think makes it so useful and effective is the fact that the work is on a steady platform. When you're using a miter gauge, your work is rubbing up against the table. So that friction can sometimes cause a little bit of movement. It can just makes the situation different. But when your sled is in the rails and you've got it attached to the fence, whether with your hand or with a clamp, whatever it is, it's just so smooth and there's so much less friction because all the friction is taking place between the runners and the sled, not between your work and the surface. So there's probably other reasons why you might want to go with a sled. You might get more support out of it for larger work pieces. But ultimately, if you're just doing basic cross cuts and the pieces aren't that large, some of the Incra stuff is fantastic. For me, I like to have both. There's times when I will pull out the miter gauge, and there's other times when a crosscut sled I feel is more appropriate for the job. Also, the crosscut sled is made out of wood, so it's sacrificial. So if I want support on both sides of the blade, that's a little hard to pull off with an Incra, right? You need to be off to one side or the other. So with a crosscut sled, you can have a fence that goes, from one side to the other. You have support, stop block, options. There's a versatility that you can get with that as well that could be beneficial. Michael Stuckey wants to know, do you recommend a brand of hand planes and which sizes are the best to get? Well, this is a big question. Is my buddy Shannon in the chat room? You want to answer that, Shannon? It really depends on your goals and how you want to do your woodworking. If your goals are to do hand tool woodworking as a primary thing, your plane collection will probably look different than mine. And I am sort of a self-confessed hybrid woodworker. I use power tools and a fair share of hand tools. So my hand tool selection looks very different. It's much more focused on joinery planes. In terms of big bench planes, I can really get by with a jack plane and call it done. Everything else is more focused on joinery and maybe smoothing. So it's a difficult question to answer without more information about who you are and what you plan to do. I hate to hit you with a sales pitch, but my book, Hybrid Woodworking, I go into details on every tool that I consider to be essential to my woodworking collection. And that's based on my methodology of woodworking. So if you think you want to do woodworking the way I do it, then the book may actually be very, very helpful for you. That's at twwstore.com. You could find that. And I think I even wrote an article at one point on the website. So search on the website too. There might be something about like hand planes for a beginner. Do a search for that. I hope that will come up with something for you. Do I see any problems building this project out of laminated pine sheets besides adding strips under the top to prevent it from bowing? If it's stable stock, I don't see any reason why you couldn't use it. This is a fairly forgiving project, given its size and the fact that it's for kids. And kids don't notice flaws quite that much, or quite as much as we would. So I don't see any reason why. Tom wants to know why I went all the way through with the dados on the sides of the apron. Okay, so the grooves on the interior of the aprons, normally on a different project, yes, I would have done stopped grooves. The reason I went all the way through is because it's easier. The same reason why I used countersunk screws to create my box for the top, because it was easier. So a lot of this is trying to make this as appealing for people who don't necessarily have a lot of extra experience. So I made decisions that you might not normally see me make on another piece of furniture. Is there a particular brand or type of card scraper that you prefer? Build-a-Thon wants to know. No, honestly, Crown makes them. Lee Nielsen sells some. Lee Valley has some. Rockler has them. Almost everybody sells a set of scrapers. I don't really have a huge preference. If you can get the information on the thickness, that can be valuable because I do like to have a thicker bodied scraper if possible. So if they provide that information, look for one that's potentially a thicker stock. But if you can't find that, many of them don't say what the thickness is. I find them all to be fairly straightforward. Stephen Coleman says, you're obviously a Larry David fan. By extension, are you also a Seinfeld fan? Yes, without a doubt. I was a Seinfeld fan before I was a Larry David fan. I didn't discover Larry David until, honestly, well after Curb Your Enthusiasm was out and already in its last season was when I actually got into it. And I just devoured episodes. I think it was on Netflix at the time. and devoured those episodes. And they just put it back on Amazon Prime. Now has Curb Your Enthusiasm, all like 7 seasons of the show. And I've been watching them every night just because the beginning music on that show just puts me in a good mood. You know what, Lenny, that's a good question. I don't really have a recommendation for you, though. Middle of the road priced Forstner bit set that I'd recommend. Trying to think. You know what? How about Freud? Freud has a decent 5-piece Forstner bit set that I think does the job, gets the job done, and isn't going to break the bank, but it's not like the cheap China-made stuff where you could buy 20 of them for $10 and they're going to dull in the first use. They're obviously red, Freud, and those work well for me. I'm sure there's others, but those are the only ones that I would call mid-price that I've had experience with. Freeman, the brand of my router table is a Jessam. And buying your router table, there's nothing wrong with building it, but I don't know. It's not that fun. I'd just rather buy a phenolic top that's perfectly set up for an insert and a lift to drop in. But anyone who's watched me long enough knows that I'm lazy in that regard. People ask me all the time, when are you going to build some tools? Like actually build a shop-made tool, or why don't you build more jigs? It's just not my thing. We all have our stuff that we love to do and don't love to do. I don't love building tools. I don't like really building jigs. And when it comes to tooling and jigs, I'm a big fan of metal and plastic and higher tolerances than I'm able to produce myself given my skill level and interest level. So I am much more likely to buy a well-made solution to something like that, and same thing with jigs, than I am to build one. Now that doesn't mean I don't build jigs. The whole shop is surrounded with various jigs that I need that aren't something you can just buy. So jig building skills are important, certainly, and they are good for problem solving, but I'm not really big on building critical things like that I'm going to use all the time. It's a knock on anyone who does it. Some of us like Coke, some like Pepsi. The smart people drink Dr. Pepper. What are you going to do? Okay, tons of questions, guys. I think I'm going to have to call it here and move on to the next part of the project. Have you ever tried restoring antique hand planes? Mark Stewart wants to know. Would you recommend it? The first couple of planes I ever purchased, I wouldn't, they're not really antiques. They were just old and rusty. And I did do a restoration on them, got them looking nice, and they worked okay. So I think if you can find good ones that are worth restoring, it's worth the experience, and it'll teach you a lot about how the plane works. And if you're Matt Vanderlist, it'll teach you why you don't want your sole of your plane to be shaped like a banana. Yeah. Oh. So I think it's a good experience, but at a certain point, it can be, depending on what you do and how much you value your time, you can sometimes invest a lot of time in rehabbing an old plane that just turns out to be, not quite so worth it to do that extra work. But I would say in the beginning, you certainly want to at least try. All right, so let's move on. We are at the point of drilling, so I think we'll stay at the workbench, Scott. Braxton's with me on the jigs. That's good. I don't like to be alone. Those are all done. So what we need is my seat blank, and bad boy is over here. Ooh, pretzel. Anyone else find it funny? I know Nicole's busy, so she doesn't have time to take care of us in here today, but it was like 12:15, and she comes in and goes, "Here's some pretzels," with a bag of pretzels. And I'm like, "Girlfriend, it's like a half hour after I normally eat lunch. I am starving. I'm going to need more than a bag of pretzels, sister." "Here's your pretzels." It's all right, she's cute. I'll keep her around. All right, so we need to do a little bit of drilling. Let's start. Let's start with the main box. Let's drill before we do the seat. Why do I have a stopping point right there? Yeah, let's get the tabletop, and we're going to attach our legs, or at least do the drilling required to attach. Okay, so where are you, legs? Oh. Each of our legs are going to go like this. All right, something like that in this area here. So we need to know where to place the legs along that edge. And the number happens to be 2 inches in. Where is my square? Oh, got one right here. Got 100 of these things. 100 of them, I tell you. So we're going to mark in 2 inches from the edge. Oh, hold on. My DIY Tyler pencil is not sharp. Nicole, I'm a man. I got a man-sized appetite. Where's my peanut butter and jelly? So if we mark in, and this should be correct, I'm pretty sure. If we mark in 2 inches from the edge at the top, we'll do it on both sides. I'll repeat it on the other side later. Here's one of my legs. Our goal is to put the leg on and slide it over so that the top, this curve, would have intersected with this line here. Another thing that would be smart to do at this point, because there may be slight variations in placement, there could be slight variations in the hole drilling. There shouldn't be, but there could be. When we get this guy in place, we're going to marry these two to one another. I'm going to put a number 1 here and a number 1 there. And this way I can always match them up just in case. And I find that at least, gives us a good chance that things are going to be lined up perfectly. All right, so we'll do the same thing on this one. I'm going to put a number 2 and number 2. And I'll do what I just did. I'm going to do it on this side. It's going to be really exciting because you're not going to see any of it. There's my 2-inch line. 2-inch line. We're going to call this guy 3 and this guy 4. Don't put your legs on backwards. 4. And then 3. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I find the easiest way to do this is now we have holes already located in our legs. We just need to transfer these hole locations to this box. Okay, so the easiest way to do it is to let gravity help us out by flipping this upside down. This is leg number 2. And put leg number 2 in place. Get it lined up with my pencil. My pencil line there. And where is my drill? I'm going to do the whole starter hole thing again. Now, here's the thing. We're going through with the bolt this way. Hole's already drilled, 1/4-inch hole's good to go. Problem is the cap nut on the other side has a larger diameter. So I need to locate these and then drill through with a 3/8 bit. All right? I'm going to kind of what we did before. And we have that card in there, Scott. Can you this, because this is something that I screwed up in the other project, and I'm going to use this footage. and pretend like it. See, you guys are getting some behind the scenes magic here. All right, so I'm just going to grab my 1/4-inch bit. This is a little bit more snug. That wasn't smart. I shouldn't have used such a snug bit. Hold on a second. I gotta come up with a little bit better of a way of doing this. Actually, I could probably, where's my other drill? Oh, Dewey. I could widen that hole, ream the hole just a little bit to give me some more slack in there. Tell you what, let's just do that. Let's just use the drill itself to do the work. And if it starts the hole, fine. The tap method works just fine, but if it's too tight, then too much friction. So I've got my 2 starter holes here, and let's just do the rest of them while we're in position here. Keep it simple. Lining up. Boom, baby! Flip it around. Number 4. Good. And number 3. This is a big, important principle in woodworking that I think can be overlooked, is the concept of relative dimensioning. And I've talked about it many times in the past. But the idea being getting your measurements and marks from existing workpieces instead of measuring. If we're trying to locate this stuff by measuring the location of these holes and getting them to match up, the chances of having a huge variance in the location of the holes, it's too much to deal with. So you're getting the information from the workpiece itself. So how do I know where these holes go? I ask this piece, where do those holes go? And there's no debating it. It's like exactly where it needs to be. We did the same thing. If you want to know how far to place this second piece from the top of this leg, don't measure it. Go get the workpiece that's actually going to be attached to it and draw your line. Now you know exactly where it is. And as a result, we are perfectly flush at this point, right? So, that's the kind of logic you want to use throughout your work if you can, because it tends to be more accurate and less frustrating. All right, so now that we have all of our starter holes, let's switch to a 3/8 bit. And we can drill straight through. And actually, you know what? Let's get a clamp on that. I like to back it up with a clamp if I can. Come here, beautiful. This is going to prevent tear out on the inside of the case. Just a little piece of scrap, clamped, but clamped far enough away that I can get my drill in. And that should take care of us. Right on that little pinhole, and we'll go straight through, trying to drill as straight as I can. Okay, there's one. Should do it. So now from the inside, I should be able to take one of these little doojobbies and then attach this guy from the other side. just like that. Okay. So that is the fundamental of this leg joint. I'll go through and do the rest of these, which will be very exciting to watch 3 more times. Crazy thing about this event that's pretty cool is we're just starting it. We have till November 30th to reach our goal. People haven't even built it yet. We haven't matched the funds yet, and the dollar amounts for the charity auctions have not been included in this whole thing. So this year we definitely wanted to try something different, and I think we found a thing. What a great way to start it off. Van. Two. Here we go. Anyone remember that review I did a while back, a little video on those titanium tipped Lee Valley bits? This isn't one of them, by the way, but someone asked me recently how they're holding up, and they're holding up fantastic. They're holding up great. This happens to be a Festool bit, but those Brad Point bits are just killer. I still highly recommend them. Okay, that's that. Now we could, if we want to, we could attach the legs. If we attach the legs, we still have some work to do when we create those little pins on the underside of the top to connect the top. So if maybe we could do it now, but then I'm just going to probably have to take them off later anyway. So let's just leave them off for now and trust that these are installed properly. In fact, I may have to steal some of the bolts off of this because I might be running low on 1 1/8" connector bolts. Okay, so that's that. Come here, beautiful legs. Oh, all right. What's going on, people? I'm looking at you. Now, this is actually, I find this to be kind of a fun part. And that is the challenge, and this is where folks may think like, oh, I need a dovetail. Not dovetail. Yeah, I put that right in your way. Sorry, Scott. I might need some kind of a jig to get these holes located in the right place. You don't. So let's just talk about how we're going to do it. Do it. All right, I'm going to mark my seat blank. And the same thing goes for all of these pieces. The back supports, the stretcher at the bottom, they all get the same methodology. 2 dowels and 1 centered insert, but locating them is absolutely critical. So I've got 1 seat to show you as an example, and everything that I'm doing with this would be done across the board with the rest of them. Okay, so on my template, you can get a nice close-up of this. Let me get it so that I can actually see the video. And did the cameraman get lunch, and does he even get a pee break? Yeah, he's peed. Don't worry about his pee. His pee is just fine. Doesn't matter. Scott's powered by lithium ion anyway. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to take these marks and transfer their locations directly to the workpiece. It's kind of the no frills, no brainer way of doing it. The key though is I need to get marks on both sides. So If there is any variability, either where I drilled my holes, maybe the template is slightly off, if these things aren't perfectly, like if the middle one isn't perfectly centered, and I get this piece mixed up and switch it around this way and drill the other side, we could have problems. So what we need to make sure is that I'm consistent about which side of my workpiece is front and which one is in the back. So we're just going to call this front. Kind of arbitrary, but this is rear. Right? So whenever I place this and get my marks, no matter which side I'm using, I want to make sure that the front is in the front. See, like this, the front is now in the back. That's bad. Right? So no matter what we do, front toward the front. I'm just going to line it up right over my template. And I'm trying to go right over the center point of those little drill holes. Or close to it, you know, as close as you can get. I'm putting pressure down here, and now I'm using a sharp pencil to mark the center of those holes. You'd be surprised how accurate this is. Now I want to do the same on the other side, but once again, how do I flip this? I don't do this. Center. Those are the initial set of marks. Now we place. These marks can be transferred to the second. Drill each one of these points. And I'm anal about it, so I'm going to measure from both sides just to make sure that that line truly is centered. I'm going to quickly repeat this process on the other side. Extending my line. Marking my center. If I didn't do the work ahead of time, you would have had to seen this exact process 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, I think. Yep, 3 times 2. 6 times. And 2 per side for a total of 12 of these. That sounds like a horrible way to spend your time. All right, so now, first things first, we're going to drill. We're drilling vertical. This is a place where if you are shaky with a drill, you may want some kind of a drilling guide for this. A doweling jig could certainly get that done because it positions over the work and allows you, kind of gives you a nice straight direction to drill in. I'm going at it freehand. This is a little bit more forgiving than you might think. Only a ½ inch is sticking out, so if it isn't absolutely perfect, it's going to get us pretty close. Right? But we do have to drill 1 inch deep into all 3 of these locations using this bit. I mentioned this before, but you can use a square, and that's going to help you. Right? If you have trouble estimating what straight really is, it's amazing how helpful it is when you see that square in place. Keep in mind, though, if this isn't sitting square, that's not really going to help you, is it? Right? So I use my leg vise, the side of my leg vise, and the top of my workbench. You know, you could even make it flush with the top of your workbench if you wanted to. But I'm going to get mine so that it's roughly even on the side. And if I wanted to, I could actually do something like this. Right, and just make sure that sucker is sitting square. Square with reference to the top of the workbench, that is. Now I'm getting annoying about it. Normally I would just go and not worry about it, but okay, that's good. So again, square is in place just as a visual aid, right? I'm going to drive the point right into the center of the crosshair. I've got my 1 inch mark on my drill bit. We talked about that before. We used the ½ one previously. Now we have the 1 inch line. And we'll probably just go a hair over that 1 inch just to make sure that our dowels don't completely bottom out. Okay, here we go. Hold on your butts. Good. Just move right on to the next one. Next. There we are. Let's do the other 3 while we're here. No, I'm not going to do that same setup crap that I did before. We'll just do it. Okay. So, what do we do now? Well, we have 2 dowels that need to go in on each side. So we'll take 4 of those out. And we have a threaded insert. Now, these threaded inserts are Easy Lock quarter 20 threaded insert fairly well for what we're trying to do here. We'll do those last. Let's put the dowels in there first. I'm going to get myself a toothpick. That is spelled with an F. Toothpick. Someone said Mark learned everything he knows from Nicole. The David Marks thing is a ruse. That is true. Cannot deny it. I got glue. So the 2 outer holes get the dowels. And I got hammer. Oh, it's on a... Here we go. So we really only need a wall. Toothpick in there to side. Opportunities for innuendo and euphemisms. Okay, so here's what you do. Let me show you a little, can you get a close-up of these? The fins on this thing, the teeth on it, cut in as you're twisting it around, right? And these are fairly aggressive. So they inserts in all styles, different. Sometimes they're very smooth, sometimes they're very rough, and you can, or in this case, even plywood is fairly soft when you compare it to hardwoods. So this should have no problem just plowing right on through there in a 3/8 inch hole. But the wax does help things a little bit, okay? So just gonna put my Allen wrench in there and I'm applying pressure down as I'm just getting it started. I'm putting quite a bit of force as I do it because I want it to cut, but I also want it to push downward so it starts to find its own path. And once it's there, you can check your brain at the door. It's pretty easy. And you want to be flush or just below the surface. That's looking pretty good. And right here is our finished array of joints. Okay, 2 dowels and 1 insert. So let's go ahead and repeat the dowel and insert installation on this side. I think I deserve a Dr. Pepper when this is done. I'm going to give myself a treat. You know what I'll probably wind up doing? Sitting in the bathroom reading stories to my son while he poops. That's how I will spend my night. If we're being realistic about it. Hey. Okay, that's good. And back to the threaded insert again. And find what's comfortable. Sometimes I find it more comfortable to have the Allen wrench vertical like that. I want that leverage. Okay. That is a seat side, or a seat bottom, sorry. And again, we still have our front and the rear, so we want to carry that through. Now, in reality, if this got reversed in the final installation, it wouldn't make a difference if there were some irregularities there, because now they're both consistent, right? And we know that the sides of the chair were consistently drilled. So you can reverse those if you need to, but I do like to keep track of what the front and the rear is, just for the sake of consistency. So I'm going to put an F on the side of the, do the final installation on the chair. All right, and that about does it for the drilling. All right, we've got another stopping point here. We'll still need to round this guy over. We can do that. We can do that whenevs. Okay, where's the thing from Rockler? There we go. So for Rockler, because again, we wanted to give them an opportunity to let you guys know about something important. Oh, that feels good to sit down. Okay. Rockler basically says go to rockler.com now to get 10% off Jet woodworking machines and free home delivery for time only. Rockler is your resource for all things woodworking. I have a half hour north in Ontario and a Rockler a half an hour south of me, or roughly thereabouts, in San Diego. So I was equally distant from both. And when I first started working, that place, I would just walk around for hours. Like yesterday, Rockler was that kind of place that I would go and just be like, there's so much stuff here that, like, because it was early, you know, so there's so much stuff here and I have no idea what any of it does. But I was mesmerized by the store, because Rockler stores are pretty impressive if you've never been to one. Now, the funny thing was, my buddy Shannon went to a Rockler store, and I think he's like, I've heard so much about them, I had to go and check it out, and he was so disappointed because obviously Shannon is a big hand tool nut, and they don't really focus that much on hand tools there. They've got a good, you know, they've got some chisels, and they've got lathe tools and some of the basics, but I don't really think they have much in the way of like a big display of hand tools. So Shannon was disappointed, but I'm more likely to say that that's Shannon's problem and Rockler's problem. Shannon, you want me to do this every week? Yeah, dude, I got you. So people who are having problems, can other people who are watching the feed confirm that everything is okay? If not, I could probably try to reset something over here, maybe, because we are a little long in the day at this point. So it wouldn't surprise me if our issues that we start to see increase a little bit. I don't want to kill the feed accidentally, but if there's something I could do to help out, let me know. And refreshing isn't helping the situation. The service about that might help is stopping the stream here and then restarting it. But I'm a little bit concerned that if I stop it and try to restart it, will it grab on? YouTube has that does work that way. I could stop the feed and start it up again, and because the location is the same every time, it works. I'm a little bit nervous about doing it on what they call an event, which is a separate embed different from my live page. So I'm a little cautious about doing that. But I will do it if it really sucks. All right, so people are refreshing and it's getting smoother. Refresh doesn't help. Refresh just gets me back. All right, so let's do it this way. Here's what I'm going to tell you because this is a little bit of an unknown. I don't know if this stream is just going to magically work again. This could be detrimental to what we're doing today if this poops out on us. What I can do is kill this. If it doesn't start up automatically, I will restart this event and it will only be available on the my YouTube live page. And everybody can go there. So I'll put the link there just in case. That's just in case this thing does not turn back on. Hold on, let me get the page. What is the page? All right, here it is. I'm going to put this in the chat room. I don't even know if what I'm doing is going to fix it either. Ugh. Why did that link turn into a giant green box? Okay, I'm just going to say it then because I don't know how else to do it. It's, let's see. I know what to do. Try that. It's youtube.com/c/woodwhisperer/live. All right, so if this embedded feed poops out because we try this, then you have to go to that live page. Don't do it, it's working okay. Okay. I'm going to go with it because if it's working okay and it's buffering up and down, it's probably not even something that's in our control. I can see our bandwidth meter and I can see our CPU usage, and we're in the clear as far as things coming from our end. And I'm hoping this is just a problem that's outside of our control. I'd be very curious if you back up in the feed and look at something that just buffered and stuttered, if it's clear, because if it's clear and everyone can hear everything just fine in the recorded version, that means there's nothing we can do. It's YouTube's end that's having trouble with it. Do the best I can. Okay. Oh, Terry wants to know, did you ever have, oh, you know what, before I answer questions, did I finish talking about Rockler? I did not. So anyway, Rockler stores, aside from the fact that they don't do much for Shannon, most people find them to be full of a lot of great tools. And it's just, Rockler is one of those companies that helped me usher in my personal interest in woodworking. They made a lot of tools, accessories, and creative solutions to problems that I've had in the shop and have used their stuff for years. I've got one of their shelf drilling jigs up on the wall, some of their circle templates over there that are just things that I've been using for probably 10 years now. Other things including like hardware, for instance, for this project, the connector bolts and the caps that I ordered, all from Rockler. Right, so in addition to like the normal woodworking stuff, they've got great hardware. They even have wood in the store if you ever get a chance to go. So rockler.com, great place to go online if you don't have a store locally, but if you can get to the store locally, that's really the way to go. The place is a candy store for woodworkers. Highly recommend it, and I love those guys at Rockler. So check them out, rockler.com. Now Rockler is also going to be offering up some things for our auctions. Check this out. A Rockler clamp bundle, total value of $160. They're going to put in a Rockler bandy clamp pair. Sounds like a band clamp. 12-inch Surefoot F clamp, a 24-inch Surefoot aluminum bar clamp, and two 8-inch wooden hand screw clamps. So 2, 4, 6, 7, looks like a 7-piece set of clamps that you could bid on. Also a turning bundle. They have the Excelsior Mini. Are you kidding me? I didn't see what any of this stuff was ahead of time. There's a Excelsior Mini lathe, a Rockler carbide pen turning tool set, and a starter pen turning kit valued at $125 plus. That's something you could bid on. Oh, and also a Woodworkers Journal Getting Started in Turning DVD is available. And then the Rockler Dust Collection Bundle, $500 plus. The wall-mounted dust collector, a 4-inch expandable hose, the Dust Right Master System, a Dust Right dust separator, and a Dust Right Universal Small Port Hose Kit, which allows you to hook up your hoses to just about anything. So really great stuff. Thank you so much, folks at Rockler, for supporting Woodworkers Fighting Cancer, and thanks for having a fantastic woodworking store. Someone's watching through Xbox. Oh, sweet. And someone says, yes, it's clear in the rewind and play. So if it was coming from us, they could not capture it clearly. So I don't know what, YouTube, get your act together. Google, get on it. Don't you know who we are? We're woodworkers. And now someone else says that he backed up and it's still buffered and stuttered in the same place. Okay, well, let's just go. Now, there's a very boring project, but I didn't mention the donations. Go to thewoodwhisperer.com/donate if you want to contribute to the cause directly. And if you donate $25 or more, you will be entered to win a guild project and some other cool stuff. And you'll be entered in a possible chance to win our grand prize at the end of the day, which contains a Milwaukee tool set donated by a great Wood Whispered fan friend of the show, Joseph. And we'll add some other stuff in there to make it really awesome. Make it worthy of the name grand prize. And that will be later on today. But one person or one entry per person per hour is the rule. And you have to donate $25 or more to be included in that. So we do have to do a little bit of rounding over on that seat over there. We could do that very quickly. But now we have to focus on the top and the top pin. Zach says, when I'm pushing material through my joiner, I find that it gets stuck at certain points. One being the very front of the material. I found that pushing wood through on a diagonal is more efficient. Any thoughts? You know what? Zach, I push my material at a diagonal all the time. Just for the sake of a better cut, I find it a little bit easier to approach rather than the whole width of the board hitting the blades at once. You're kind of skewing it, so you're easing the entry into the blades. I don't see anything wrong with a little bit of a diagonal skew. If the wood is getting stuck, though, I'd be a little bit concerned about the calibration of the thing. Maybe something on the fence you're getting stuck on. You have to figure out what is causing you to get stuck. But before you go down that rabbit hole, consider waxing the beds. Make sure that the thing is nice and slick. That sometimes, believe it or not, just the friction of wood on an unwaxed surface can bind you up a little bit. But that's, you got to get to the bottom of it. And if it's a physical issue, you have to kind of very carefully inspect the work as it goes and figure out why that's happening, because that doesn't sound like a good place to be. Okay. So now we have to do something that's a little bit of honestly, it was an afterthought. The tabletop, we wanted it to be removable to give you access to that storage, right? So what we came up with, and I'm sure there's a lot other, reasonable solutions you could do for this, but this just worked. It was quick and convenient. We've got a dowel pin that basically is just attached to a little piece of plywood, rounded over so it's nice to the touch. And this is going to go through and lock that top in place. And there is a cleat that the pin goes through. So let's flip this over. And you can see the hole, right? The hole in the side, that's the hole that the dowel goes into. And our top has this little strip attached to it, and this dowel pin goes through, and then the pin penetrates into the side. So that stops the table from sliding forward and back. These stop the table from sliding side to side. And I'll tell you what, the dowel pin thing, it's okay. It's kind of cool. But I can tell you right now, just with those two supports here, what a small child is going to do probably is not going to lift that top up anyway. So, like I said, it was an afterthought. It's something you can do. You don't have to do the dowel pin. But at the very least, give yourself put those little cleats on there and let that kind of guide the table into place, and that will keep you a little bit more secure, okay?
You ready for the 6th hour?
Oh, I'm ready. Hey, can we do it at the table here?
Sure.
Are you going to be comfortable sitting on that?
I guess.
It'll be awesome. Let's do it.
Is my drink is watery? Should I not?
It's lacquer, don't worry. Here, give it to me.
Oh, I didn't check the total.
It's probably going to be fine. Oh, yes. Thank you, Scott. A shop coaster. Oh, I'm so thirsty. I wish there was someone who could get me a drink.
You have some mine.
I'm going to drink it all.
Have you been taking questions?
Mm-mm.
I haven't.
I don't like talking to people. Yeah, we just had a break, actually.
$575.
Who to what?
$5,575.
We're going to skip from 1 p.m. all the way to, 2 p.m.?
Yeah,
Two.
well, 240. Yeah, just say 2.
We'll knock a couple bucks off. How much? 5,000?
575, I think. Everybody's just,
Yeah, baby.
they don't see.
Okay, 557 we've set.
Yeah.
Something that we're trying to
Might need to rate. In addition to the donations, I've been getting some really nice emails.
Really?
So this one is from
Telling you that the feed sucks,
No,
that the internet connection is bad,
I can't
telling
hear
us
you. I
that we waste paper, and that we probably waste air conditioning.
So this is from Jason Small, and I thought it was.
Oh,
really
it's nice. Yeah, if you
Yeah.
get these are fantastic.
Yes. So I
We'll read
thought
them. You just want me to read it
Yeah.
quietly?
Yeah.
Jason Small. He says, please pass my thanks along to Mark and you too for doing this every year. My father passed away last Friday after losing a battle against carcinoid cancer. He and I built the easel project together 2 years ago. I have Mark on in the background as I'm sitting at my father's desk, looking through his files, figuring out what needs to be addressed, who needs to be notified. It's been a good distraction throughout the day. I'm not sure if my name came up for the drawings or not. I put my own team on the site, so it may not have been with the rest, or I just missed it if you said it. I created a team so I can direct people somewhere if they're looking for a place to donate in his name. Thank you, Jason Small. Well, thank you, Jason. And again, my condolences to you and your family.
Yes.
This highlights the reason why we do this.
Hello, we're clapped.
Us alone, this year alone, had 2 folks in our family pass away, 2 uncles of mine.
We ended up. We still have the auction or the charity page from 2014 up, and we put in memory of your uncle
Right.
and a photo of your uncle.
And you know what? Thankfully, my dad was able to get treatment and already had surgery, but my dad had an issue with
Yeah,
cancer
liver.
in his liver just a couple of months ago. So it's like it's inescapable. It's just something that we have to continue trying to improve the situation on. And unfortunately, it seems the only way to do that is money, research, and
Well,
hopefully people
when-
being healthier.
Well, when you see results
Making healthier
of like
choices.
the ALS bucket challenge
Yeah,
and the advances they were able to do because of
the influx of money.
that influx of money, and you just it's really it's nice to see progress. So, do you want to get the SpongeBob bucket?
Sure.
SpongeBob is our mascot.
Sorry, I get distracted by chat.
So this is for everyone that donated between the 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. East or Pacific time. So yeah, so I'll
Here we
give them
go.
to you, and you say thank you.
Thomas
You have the mic.
Bloss, thank you. Kevin Briggs. Joshua Dowdy. Roger Dowling. Mark Mendez. Doyle Wilkins, Memoriam. Thank you, Doyle Wilkins Memoriam. And
I
folks
basically
behind
get
it.
the names that they put for the display. So if you're giving me different names, I'll be able to go back through and find out your email and email you directly if you win.
Rich Greaves. Preston Lane. Tim Holliner, Dave Klusik, Brian Waldrop. Did you guys go to the hospital?
No.
Eric Wilcox, Freeberg. When are you going?
I don't know if we are.
Ryan Wilcoxon.
He's in a good mood now, eating, and he just went to the bathroom, and we're fine.
Really?
Yeah.
Things are getting solid. It's good for us to talk about this, isn't it? Dustin Norris.
Oh, your family.
Hey, we're concerned parents.
It's like the Olive Garden. When you're here, your family.
When you're here, your family. You guys want to come to dinner tonight? Nicholas Jarrell. Frankie DeSantis. Sounds like the kind of guy you don't want to mess with.
This is one that verified donation, but I didn't get the notification, so
Gary.
Gary.
Gary Ruff. And Soshit Su.
That's a cool name.
You have to let me know if I'm pronouncing that right. And Michael Stuckey. Whoops. I just dropped Soshit Shu on the flow. Skylar Sampson. Thank you, Skylar. Skylar.
Paper cut!
You paper cut me, dude. Is Skylar, isn't that, can't that be, is that like a unisex name?
I think it is.
Isn't it? Yeah? Okay, so I don't know that it was a guy. Either way, you paper cut me, Sky. Look at that. Watch, you can open it, it'll talk. Hello, Nicole. Marcus Tupker.
You had Wingate in your hands for like months.
That doesn't feel like anything. A paper
Really?
cut is
I
brutal.
would think just,
You don't even notice the wangy splinters.
I would.
Thomas Kunicki. Didn't I read that name already? Maybe not.
I think so.
Don't trust my brain at this point. And Richard Steele.
We've had a lot of people donate multiple times
Oh, yeah.
on the hour, so
Cool.
that's amazing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll put it in my foot. That one.
Whoa, she's fast. All right, here we go. And the winner is Soshit Su
Yay!
or Sao. Congratulations.
Very awesome.
Nicole will be in touch, let you know what you need to know.
Put those all in a bigger box.
I think we need a bigger box. Whatever happened to the Taco Bell dog? Did someone just, they decided that was like racist or something?
Oh,
Like,
and it was back in the 90s, was it?
yeah, let's bring it back, man. You got to watch out for those restaurant mascots. You know what I heard about the Taco Bell dog? What he does with puppies?
Stop it.
Inappropriate.
Stop it. See what I have.
All right, so what else are we doing now? Before I got a project to build here, lady.
The auctions, I'm having some issues with the auctions, but I think John helped me figure it out.
Okay. Thanks,
So
John.
I'm gonna work on that now. So again, if you want to be in the 2 to 3 hours, so now we're in the 7th hour, make your donations at thewoodwhisperer.com.
And the end time, we don't
/
really.
donation.
Yeah, thewoodwhisperer.com/donations. We don't. Is it donation or donation?
Donation.
Donate. No.
Oh, sorry.
thewoodwhisperer.com/donate.
Donate.
I knew that didn't sound right. So as far as a stop time for this, when we're done, we're done. So the hour, how far this is going to go for donations, we're going to have to cut it at a certain point. I don't know. I don't have a perspective yet for exactly when that is, but we're getting close.
Yeah.
We're
Which
here.
one? You're at Bell Forest? Okay.
Yeah, so the next break after we do this dowel pin
Okay.
is Bell Forest, and I think that's our last one.
Where's Rockler?
Already did it?
Did you get the email?
I did.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And you talked about the jet sale?
Yep.
Perfect.
So then we go into some of the assembly and finishing touches, the dowel pin, and we're pretty much done. So looking
Okay.
at the time, I would say we are not going to go.
So we'll get to the 3 o'clock and then we'll do 3 to 4.
I think 4 will be the cutoff point.
Okay.
So if you want to get in on this for the 25 or more donations for the giveaways, do not donate past 4 o'clock Pacific.
Or
which
you
is,
can still donate
no.
past 4.
You can still donate. I just don't want you donating thinking you're going to have a chance to win something.
right.
So get those donations in before our 4 o'clock time or 7 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, 7 p.m.
okay? Because otherwise there'll be all kinds of confusion, and I don't
Yeah.
want people being upset.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thanks, girlfriend.
Bye.
High five. All righty.
You guys need anything? You want something to drink?
Yes,
Yes. You want a tea?
I need more pretzels is what I need.
You ate all those
No,
pretzels?
I'm just kidding. It was a joke. Yeah, iced tea would be great.
Okay.
I'm dehydrated today. All right, let's get back to it, guys. So I was talking about that top. So you do have that choice of whether or not you truly feel like you need to go to the extent of this dowel pin. I'll be honest with you too, with the location of that, it may be difficult to move this forward and back to find the perfect location for that dowel pin, right? It's got to seat into a hole that's on the inside. So if you move this back and forth, if you're even a little bit off, it might not find its home. So that may be something to think about. I just want to make sure that was fully disclosed in case you don't like this idea. There may be other things to do, but again, decisions I made here for the sake of simplicity. I think if I were really doing a tricked out table, I probably would have come up with some other dowel locating mechanism or made this top two-sided. I would have made this like a mini gaming table for like the project that's coming up in the guild. All right, so let's talk about how we make these little pieces here. It's actually pretty easy. Is our top pre-cut? No, our top is not cut at all. Let's go ahead and cut that. Our top was just roughly sawn from that piece of ply, if you remember. And what I need to do is check and see if I have a square edge. Now, this is a fairly large piece. I'm comfortable cutting this down now at the table saw, but I can only cut it at the table saw if I'm sure that I've got a square corner to work with. If I don't have a square corner, then I need to make another cut to make sure something is square. So this was my reference. And I'll tell you what, if it's not perfect, that's pretty darn square. But if it's not perfect, it's like it's a kid's table. It's not the end of the world. Kids are stupid. They don't know anything. All right. And that one is way off. So this corner is my winner. But this is a factory edge. I'm not a big fan of factory edges, even though I use that as my reference when I drew it with my square and made that cut, which is why this is my square corner. I probably should have referenced from the other side, put the square down this way so that this clean cut corner and then this clean side make for a nice clean 90-degree corner. That would have been ideal. But since this is my straight edge, or a roughly straight edge, and this is my square corner, what I'll do is a two-part cut. I will put this side against the table saw fence, run it through, and trim this side off, which will make these two now parallel. And that will allow me to then flip it over and cut myself to the final width, cutting off that factory edge. All right, so the first step is to create a parallel to what we know to be the good straight edge, and then flip it over so we can cut off, even if I just skim off the remaining material there. I just don't want the factory dirty, somewhat like slightly swollen edges that tend to be on plywood. We'll trim that sucker down. 24 by 30 is our dimension, right? And how much extra we got? So there's the 24. We're just a little bit proud. We have about 24 and a quarter to play with. And 30 and a half. Now, you're also going to see me do a cross cut at the table saw that some people may not be comfortable with. A lot of times, generally speaking, let's go to the table saw. We'll talk about it there. It'll all become clear. Okay, so cutting this guy here, I've got my good corner. Well, we can cut it this way. As long as this factory edge, which we know is part of our good corner, is against the fence, we can make our first cut to create the parallel edge here. Now this kind of cut is a rip cut, and we're going with, you know, the grain direction of the face veneer. And the long dimension, this is a rectangle, this is not a square. The long dimension is going through the blade. Where you find people have issues with are cuts where you have the long dimension going this way, because what happens is you've got a tendency to rock the piece. If the longer edge is not against the fence, but perpendicular to the fence, the short edge can sometimes get bound up a little bit, turn this way, and now we've got kickback. Now that said, I find on larger pieces, even if it's a rectangle, on larger pieces, if you have control over it, some of this may come down to just feeling comfortable with a certain level of personal experience. I'm comfortable doing that kind of crosscut. I don't find it to be, you know, any more dangerous than anything else. It might take a little bit more of my attention, but I don't find it dangerous. What I avoid are really long pieces, like, you know, doing something stupid like taking this and trying to run that across the blade. That's obviously not a great idea because it's too easy for it to flip around. But when you have a 24-inch wide reference surface, I feel a little bit more comfortable making that cut. So you gotta do what's right for you. Look who it is! Come here, buddy.
He said he would like to color on his table a little bit more.
Oh yeah? Hi, how are you feeling? You feeling okay? Oh, there's the camera. You feeling good? You want to say hi to everybody?
Hi.
Hi. What'd you do today?
Hey, Scott.
Hi, Scott. What did you do today, buddy? Anything good?
I went to the doctor.
You went to the doctor. Did you get a lollipop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sticker.
And a sticker. Are you feeling a little bit better though?
Did you want to color on your table?
Yeah? Okay. You guys want to see him color on the table? It's good to see you, pal. I missed you. Here. Have a seat. Daddy's going to get your markers.
Cool, you want to sit over here? Do you want Mommy to color too?
Have a seat, dude. Yeah,
that?
those are Daddy's dowel pins that I just explained why they don't work that well.
Which color do you want?
There's your markers. By the way, this is going to be in the final video, but the finish on here is that white lacquer finish, and I did this purposely, knowing that I would have him draw all over it, and then I'm going to get clear lacquer and throw that on top to encapsulate his artwork forever, which should be pretty cool.
Do you want to trace my hand?
So this is also in the video, but it's cool that you guys get to see this.
Oh, Mommy has a giant hand. I love it. Oh, look at that. That is a great handprint. I think I got stung by a bee.
Whoa, you're swollen. Nicely
They
done.
do say pregnancy, you get swollen. Look at that, buddy.
Good job.
You should put your hand over Dad's hand. This is Dad's hand. Oh, there we go.
Yay!
That's a funny hand.
Yeah, it is.
That's a funny hand.
It's a funny hand.
Do you want to go on this side? Here, come on over on this side.
I got a long tongue.
You think you have a long tongue? But yeah, no, I'm not even going to say it because he'll do it. You think you have a long tongue?
Do you want another color? Maybe red? You haven't done red.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Here, let me go. He does have a long tongue. I don't know where he gets this from.
You want that one?
He's crazy.
Watch out, bud. Careful.
Easy.
I made a dot.
Yeah, you did.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I love it. Scribble, scribble. Do you want more red? Which color do you want? Orange?
Oh, watch your step.
Got
Good job.
Is this my first?
That's your bucket.
Yeah, I've been using it. Is that okay? You see the orange one and the blue one? Brown one? Oh, that's a cool blue.
Baby blue.
What do you think, bud? You see? That's us. Turn around.
I love the bed head. The all-day bed head. All right, we should probably get back to it.
Mateo, what's your favorite color?
Do you have a favorite color?
Black and yellow.
Black and yellow, like bumblebees,
Yeah.
and like the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And
I thought you liked orange.
Ask him in 5 minutes. It'll be orange. There you go. I do feel like we might be setting a bad precedent with this table. Like, it's okay to draw on furniture. Asking a 3-year-old to understand why this is
Only
okay,
right? We're only
but like
drawing on
my
this.
green and green coffee table is not okay.
I can go on the
Yeah, you
Yeah,
draw
you
on
sure
it,
can.
On the chair.
If you want, you can take a chair in with him if you want to let him continue doing that in the house.
Come and say hi and see you.
Okay.
He was having
Hey, give me a hug,
rough
kid.
day.
Daddy has to go back to work, okay?
Are we feeling better now?
I'm going to see you in a little bit. Can I have a hug? Thank you. Love you, buddy.
You got the burpees, huh? You want to take a chair in and color with grandma? Or you want to leave it all in here? Okay.
Whatever.
Dad's going to work.
I'll see you in a little bit, okay? We'll come in and we'll do some more train stuff. Okay? Bye, buddy. Okay. That was a fun little distraction. So again, game plan is to make the first rip cut a little bit over 24 inches. Then I'll move the fence to exactly 24, flip it around to cut off this dirty edge, and then I'll be able to make the other cut that I discussed as the cross cut. We'll make that to exactly 30 inches. Okay, so I'll do it all in one fell swoop here. Okay. There is our 24 by 30 top. So now we can actually take this over to the workbench and prepare to do our little dowel cleat system. All right. Oh, there's our box top thingy. Hoo-yah! So my goal here is to just roughly center it, and you can measure it out if it makes you feel better. You know what? We're going to need to be over there because I'm going to use some brads and glue to attach the little strips. So we may as well be near the compressed air and the guns. You can pretty much stay there. Okay. Now you can eyeball this or measure it out. I'll measure it, just for good measure. Hee hee. Looks to be about roughly an inch overhang on both sides. And maybe it looks like about 1 3/8 here. Oh, 2 inches. A little bit more. Okay. Overshot. There we go. That should do it. So it's about, looks like 1 3/4 overhang. 1 3/4. Okay, pretty satisfied with that. You know what, I might even put a little bit of weight on there just to help ensure it doesn't move. Now, usually scrap is good for this, but I used a 1 by, I don't know, just a piece of ply cut to about 1 inch wide and maybe 5 to 6 inches in length. If I don't have any scrap, I can go cut it. You know, the other thing that you could do, now that I'm thinking about it, if you increase the length of the table to get a little bit more of an overhang, a similar overhang to the other piece, you could basically just do 4 of those cleats. So you have a cleat on this side, cleat here, and all 4 of them together will lock this table down. It won't prevent it from coming up off the box, but it will certainly hold it in position and stop it from sliding around. So it's just another option for you. I'll just take one of these pieces of scrap and cut myself a little 1 inch strip. I'll use a gripper to do it. I've actually got one of my old grippers here. This is a good example of a through cut where you do have to worry about the placement of the little arms on the gripper because you want to ride right over the blade, so you have to make sure you're not going to cut into those, so you have to space them appropriately. So let me make this one quick cut here. And let's just go with the eye protection. I'm going to cut a couple of cleats out of this. And this, you know, none of these numbers are really critical. So just want to get in the ballpark. So I'm marking a 1 inch piece, a 1 inch piece, and then I'm going to go and make 2 5 inch pieces from there. I'll cut these at the miter saw. That's kind of why I'm just getting close. All right, so I got a 1 inch chunk, 1 inch chunk, 5 inch piece, 5 inch piece. Okay. Got to put our miter saw back to 90 degrees. Can you guys imagine if I didn't do any prep work, how today might have gone? When I started building the first one, I thought that to myself, like, oh, this will be no problem. And I got into it, realized 2 or 3 days later that this was not going to be a feasible one-day affair. So here we are. Okay, gotta watch out with these smaller pieces. They can sometimes fly. Hopefully that's big enough that it'll be stable. Okay. Need my 1/4-inch bit again. Piece of scrap. And oh, I think I have my dowel stock already cut for this. If it didn't get knocked down on the floor somewhere. Ah, here we go. Okay. So we need to make what essentially is like a little key here, and that's what these pieces are for. Probably keep everything, square for the moment. You can round all these edges over to make them a little bit more easy to hold on to. So here's how this is going to work. You need a little bit of a clearance, right? So if I took this cleat and I put it like that, and then I wanted to use one of these as a key, you would have to be really, really precise about the location of this dowel. You just don't have much room to play with. So what makes this a little bit more functional is to place this 1-inch piece vertically like this. And now when I have this guy centered and I have my dowel pin located in the middle, I've got clearance above and below it because it's going to be roughly centered on this piece. And I think that's critical to make it a little bit easier to get this piece in and out, right? Which is, again, the reason why I cut this to 1 inch wide instead of keeping it just a 3/4 inch square piece, okay? And that should do the trick. So let's do a little drilling here. Not going to get too fancy with this. I'm just going to roughly locate it in the middle. Okay. And this piece will go right about there. Let's do another one while we are in this mode of drilling. Ouch, that's a hot bit. Don't do that again, Mark. Okay, that'll go on the other side. The drilling on these pieces, they're a little bit small. You may want to come up with some way to kind of secure them, but with a brad point bit, I feel pretty comfortable just doing this. Same thing on this guy. All right. So now these guys are cut to 1.5 inches. Yeah, 1.5 inches. That's going to pop in there just like that. And let's do the brad nails and some glue. Probably have enough air in here. I'm going to turn on the compressor for a minute just in case, but
It's unplugged.
is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's how you turned it off? All right, we're going to make a noise here. We'll wait. That's live project building for you. All right, so I'm going to attach this with a little bit of glue and a couple of brad nails. Going to make my buddy Norm proud. But remember, I'm only using these brad nails until the glue dries. That's what Norm always used to say. I'm going to spread that glue out a little bit. Make sure it's distributed fairly well. And I've got a couple of brads. These are 21 gauge brads. I'll just pop 3 or 4 of them. Like that. Okay, so we'll flip this dude around. Oh, you know what? Before we do that, drill bit, 1/4 inch drill bit, same one I drilled that hole with, is set to be maybe about a 1/2 inch beyond that. We're going to go maybe 1/2 inch to, well, 3/8 to a 1/2 inch. A 1/2 inch is probably a safe bet. But I have the blue tape showing me how much further I need to drill in past this point. I don't want to go all the way through this and expose the hole in the interior. I just want to go in far enough that my my dowel will find the hole easy enough. So I'm just going to drill in real quick. Okay, and now, while we're here, I may as well put a little bit of glue in this handle, insert the dowel. Need a little bit more force than that. Okay, and here's how the key works. It's a little tight. This particular dowel piece is a little bit thick. What I might need to do is, I've got a set of, what are those, Irwin bits that are incrementally sized up, so if I need to go just a hair above 1/4, I could easily do that with those, and that may need to be the case here. Just this pin should not be, super, super tight. You want a little forgiveness there, but I just want to get the point across. Yeah, that's too tight. Let's do that. Let's just go, what do we got up from 1/4? Meow, meow, how about 17/64? So it's a nice round number. Let's see how that works. A little bit of tear out when you do that, of course, but CA glue could fix that. Much better, right? Okay, so now that's in both the cleat piece as well as the body of the top. So let's go ahead and turn this sucker around. Turning it around carefully because I'm trying not to cause the top to shift. Okay. Here's our second piece. Now, little tip here. If you glue this on right up against there and we apply any finish whatsoever on this, it's probably going to bind and it's not going to be a real good fit. So take a piece of sandpaper, something with, that's paper but not super, super thin, right? Put that up next to it when you glue this in place and you will thank me later. You need that little bit of breathing room, otherwise you're going to have a lot of difficulty getting this top to sit down. Okay. Eye protection. Little bead of glue. Okay. Like that. And I'm still eyeballing my center here. You could pre-drill, countersink, and drive some screws to hold these cleats in place. Would actually, it would be better, but this gets the job done. Okay, so a little bit of wiggle room, trust me, makes a big difference. And I'm just going to go ahead with this guy. Let me get my blue tape on the other bit too. comes trouble. She's back. We have more winners?
I have the 2 to 3 o'clock hour to
Okay, cool. We're almost finished with this segment, so we're good to go. Mateo, have fun?
So for the 3 o'clock hour, we are at 6,075.
Whoa. Yeah, baby. That's how I like to start day one.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, once again, Andy's your uncle. So that is the story of the top. Now, we've got a lot of rounding over to do. We'll go see Nicole for a minute to find out who the latest winners were, but we will do rounding over, sanding, all that fun stuff after that point. Is my mom in there with him?
No, I just left our child unattended.
Did you give him some sharp knives? And where's our schedule? I want to just make sure where we're at. Schedule.
My schedule wouldn't allow
My
it.
schedule wouldn't allow it. Roundovers and sanding, top dowel pin, and the last thing is to talk a little bit about Bell Forest products. So let's do the
So I was thinking about
winners.
the grand prize. I think the
a
person.
trip to Disneyland.
No.
You sure?
I was thinking the person that wins not only gets this Makita pack, but also every project in the guild unlocked, the ultimate superfan package, basically.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm very sure.
That's a big deal.
That's great. Hopefully it goes to somebody that's doesn't have them all already.
Well, if they do, you know what? We'll figure something else out.
Something out.
That's a fantastic idea. I like that. Did you guys hear that? So the grand prize is going to basically be tricked out every project guild account.
Yeah, everything including
That's pretty
the
intense.
stuff that's coming up in the next year. So the gaming table, which is getting ready to start, the barrister bookcase, which I can't wait to have in my house,
That's going to be a good one.
and the grandfather clock.
Yes, tall clay. Tall. I always tall clay. So I want to add another L to that.
So
Tall
that's-
case clock.
It's like, crazy, almost $2,000 worth of stuff.
How do you enter the Superfan contest? You go to thewoodwhisperer.com/donate and donate $25 or more to Cancer Research Institute, and you are automatically entered in the hourly drawing. Is this the last one?
We're currently in the 3 to 4 hour.
Oh, 3 to 4 hours. So this is up to 3 o'clock we're going to announce.
Yeah.
So there's
this
one more
one's
to go.
from
So
2 to 3.
as long as you donate before 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, you'll be entered in not only that 3 to 4
Window.
giveaway, but then you'll be entered in for the grand prize giveaway,
Big one.
which we'll do probably
And
soon
even
after
our
4.
winners of the hourly giveaways are going to go back in the pot
Back in the pot.
and be eligible. So
Somebody could win
everyone-
twice.
Kind of like, what they do with the dog shows, best of show still gets even the winners.
What are you trying to say
don't know.
about our audience?
No, I'm just saying that everybody still is part.
Can I put some of our audience members on a leash and walk around like this? Like it's a dog show?
All right. You got any questions?
Does it include coffee with Mark? Everything includes coffee with Mark.
You know what? I'll send you a $25 gift certificate to Dunkin' Donuts, and you can sit at your computer and virtually drink coffee.
We'll
with
talk
them.
on Skype.
Yeah.
We'll Skype video.
Yeah, because if you're a super fan, you're going to get Whisper Care, and you can call this guy.
That's right. You can bug me. All right. So
Oh, and all my auctions are working now. So if you've been trying to bid, super sorry. It's been kind of weird. John helped me figure it out, and they are now taking bids.
good.
So every auction package, it includes shipping to U.S. If you're outside of the U.S., contact me. I know Powermatic will ship to Canada, but we have other ones that only ship to. So for the majority, all
So
of
it's
them
gonna
are
depend.
Yeah, it's going to depend.
Okay, because someone asked me that earlier and I wasn't 100%
I
sure.
had somebody from Ireland ask me about one, and it was like 400 euros to ship. I'm like, I don't think you want to spend 400 euros
Yeah.
just on shipping. So yeah, there we go.
Those chisels are Fuji Euro chisels, Japanese chisels on the wall over here. Okay, so we're good?
Yep. Marc cheats. How do you cheat? Get the bucket. So these are the donors that
From 3 to 4.
3 to 4.
2 to 3.
2 to 3.
2 to 3.
Yeah, don't
Yep,
mess with me.
let's go.
Keith Jarbo.
Keith Jarbo.
Yeah, again. Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks, Keith.
This is Kurt Hindenburg.
You have 2 copies of that.
No, this was his confirmation. He was having
Oh.
problems. So again, there are certain,
Yeah.
glitches in the system when the addresses aren't matching, so people are sending them directly to
Yep.
me. So that's just his confirmation.
Brian Legg with 2 G's. David Nichols. John Plexco.
Come on down.
Robert Fensky.
You're the next contestant.
Jay Sanchez.
I love Price is Right, by the way.
Everyone knows. Andy Free.
If I was ever on The Price is Right, I think I would probably collapse.
You might.
You'd
You'd be one of those people who falls when they spin the wheel. You're just so excited. You throw all of your weight forward and smack your head on the spinning wheel. Douglas Schmidt. Michael Archuleta. Oh, sorry, Doug. Dropped you. Okay. Lance Ortiz. Joseph Cook. Yeah, so someone says, how about a True Believer prize for someone who stayed the entire day? Hi, pal. And Rich Tapper.
You got an ice cream.
Wow.
Hey, do you want to pick our winner?
You want to pick the winner?
You want to pick the winner from the SpongeBob bucket?
Here, I'm going to dump them on the floor. You got to pick one, bud. Okay, ready? I'm going to dump them out. You pick the one you want to win. Somebody's going to win a prize. So pick one. I'll hold it.
Don't steal his ice cream.
Who's gonna win a surprise?
I don't know. Let's open it up and find out. Can we read the name?
What's the name say?
He's working on it.
Never minute.
It says Joseph Cook.
Joseph Cook. You won.
Say Joseph Cook. You could do it. Yeah, that is not that funny of a name. Here you go. Here's your ice cream. Get in that tongue. Okay,
Awesome.
there you go. Congratulations, Joseph.
Is going to go into the Powermatic box. Oh my gosh, we definitely need a bigger box.
Yeah,
I think what's this?
that's a micro jig gripper.
Can you say gripper? Gripper.
There you go. You can say that. All right. So that's good for that. So again, you got about a half an hour left at this point to get into the giveaway for the 3 to 4, and then we're done.
And then-
at around 4 o'clock, I guess we can call it, because the project is coming to a close. I'm going to do the assembly, a
You
little more
wanna-
rounding over.
You might want to answer, stay around. And
Oh yeah, we'll definitely stick around for questions. But at 4 o'clock,
Yeah.
I'd rather do the last drawing and then stick around for questions,
Yeah.
and then people can get on with their lives tonight. Okay?
Okay.
So expect that around 4 o'clock. In about a half hour, we're going to do the grand prize drawing for the last winner and also the last hourly winner.
Yes.
Okay? So it's going to be a big deal. So go to the bathroom, get some popcorn, get some food. Ice cream, huh?
Are you happy? Yeah.
Okay. Grandma got you a nice ice cream cone. That's great.
All right. I'm going to go.
This guy says he donated during the last hour and his name was not read.
Send me an email at nicole@thewoodwhisperer.com, and I'll just look it up and verify and get you into the next hour. Because I have access to the master list. Because I basically what happens is when you donate, I get a notification, and that's what I print out. So I don't have access to the back-end database, but I've been working with Hannah hi Hannah, if you're watching, at Cancer Research Institute, and she's been
Oh, okay.
she's been sending me reports.
Cool.
And so I've been able to verify those that have been emailing me and saying, I donated, but I didn't hear my name.
Okay.
So,
Sounds good.
yep.
All right. Thanks, hon. We're going to finish up here, and we'll see you, what, at 4?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds bueno.
Come on, kiddo.
All right. I'll see you in a little bit, buddy. Enjoy that ice cream. Bye, buddy. Okay.
We need to do a battery swap.
On a...
10 minutes.
Oh, on the camera. You know what? We'll do a swap on everything just to finish everything out.
I'm sorry, I forgot your tea.
Thanks.
Give me your cup. I'll get you. Let's see.
You're so funny.
I'm juggling a few things.
Okay, screen's going to go blank for a little bit. We're going to swap out a battery, and then I'm going to swap out my audio as well. So all we'll do is turn it off. We're actually due for another Q&A break. Nicole took my schedule. Here it is. Got it right here. Who's that? Oh, Kyle Toth is live. Okay. Do a battery swap. Let's get these going. I mean, really good battery life on these things. Very impressed.
Yeah.
Because I don't usually use them for this long. I use them in bursts, but I find that I don't have to change them very often. I can see why. Okay, Sanyo Eneloop batteries, fantastic rechargeable batteries. Best thing in the world.
Get a great deal on them at Costco.
Yeah, like a little multi-pack. All the kids' toys we have in the house, remote control things, anything that takes batteries that we waste all the time. We've been using the same ones for years, and they actually hold a charge, and they come charged, like most rechargeables. They lose their charge so quickly when they're just left alone, and these come in the box, fully charged, ready to go, because they actually hold their charge. Fantastic product. All right. So let's do one last little commercial break here. Little Q&A time. I got my iced tea. I'm here to answer anything and everything. Thanks for sticking with us. One more time. Got about 25 minutes left to make a donation and be entered into the running for a couple of prizes. You can still donate after that. In fact, you could donate for the next 3 months if you want to. But if you donate within the next 25 minutes, you get entered to win a guild project. And then you also get entered to win the grand prize from everyone who donated today, which is a Milwaukee Ultimate, really badass drill. Looks like a hammer drill, impact driver, and a Sawzall type setup there from Milwaukee, donated by a good friend of the show, Joseph. And we're going to throw in a massive guild subscription thing, like every project in the guild, suddenly you have access to it, which is kind of cool. So that's coming up at around 4 o'clock. So make sure you get in on that if you are interested. And if you're having problems with the donations and you didn't get your name called, you got to contact Nicole. Get her at nicole@thewoodswhisperer.com, and she'll get you squared away. We only have one more drawing, and that's coming in 25 minutes. So make sure if you haven't heard your name, make sure that you are in that pile. The white arm over the table saw is my guard. It's made by HTC. It's called the Brett guard. That's Brett with 2 T's, B-R-E-T-T. I don't know if anybody even makes it anymore, if it's an obsolete product, but it's one of the best, in my opinion, if not the best, table saw guard on the market. And you could flip it out of the way. It's really sturdy, unlike some of those really plastic ones that are just dust shrouds that seem like they would just shatter if something were to kick back and hit it. That thing is like 3/4 inch thick plexiglass and just all steel tube construction. So it's called the Brett Guard. You don't see it used very often because it would get in the way of all the shots. And yes, I am monitoring the Wood Whisperer chat room, not the YouTube chat space. Unfortunately, I can't watch both places at once. So if you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much. If you want to ask a question, shoot on over to thewoodwhisperer.com/live, hop in the chat room, and I'll do my best to answer your question. Okay, so Scott, maybe you know something for this too. Looking for a prefab loose tenon jig. Don't like fussing with the router. Can't afford a domino. Any ideas? What about a bead lock? I still make the bead lock. Bead lock is a system where you drill multiple successive holes, and then they have pre-made tenon stock that's like, got that ribbon effect on it that you can cut the size and use as your tenons. That's one option if it's still available. I could have sworn Jessam had a drilling jig that they made for a while.
It's a doweling jig.
Is that what it is?
I think they
A
may have
doweling
had a
jig?
tenoning one.
Yeah.
I don't think they make a tenoning one anymore. At least I haven't seen.
Yeah, maybe it didn't sell very well.
They do have a doweling jig.
That's the only one I really know of, like for prefab stuff, unless you're going to extend the definition of a mortise and tenon and talk about a biscuit joiner. But really, if you're looking for prefab, maybe your best bet is to look into doweling jigs specifically, because dowels are just round cylindrical tenons. And you're going to find much more in the way of prefab doweling jigs, and fairly inexpensive. Also, you could find expensive ones too, but fairly inexpensive doweling jigs on the market. Should do the trick. Jason Taylor says, I'll understand if you only donate $7.50 for my video submission. No, you get the full $10, man. You go through the effort, you get the full $10. I've been watching all day. I've gone to the bathroom 3 times now. How haven't you gone to the bathroom? I did go to the bathroom at lunch. Remember, I was gone for about 10 minutes, and I went to the bathroom at that time. Also, keep in mind, I am not drinking very much, so, but I actually will probably need to take a bathroom break pretty soon. So it's all good. My bowels and my stomach, everything's working as per usual. If you make your donation, go to, someone's asking about where to make it. Go to thewoodwhisperer.com/donate. That will take you to the page you need to be, and you're donating, for yourself, but you're donating on our team page. So by making the donation on that page, it sort of registers as for our cause, right? So that's really all I have to do is thewoodwhisperer.com/donate. Should be good. Terry wants to know, did you ever have an issue with your old jet drum sander, specifically leveling the drum on the open end? I've done everything the manual recommends, but to no avail. The floating end remains slightly lower than the fixed end. Thanks. Hope Mateo gets well soon. Thank you for the kind words about Mateo. Terry, if you have the same one I have, or had, that's the Jet Pro line, a capable sander for certain, but the adjustment mechanism on it sucks. And that's why I've got a Supermax sander now, and will likely, at the first opportunity, be getting the new Powermatic drum sander that's due out very soon. The adjustment mechanism, now this doesn't go for all jet drum sanders. A lot of them work very similar to the way this Supermax does, but the adjustment mechanism on the Jet Pro line with those sprawling leg stand that it has, it's a really nice unit with a nice stand, but it's a sprawling leg rolling stand thing. If it's that unit, I had the hardest time adjusting that thing, and part of my problem was adjusting the feed rollers at the same time as I'm adjusting, like the adjustment mechanism was tied to both the feed rollers and the drum itself, and you can't really adjust them independently. And I was so frustrated with it, frustrated enough that I went out and bought another drum sander. So, but on the flip side of things, I had that drum sander for years before I had to do that calibration. It was actually held its calibration for a very long time, which is a good sign of quality. So I was disappointed to have to do that. But if I, even though I only have to calibrate once every year or two, if I can't do that effectively and it takes me 2 to 3 days to get it right, that's a problem for me. So that's why I have the one I have now. But I'm super, super stoked about the upcoming Powermatic drum sander. Shannon threw in a hand tool school membership earlier into the grand prize. Oh, that would be awesome. If that's the case, thank you, Shannon. And got to make sure Nicole knows about it, but that would be sweet. Let's see. Chad Ralston says, built a gaming table like you're planning in the guild. I also use the slats which cover the playing surface. My slats have started to cup and move and get unusable. I live in Phoenix. How are you going to prevent that from happening on your table? Well, you know what? Sometimes things happen and you have to deal with it. My plan and hope is that by using plywood as my substrate and home sawn veneers, I'm going to give this thing a pretty strong chance of starting flat and staying flat. I'm going to vacuum press the veneer to the surface. The veneer is going to be 3/32 maybe of an inch thick. So it's going to act a lot like solid wood. It's going to be a good, nice layer of solid material. And the stable core is hopefully going to be enough to keep that thing flat. And if it doesn't, then, you know, sometimes crap happens, right? And you just deal with it. So I don't know if your slats were solid or if you're using plywood, but generally speaking, we want to use something that's very stable for a situation like that. Gary, no epoxy on the threaded inserts. We could do that, but I see this as such a light duty project that I'm not too worried about it. But if you wanted to epoxy those threaded inserts in there, go right ahead. Nothing's stopping you. I'm erring on the side of simplicity for this one. Yeah, you know, Aaron, I haven't, here's the thing, I don't like setting up tools any more than I have to. So if my planer is not in need of calibration, I'm not touching it. Because as soon as I start to tinker with it, now I got a couple of days to deal with the setup. So when my planer is ready for another calibration, I will likely film the process and make a video out of it. Just because like, I don't like dealing with calibrating tools, and if they're fine, leave them alone. What tools and supplies would I like to see added to the big box stores? Well, I'll tell you what, I was at Home Depot the other day and I wanted to get a closer look at some of the Bosch drills and was disappointed that they didn't carry them. Now, they have the Bosch miter saw, a couple of other Bosch tools, but they did not have any Bosch drills. So I think what I'd like to see is a better representation of all the brands across the board at the big box stores. You know, it's hard to say. I mean, they've got mostly everything that you would need in terms of just general contractor grade and homeowner grade basic tools. I'm not sure how much more you would want to ask of them, you know. And you got to be realistic with it too. Are they going to carry track saws? I don't know, maybe. But the average homeowner, I mean, that thing's going to sit on the shelf forever until one of us morons comes in and says, "I'll take it," you know. I mean that with love. So I don't know. I think they're doing okay. I guess there are some things hardware-wise that I would love to see them carry that I have to order online. Sometimes there's bit and tooling things that they only have the most basic things in terms of certain types of drill bits. I'd like to see them carry a better selection of premium router bits and premium drill bits, right? Because if you go there, you always get like the entry-level stuff. You know, but if they actually had a good display of high quality router bits, that'd be nice. But again, we're talking about stuff that definitely falls into the specialty category. And how about wood? I talked about this on Wood Talk recently. I wish they carried rough lumber. Even if it was only in like maple, walnut, and just a couple of the simple domestics. If they carried it in a rough state, even if I had to pay a premium for it, the fact that it's right around the corner and I need an extra maple board, I can go out and buy one. I do wish they carried rough stock and not just pre-milled stock, which is no longer flat by the time you buy it. Jason wants to know if we ever have plans for Wood Whisperer shirts in kids and toddler sizes. You know, we've done that in the past, Jason, and it took us years to get rid of them. Like once the one or two people who wanted them got them, then they just sat there. So now we actually do special request sizes for larger sizes and smaller sizes, and we just do special runs. So if you're interested in something like that, email us through the store. My mom will help you out. My cousin does all of our printing. So if we need like a one-off order, it's not really going to cost you anything more either. We can just get it made and it'll take a little bit of time. So contact my mom through the store. There's a contact form there and she will help you out. twwstore.com. What video software do you use or recommend for editing your YouTube videos? Well, I only use what I use, so there's lots of other stuff out there, but I'm on Final Cut because I have been for years, and it suits my needs for the moment. I think most people across the board these days are finding the Adobe suite to be a little bit better. Final Cut is sort of taking a dump in the last couple of years. But for YouTube videos, come on, you could use Magic Video Editor. Like I don't even know if that's a thing. So any video editing software that allows you to take a thing, put a thing in front of it, cut it here, paste it together, and boom, there's your YouTube video. I don't think you need to get as elaborate as Adobe or Apple products for that matter. It's really basic stuff. But I think Apple and Adobe pretty much have the market pretty well locked down. Jason wants to know if he's got a Powermatic 14-inch bandsaw. Is that sufficient to resaw with, or do you need a larger bandsaw? You can resaw with that. I like to have a larger bandsaw because it allows me to resaw faster. So if I only had my 14-inch saw, I would have to be a little more careful about my setups. I'd have to be a little bit more careful about my calibration, and I'd have to be a little more careful that my blade is new and sharp. If you have those things in place, you can still resaw. You just have to take your time. Let the saw clear the chips. Don't bog down the motor, and you should be okay. Michael Fortune has a bunch of great videos, and I've seen him do some presentations in person where he talks about using a 14-inch bandsaw for resawing and cutting veneer. And he does amazing things with it. As a guy with a lot of experience in the industry. And he firmly seems to believe that a 14-inch bandsaw should be more than adequate for doing resaw activities like that. So it's just a matter of knowing the tool, tuning it up right, and taking your time with it, and you should be okay. Someday you may want to upgrade your bandsaw, but you don't have to do it right away. Does the live streaming all day count as a YouTube video for the $10 donation? You know what, Tom? For you it will. We're just going to have to make a special note about it. But I think that's worthy. Jared Kuntz. Any advice on a compound miter? I've been looking between the Makita, the Jet, and don't really know if there was a feature that was offered by one and not the other, or what your thoughts on them were. Okay, here's an interesting thing with tools. You guys are going to be probably surprised at what's going to happen in the coming months. There will be some tool changes going on. It's all business, back-end business stuff that isn't very interesting, so I won't go into too much detail, but you will be seeing a lot less Festool and a lot more of the brands most of you probably have in your shops, DeWalt, Bosch, Makita. One of the things that's going to be swapped out will likely be the Capex. And I've been looking at miter saws, and my choice is between the Bosch reticulated, is that what it's called? Is that the right word, reticulated? Articulated, not reticulated, it's a Python that's reticulated. Articulated arm sliding 12-inch model that seems to get a lot of good reviews, and then the Makita 12-inch. The Jet's not on my list. I think it's okay, and actually the Jet reminds me a lot of the Makita. But I like to go, when it comes to the miter saws, I like to go with the companies who've been making them for a long time, and that's kind of one of their main things. The Jet miter saw, in their lineup, it's not a strong, a part of their lineup, I don't think. It's cool that they have it, and I've used it, and it was, decent. But for me, the Bosch or the Makita are the two. And here's what I'm doing. I'm actually going to buy them both. And the reason I'm doing it is because I don't want buyer's remorse. So I'm going to buy them both. I will probably post a review, and I mean a Marc style review. This is not going to be a spec for spec review. This is going to be, I've used this thing for 6 months. Here's what I like about it. I used this one for 6 months. Here's what I like about it. This is the one I'm keeping because of these reasons. That doesn't say the other one's crap. It just says this one works better for me, and the other one will probably be set up as a giveaway on our website. And I'm probably going to do that with a lot of different categories of tools going forward, including routers, maybe even drills. So some of you may have wondered why I was asking what tools you use on Facebook. I've been doing this on Twitter. What tool you have and would you buy it again? Because I just wanted to get an informal survey of what people are using and kind of use that to help me hone in on the brands I want to try. So to answer your question, I probably, if you're interested in the Makita, looks like a great saw. I used to own one, fantastic tool. But take a look at the Bosch too, because I find that to be a very compelling design. Reading through some questions here, sorry. Hey, greetings from Germany. Wow, that's awesome. Welcome. There you go. Microsoft Movie Maker. When I said Magic Movie Maker or Magic Movie or something, that's kind of what I meant. Like iMovie on a Mac, the stuff that kind of just comes default with the software or with the operating system. Those kind of programs are perfectly fine for YouTube videos. Yeah, Jason, tell your wife, if she's listening, that the 18-inch bandsaw is an absolute necessity. You really can't do woodworking without one. I got your back, buddy. Gary, I've heard that too. Gary says, be careful buying tools from Home Depot. It's not the same quality as lumber stores or tool stores. And I've heard that same thing apply to like Sam's Club and Costco, where their televisions, if you look at the model numbers, there are slight differences that indicate that that model, that particular unit was made specifically for them because they tend to have like the lowest prices and it's almost too good to be true. And if you start to like maybe go on Amazon and look at the numbers and compare, it's usually like 1 or 2 numbers off or maybe an extra number added to the end, and it's actually a different tool. Now what those internal differences are, I don't know, but I've heard that same thing about products at the big box stores. I don't buy from them. I go home and I pull up one of my friends' Amazon affiliate links and then I buy a tool that way. But for folks who are buying locally, something to think about. You know what? Any of the Festool stuff that's going away, I'm not so sure. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with it. If I might wind up just auctioning them off as part of a charity type thing, or if I've got friends locally that I know could really use them, I may wind up just giving them a screaming deal. So I don't really know for sure. Like I said, I won't. I'm a little bit behind reading this stuff. I won't give you there's really not much dirt to dish on this whole Festool thing. Basically, to sum it up, the guy that we worked with very closely for years now is going in a different direction. He's not working for the company anymore. And he was one of the primary reasons we worked with them, just because his vision aligned with ours, and it was a mutually beneficial relationship, though they haven't been a sponsor for probably over 5 years now. But we did have a reoccurring sort of advertising relationship, and them supplying me with tools in exchange for exposure and advertising. So it's been fine. It's been one of those things that we didn't rock the boat. Everything was going well, and they're shaking things up internally. They pulled back all of their advertising on Wood Talk, on the Wood Whisperer, pulled back on all of the giveaways. You know how Festool used to have their monthly sweepstakes, which was kind of a big deal for a long time? That's done. You go to the sweepstakes page, it's a 404. Like there's nothing there. So someone who is now in charge is making decisions as to where they're headed, and that direction, if I'm to read the writing on the wall, doesn't include me. Business is business. It's not a personal thing at all. I have no ill will toward any company who makes a decision like that. It is what it is. At the same time, as a business myself, it becomes very hard to continue promoting a brand when I don't feel like it's, the love is mutual. So as much as I do like my Festool stuff, there are only a handful of Festool items that I'm going to be able to not part with, because don't get me wrong, they make great tools, right? So there are a couple of them that I think are truly game changers, and those are the ones I want to keep in my shop. But just about everything else, I think, and I've preached this for a long time, just because I use a Festool drill should not take away from the fact that you're using a Bosch or a DeWalt. They all spin bits in circles, right? So, I'm basically at this point going to go back more toward the basics, putting my money where my mouth is. When I tell you that a DeWalt router works just fine, it's a little easier to believe when you see me using a DeWalt router, right? So that's the direction we're going to go. Who knows? We may find another small power tool sponsor, and you may see the brand shift to favor another brand. But I am, backing down intentionally at this point to more contractor grade, small portable power tools in a lot of the categories. Not everything. You can have my dominoes when you pry them from my cold dead hands. Because the domino, I'm sorry, is a fantastic tool. Love it. The track saw is also going to be a difficult thing to say goodbye to, so I probably will not. There are other competitor products on the market that are compelling, and I haven't been able to use them until now, and I might look into them. How about Eureka Zone's Easy Smart system? All right, so I do have a couple of words to say about one of our sponsors. He's keeping the dominoes. All right, yeah, look, I have to draw the line, guys. I will not be making a trip to Harbor Freight. I'm not replacing everything with Chicago Electric. I had a Chicago Electric miter saw literally fall apart in my hands. I was at Nicole's dad's house years ago when we first met, and of course, you first meet your future son-in-law, and what do? You have him install Pergo flooring in your house. So that's what happened. So I was cutting some material down, and this thing, as I was chopping down, it just came loose from the housing and went right in, and I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. Did this saw just literally come like dismantled in my hands? Thankfully, I wasn't hurt. It was fine, but yeah, that saw went into the garbage. They've got a couple of good tools here and there, but I will not be buying anything from Harbor Freight for a while. You know what? I have that orange engine hoist thing, cherry picker deal. That is fantastic. That was like $200, $225. That has helped me through countless moves. I mean, there are Harbor Freight gems out there. You know what? Didn't Drunken Woodworker just do a video on 5 Harbor Freight gems? That's something to watch, So they've got some good stuff there. Here, their dust collector. That little roll around small, like 2 horsepower dust collector is good, for a budget-friendly, good quality dust collector that you can kind of mod a little bit to make it even better. They've got some stuff that's pretty decent there. Okie dokie. So let's talk a little bit about one of our sponsors today, which is Bell Forest Products. Bell Forest Products is a fantastic lumber company. I don't remember how we first got in touch with them, but we started working with them almost right away because they were so reliable in the guild. And now every guild project we do, as long as it's feasible and makes sense, has a accompanying project pack that you can buy from Bell Forest. So we've been working closely with them for years now. Great people, a bunch of forward-thinking guys working there. I just love them. Never met them in person, but they are great. And all the feedback I've ever heard from them has been stellar. I mentioned this way earlier before, but anytime I've heard anything negative, as soon as they get involved, they fix the problem. Their customer service is second to none. And when it comes to wood, that's a hard thing, I think, to provide great customer service on from a distance because wood moves, And someone calls and says, this wood order I had is all bowed. It's like, well, I shipped it cross country to you. It may have moved. That's what happens. But they're great about sending replacement boards and just making sure you have what you wanted, right? So Bell Forest Products, go to bellforestproducts.com, by the way. They say that they're your one-stop shop for over 100 species of domestic and exotic hardwoods. They ship worldwide, have great customer service, like I just said, and offer discounts to Wood Whisperer Guild members. Visit them online at bellforestproducts.com. And that's true. If you buy a Guild project, maybe you win a Guild project today, you'll have access to a coupon code that will get you a discount on any purchase you make at Bell Forest Products. Because I get my stuff locally, I don't get material from them very often, so maybe 3 or 4 times I've gotten stock from them. It's always been top notch. They've sent me some amazing figured material in the past that I haven't seen curly maple that curly in a very long time. So they got some really good stock, very trustworthy, company, and they support Woodworkers Fighting Cancer, so we should support them. Okay, that's going to go for all of our sponsors today. We'll do a little wrap up here when Nicole gets back. She should be here any minute for the final drawings, but you know what? We had a little bit of rounding to do and rounding over. That's boring. Let's not sit here and do that with each other. Let's just get this thing assembled. Do as much as I can to get the final assembly going. Hey, later, Shannon. Shannon's the man. He's one of my PICs, my partners in crime. You know what? We'll assemble this upside down. Oh wait, we can't. Can we? No, we can't. How can I do it upside down? I got to get the cap nuts in place. And the question is, do I have? I don't think I have enough bolts. I'm gonna have to steal some off of Mateo's table. So wait a second. Hold on. 1 1/8. 1 1/8 for the top. Yes, I do have enough bolts. Let's go ahead and do a little assembly. This is where the magic happens. By the way, you got a lot of holes here. Remember the through grooves we cut? You got a little hole there. If you want, cut a piece of stock, put it in there, flush trim it with a little bit of glue on it, flush trim it, and you're good to go. You can also just fill it with putty. You don't need to be too fancy about it. So just get some wood putty, shove that stuff in there, and sand it nice and flush. You're gonna do the same thing with your 3/8 holes for the counter sink that we did. You can use a piece of dowel stock if you wanted to fill that, trim it flush, or just filler. Don't have to get too fancy with it. So I've been using filler for this. I'm really going low tech on this project. Okay, let's see if I can't do this. Where's my number 1? With the stuff free floating. And I apologize for not being able to finish this piece with actual finish. But I think you can understand why I wouldn't necessarily want to do that. Not to mention, we've got a lot of sanding to do. A little bit of rounding over, sanding. There's still work to be done that I'll be doing by myself. Okay, so 1 1/8 connector bolt. It's going to go through here. Helps if I have a leg there first, right? Let's do this. Pop one in. And I'm going to insert the cap. Now sometimes this stuff can be a little bit tricky to get aligned. In fact, I may be taking this off of here, and if it's on the ground, it probably will work a little bit better. Okay, so I'm going to get that one started because you see there's still a little wiggle room in there. So I'll get them started and then let gravity help us out. I think next time we do this, maybe next year, I mentioned this before, what would be fun is, first of all, we'll go with another basic project. It's kind of a must to pull this off. But I would love to have special guests, not necessarily in the shop because that's hard to pull off, but I know a few woodworkers, and maybe we can have a couple special celebrity guests, maybe call in on Skype and just chat for a little while, something like that. This year I was more worried about just like, can we stream for 8 hours straight and survive it and have the internet connection hold up and YouTube cooperate and all that jazz? And so far it looks like we actually mostly survived. Okay, so I'm going to put this guy down like this. How you like that view? That's for the ladies right there. Take it in, take it all in. All right. Like this. Okay. Get in there. So once again, with this hardware, you don't have to do the knockdown hardware, but if you want to, it's not a bad option. And I mentioned it before, the reason why is, sometimes you have a break between kids. You want to put this in the garage for a little while. Sometimes, Scott, if you can you grab me there's another bag of end caps over there. I just need one. Yeah, the cap nuts. You see them there? You don't see any nuts? Oh, because I put them over here. Like a big dum-dum. Man, just being locked in here and focusing on this all day, I have not paid any attention to like anything social media wise, what's going on. Looks like a lot of people are tweeting and promoting the event, which is fantastic. Sorry, letting Nicole know that the doctor just called. The kid seems in good spirits. Hoping that's a good sign. All right, so with gravity helping us now, we can kind of just cinch them up, get them pretty close to where we think they're gonna be happiest, and lock it in. Started using these connector bolts and knockdown hardware the first time this year. Kitchen Helper was one of the projects I used it on. Wasn't there another one? I know I used one of them because I had leftover hardware. I used it on the salt cellar project. I think I used them on, was it the easel? I don't know. I used them on something else. But I'm digging them. Like, it's not right for everything, but for some things it's great. Look at this. This actually is a very sturdy table. It's not going anywhere. Okay. As I fall through it, that would be the best. Okay, so our top hasn't received its roundovers yet, so it's going to look very rough. I put a reference number so I can keep those straight, but I don't see them anywhere. Okay, so here's our top. Boom. Let's assemble one of the chairs. Well, we could assemble them both, but let's at least start with one. Okay, so we'll lay it out. This and one of these. What else do I need? I need my seat. Okay. Our other seat our other seat that we made doesn't have the roundovers yet, so it won't look as good, but we could put it together if we really want to. Just hammering these in, making sure they make full contact. If they don't, a couple things may have happened. Your dowels may be sticking out too far, or your holes may not be drilled deep enough. So if you need to, you do probably have a little bit of wiggle room inside the chair side where you can go in a little bit deeper. Keep in mind, if you have a brad point bit, that's not going to be very good. Go back to a regular twist bit, and if you increase your depth with that, you have less of a chance of poking through. That brad point leads the bit by a significant amount. So the brad point will poke through well before you're actually bottomed out in this material, so just be careful with it. Okay. Now we'll try to get all these aligned. Be good timing if Nicole comes in soon and do our wrap up. This might be the thing that I'm short on the proper length bolts. So I have 1 1/8, but because we have that threaded insert that goes a full 3/4 of an inch, 1 1/8 will catch, it will work, but you can actually benefit from having something a little bit deeper. So I really would recommend 1 1/2 inch on the chair, though 1 1/8 will work. There might be a situation where these threads don't totally catch, or maybe your holes are a little bit skewed. So the bolt is coming in at a slight angle, or maybe the threaded insert is skewed. That can certainly happen. You have to just kind of wiggle it around and convince it wants to follow that path. And usually you can get it to go. Let's see, what did the little lady say? Okay, let's flip it over. Do our other 3 bolts. 1, 2, 3. You turd. All right. You know, another interesting thing I was thinking about with a design like this is if something should break, you know, it is kids' furniture and stuff like that happens, but if something should break, this is really, you know, fairly modular and easy to replace parts should you need to. So something goes wrong, you can actually go and just make another side, paint it up, attach it, and you're good to go. I mean, but realistically, 3/4 inch Baltic birch is pretty darn strong. Nicole says she's printing out the last one right now. Shannon donated a semester of the hand tool school, and she says, find me a bigger box. You know what we can do instead of a box?
Trash can.
Either the trash can, if I have an empty one, or we can just dump them all into the top of the cart. I don't know that I'm going to have any empty trash cans. You can do that if you want to. And now we're really solidifying the messaging of like, we don't care enough we're going to roll this and throw it away. Not only are we going to roll it up into a ball, we're going to throw it in a garbage can. All right, so I'm going to carry this over here. It really does make a difference when it's rounded over, doesn't it? Oh, sorry. So you have to forgive me for not doing the second one. You know, I could do it. It just would kind of be a waste because it's not rounded over. This top, obviously, we could round that over real quick if Nicole's taking much longer. But for the most part, we've got our table and chairs, kids. Lift up the top. You could store some fun stuff inside it. And art projects, we've got a small table that's about this exact size and dimension that Mateo has in his bedroom. And we use it, like sometimes before bed, we give him like a very light snack, like a graham cracker or something. And it's adorable. He sits there and reads one of his books and has his little cracker snack before bed. These little tables are really cool. My mom's going to take this one at her house, and she's going to use it just as a little activity table, maybe a place for them to eat, you know, lunch or something like that. We got the little girl coming, so she definitely needs the 2 chairs because we're going to have more than one there. But overall, pretty simple design, and yeah, it's fun. It's a fun little project. Everything's rounded over to make it nice and safe for children. You got that extra storage thing, which to me, if you're going to make furniture, especially stuff for kids, you got to incorporate those extra creative storage opportunities because, you know, kids have so much crap, books, art supplies, all that stuff. So I think we should probably just do the round over. I don't know what her story is, but it's work that has to be done eventually, so why the heck not do it now? I'll do the seat as well. So anyone who's wondering, we are waiting for Nicole to come back. When she does, we'll have the grand prize drawing as well as the 3 to 4 o'clock drawing. So we'll have a couple winners to announce, and then we'll say goodbye. In the meantime, we're gonna do a little woodworking. Sitting around doing nothing? I can't do that. So I'll be putting a round over on this seat piece. I'll then pick up the top, do a round over there. What I probably will not do right now for the entertainment of people is the rounding over of the box. The table box itself has to be rounded over too. All of those corners and edges, everything. You can see on the white one that's already been done. You just got to do that. Otherwise, it's too sharp. There's places for them to scrape their knees. But I'll actually route the whole box this way. So I'll take each side of the box and do everything right up here, and it works out just fine. All right. Okay, now the underside of the top needs to be rounded over too. That's something you want to do before you put the cleats on, which I forgot about. It's nothing that can't be done with a handheld router after the fact, but I can't do it on the table because the router table, you want it to be nice and flat and those cleats are just going to get in the way. So we can do that with a handheld router bit. That's really no problem. I actually do have the handheld router there, but you could use the handheld for all of the rounding over for this project. So I think right now we can call the project done enough and let Nicole know that we're waiting on her. Okay. Bless you. Was that a in the respirator sneeze? Yep. Those are the best. Those are the best. There she is.
I found a bigger box.
Oh, we made room for you.
What do you mean? There's no room.
Oh,
No, we'll just do this. You built another one? Yay, high five.
what you think we're doing in
I
here?
don't know, it's just...
Baking cupcakes all day?
I come in about every once in a while. That's all.
So, oh, you built a project today. That's nice. Yeah, we built a table, hon. You should have seen it. It was great. We did it live on the internet and everything.
That's really cool. How you feeling? Your voice okay?
Yeah, actually, my voice is holding up quite nicely.
Not drinking much of your tea.
I'm talking.
So, big news. We have another prize.
You're pregnant.
Yeah. Another prize to add to the grand prize.
Shannon.
Yes.
We've discussed it as a
Okay.
group already.
All right, we've already discussed it. Thank you, Shannon.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. So that means the grand prize now contains this Milwaukee set of cordless tools, the hammer drill, flashlight, impact driver, and a reciprocating saw, donating from Joseph Mensch, and the
Ultimate?
Wood Whisperer Guild Ultimate Fan
Fan.
Pack, which basically is every project in the guild, the entire thing.
And a year of Whisper Care.
Yeah, that's included. And Shannon is offering up a hand tool school membership. So you are going to have your fill of me and Shannon.
Yes.
And then some great tools.
And if you win and yeah.
What I want to see is someone watching one of Shannon's episodes and then them using the reciprocating saw to try to do what he's doing, to resaw a board.
So we had a
Pretty good.
ton of donations in this last hour.
Really?
And we had a number of people that emailed me and said, I didn't hear my name, can you let me know, verify, and so there were a few times that I didn't get notifications from CRI. I don't know, I looked at my spam folder and they weren't there, but I went ahead and confirmed them, and you're in the stack, so you'll be in this drawing and you'll be in the big pot. Also,
Okay, keep talking. I'm not ignoring you.
everyone that donated, you're all a winner because I'm going to send you stickers. We're going to get some, we have some Woodworkers Fighting Cancer stickers on the way. So I will be sending you stickers in the mail.
Good deal.
Because I have
Stickers
your
are
address
fun.
now. I know where you live.
I'll come see you. What's for dinner?
All right, so let's read the donors
Okay.
for the last hour.
Yeah, where are we putting it in here? You got the SpongeBob. Is the SpongeBob thing too small for
I
this
think
batch?
it's too small, so you're going to have to put it in the laundry basket.
Okay. So Steve Joe, this is the 3 to 4, right? And then we're going to do the big one.
Yeah. Paul.
Paul Hughes,
Thank you, Paul.
Ivan Zuckerman, Scott Griffith, and again, just in case anyone, you're new to the broadcast today, this is how we're picking winners. This is not meant to be disrespectful.
Instead of folding them.
And yes, we know it's wasteful. Robert Davis,
We're going old school.
we are.
There's something tangible about us printing your name out and saying, there.
Theodore McMahon,
Not digital.
Clifford Van Ahlers, Alex Turpin, Eric Gonzurek. There are a couple people having problems. Did they get in touch with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Neil Bullens, Stephen Rose, Bob Snyder, Nate Holderbein, Dan Clunan,
Dan, I got you.
Christopher Schoblocker, and Andy McCorkle, Roy Peters. I'm doing this like SNL style. Remus Arbenensi. Did I get that one right?
These are all the people that emailed me and said, could you confirm?
Okay. Kyle Krasowski. Very small font. Craig Walters.
New Zealand.
From New Zealand. Special guest, Austin Greenway.
I wonder if he knows Fly the Conquerors.
Maybe. It's a very small place.
I'm just kidding.
Leslie Cole.
But if you do, seriously, I love them.
Chris Tidwell. Don't you think they probably live in LA or something? Bonnie Chase.
So,
Stephen Cox. Jason Bracey. By the way, big thank you. I'm not saying thank you to each one, but thank you to everybody.
thank you.
Tim Adamek. Joseph Darko.
Danny does. Joseph.
Malcolm Walthall.
Waffle?
Matthew Kress. Jeremiah Schwenger. Bill Binnicker.
I told you there was a lot.
Michael Bond. Desiree Thompson. John Amedio.
Are you sure? No.
Amedio.
Amedio?
Or Amadeo.
Amadeo.
John Amadeo. Jason Mormon. You make a joke about Mormons now?
No, I.
Okay. Chad Ralston. Ross Day. Steve Croy. And yes, Steve Croy. All right, so that's all the people for the 3 to 4. Winner, chicken dinner.
Okay.
Pick one.
Here's the winner. For hour 8.
Who is it?
Austin Greenway.
Austin Greenway. Very
You have
cool.
won a project of your choice,
Sweet.
and you are now entered. All right.
We got to do this grand prize thing. I can't wait.
So I have. So this is winner.
How's our total looking so far today?
Oh,
It's all about the money, Nicole.
430. What did it say for? $6,975.
$6,975.
Ooh,
So this was day 1 total.
that's awesome.
Here, let's do this.
And the auctions are the bids are coming in for the auctions.
Yeah, so this is a great start for day 1.
It's
We've
amazing.
got 3 months for people to build projects, and we'll again be donating $5 on your behalf if you send us a picture of your completed project. Do that at thewoodswhisperer.com/WFC-submit. But go to woodworkersfightingcancer.com. That's kind of the hub for everything. But send us a picture by November 30th. $5 goes in your basically on your behalf. Then for $10, you can do a YouTube video. So if you make a quick YouTube video about your project and how it goes together, put your own spin on it, whatever you want to do, for your YouTube channel. But we of course appreciate it. $10 is what we're going to donate on your behalf. We are also going to be making a master playlist.
Yep.
Where we will try to give you some extra promotion so people can see your builds as well. Tom, the guy who was doing the live broadcast today, he asked if him broadcasting all day counts for $10.
Sure.
And I said yes. So we've got all those donations to come. We've got the auctions that still all need to resolve. How long are the auctions going to be on for?
The auctions are up for. Last year the auctions were a new thing, so we were kind of playing that by ear. So we got a more streamlined process in place for this year, and they all started today. So, and they're all running until October 31st.
Okay, so the end of October.
Yes.
Not through November.
No.
Okay. So end of the main thing with those, they tend to peter out.
Yeah,
Like once
and
they
they
go
will.
above the retail value, then it's just who wants to be the most generous person.
Yes. Yeah.
So either way, once all that gets tabulated, all of our pledges come in, and the individual donations keep coming in. This is going to be hopefully a pretty impressive year.
I was trying to get everything established, so when this little girl comes, it's just on autopilot at that point.
Yeah, we aren't going to be doing much thinking come November. Due date is like at the end of October, so life's going to be a little bit busier for
One
a
of
period
the
of time.
Big reasons we got a big head start.
Yes, for sure.
So I just want to thank everyone again. Seriously, amazing. And just recap the winners, the hourly winners that we had throughout the day. So hour 1 was Charles McCrillis.
McCreelis?
Yep.
Hour 2 was Jason Daravensky. Jay Bates for Hour 3. Hour 4 was William Bruce. Hour 5, Richard Rowe. Hour 6, Soche Son. Soche Su. Hour 7, Joseph Cook. And Hour 8, Austin Greenway.
And here are your entries, and I'm going to crumble them back up.
Put them back in a
Put
pile.
them back in the pile, and I will be contacting you directly and asking you what projects you want.
Okay, let's do this.
All right.
People are waiting for the big drawing.
So,
You
here,
do that.
you do that. Or you go get the big box.
Even a bucket too?
Well, is there stuff in the bucket?
Uh-huh.
They're all here. Oh.
We've got one runaway.
We're gonna run away.
Oh!
God. It's right there. Oh, goodness. This is like lotto ball.
Kinda, yeah. Lottery balls. Okay, you ready? We're gonna pick one?
Yeah. What are you gonna do with it? You're gonna throw it
I'm
in
gonna
the
show you what I'm gonna do with it.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to make,
A physical representation.
I'm gonna make donation angels.
Are you gonna pick one?
I had to, that was how I was mixing them up. It feels unfair. Let me pull these back in. I don't want anyone to feel like if they were in the middle or something, they're not going to get a fair shake. Okay, ready?
Ready.
Here it goes. This is for all the.
I feel like you need to go do the drum roll and I can pick it.
I don't do a very good drum roll.
I tried to get him to find a drum size.
You know what happens? You sit on the drums, people don't let you get off the drums. Okay, here we go. You ready?
All right, pick it.
Here's the winner. Oh, I'm feeling it. Oh, I'm feeling it. Norm is with me. He's guiding my hand. He's guiding my hand. This is your winner.
Okay. This is so exciting. J. Human.
J. Human.
Man.
Human.
Human.
Very nice. Congratulations, J.
You're
Human.
our grand prize winner.
Boy, do you win a lot of stuff. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, so you're going to handle contacting Jay to make sure
I'm
he
gonna
gets.
make sure.
He
First,
was.
I'm going to make sure he donated $25.
We're going to confirm that first. Otherwise, I'll be doing more donation angels.
He gave it 11:19 this morning.
Attaboy. Nice. Yeah, he might not even be here to
Yeah.
hear the announcement. So I'll tell you what, I think we should probably wrap things up.
Yeah.
I can take a couple of questions afterwards if you guys really want to, but I think everybody's probably ready for this to come to a close. But here's the project. We still have the other chair to assemble, but I got a little bit more work to do before this one is ready to go into my mom's house. We will have a video, official video on this project build that is actually more focused on basic tools, basic techniques. I won't use the bandsaw at all in that video, and I think it'll be the most approachable version of the build for anybody who wants to build it. And that's going to be due out probably next week sometime. Okay, so look forward to that. If you want to watch this, we will take the embedded version of this day-long live stream, put it on the website, and anybody who wants to sit there and scrub through or watch the whole thing, if you're so daring to do that, you are more than welcome to. And you know what? We'll repost this, Nicole, and we'll make sure we put the winners and everything in case anyone wants to check in, or they might have missed their name, whatever. But we'll make sure that it is known who you are and that you were a lucky winner. All right, so here it is. Not too bad. Not bad for a day's worth of work. Technically, 2 days, because we worked on it on Tuesday. This is just wrapping all this stuff up. Fun little project, so please build along. Don't forget, you can still donate at thewoodwhisperer.com/donate, and we'll be taking donations for the charity for the next 3 months, really, is what it comes down to. Even after that, right? The team page stays open. It doesn't close, but we do kind of, at one point, pinch it off and say, this is our total, and we've either met or exceeded our goal, hopefully. You know what? Let's thank some of our sponsors real quick. I'll just come back to the seat. You know, I can even grab my laptop. How about that? Just want to thank, once again, Powermatic, Micro Jig, Eagle America, Bell Forest Products, Fuji Spray, and Rockler for helping us out, because I'll tell you what, we really could not do this without the kind of corporate support that we get for an event like this. It's an amazing opportunity, and I'm glad we can work with them on this stuff. So thank you, everybody, for sticking with us for this entire day. Thank you, Nicole. You want to come and say goodbye?
Sure.
Here.
I really hope that if you did make a donation, you might have missed your name. I know there was a few cases where somebody missed their name.
Okay.
And I verified that I did print it out, and we did put them in the drawing.
Okay.
But my biggest concern is people did donate, and I did get a chance. But I'll be going through the list, and I'm going to go through all of this. And
Well, that looks fun.
yeah. Hey.
Enjoy.
But I also have a spreadsheet that Hannah's going to be sending me as well.
Great.
And I'll be able to go through everything and get addresses to send out stickers and do some follow-up for
Cool.
today's event. Seriously, it was amazing.
This is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
We've never started this strong. I think maybe we'll have to, this will be another one of those things we'll just have to do every year.
Yep.
Awesome.
Cool.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody. Once again, thanks to our sponsors. Thanks to you guys who stuck with us all day or popped in and out either way. And, probably some technical difficulties here and there. But I'm surprised that everything is still rolling and didn't have to reset anything
That's
to
awesome.
get to this point. And you know what? We also have to thank one other special person, Scott,
Yes.
who's behind the camera all day, would not have been able to do this without him.
Scott.
Come on over. Say hi.
Come on.
Come on, sit on my lap. Come on, big boy.
Come on.
Get over here.
Oh, yes.
This is my buddy Scott. You'll see him periodically throughout the videos. But honestly, with you taking care of Mateo, I'd have been screwed if I was depending on
Well, your
you
mom.
for the camera.
Thank your mom.
That's true. You know what? Thanks, Mom, because she helped out a lot
Yeah, she's in
today
there right now.
too. All right, so
Auctions. Make sure.
check out the auctions,
Yeah.
thewoodwhisperer.com/auction.
Yep.
They're going to keep going on from here on out till October 31st.
Cool stuff.
And you've got till November 30th to build this project, make a video of it, or just photograph your finished project and send it to us. And we will get to our $15,000 goal.
And if you're a company and you want to donate something, I'll still.
We'll
put
do
it-
another auction,
I'll
right?
Put an auction up for you.
We'll do it. We don't care. We're crazy. We're nuts. All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Have a wonderful evening. This was pretty awesome.
Phew.
Good stuff. I'm going to stop the feed over here. This is the awkward time where we're actually still broadcasting.
Yeah.
And they hear us go, "Oh, that sucked."
I was getting into drawing.
He was digging it. Well, he actually knows when
I don't want it. Me.
he actually knows when he's on camera and hams it up a little bit, which I've seen him do a couple times. Okay, I think we're